wonderful electronic invention I want you to see.
We got to the point where we could control the laws of nature by advanced electronics.
always. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. I think we need to go our ways. Don't you see the mess you made? Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe. Yeah, I'ma hit the road, babe.
Well, folks, spring may be in the air for some of us, but things are here blooming, ready to go because it is promo relegation time. Welcome to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Jaws and Athena on the desk. I gave you the most Jersey Jaws I could possibly give you right
Jaws.
there. Jaws.
Give me some Jaws.
Jaws. Jaws.
I like it.
Thank you. I mean, I wasn't here yesterday, so y'all were here doing the thing for promo relegation. I sat back where our lovely Mia Mouse made her amazing hosting debut. Huge congrats to her. But I think from what I can tell in the games I've been watching, things have been really shaking up Athena.
Dude, yeah, it's been crazy. I feel like yesterday it was so close. It was a nail biter because we were literally one round away from a three-way tie between all three teams and having to play 3 different best of ones, but they managed to win out for Winthrop. And I felt like it was kind of crazy because if they had lost 2 more rounds, they actually would have gotten relegated. So it was kind of insane games to watch. Really, really fun. And it was a really nice turnaround to see Winthrop find their identity finally in the server.
Of course, we will be seeing Winthrop University today facing SRG or Shopify Rebellion Gold. You know them, you love them, and they are making their way back into challengers. Something I think I want to bring up, Jaws, is I think SRG, had, their historic challengers run, right? Like history-making challengers run. They did get relegated, but now they've kind of taken some time to kind of find their rhythm again and come back swinging into this promo relegation stage.
Yeah, a big win, a big placement, at Game Changers last year in Seoul too. I think I would be a little bit scared if I was watching yesterday's game with Winthrop, how much of a nail biter that was and how much they really came back. Like the entire desk, apart from Ash, predicted Blue Otter to go through yesterday, but it was Winthrop that came out on top. Like, man, you don't want to catch an underdog on their rise.
And I think too for Shopify, like they've proven themselves time and time again. And kind of what you said, Liz, like where they were working a lot within challengers last year and kind of trying to make a name for themselves. They did so well. They beat teams consistently, like beating TSM, who we all know like ended up in the grand finals. It was really wild to watch. And I think now that they have had that break, I'm kind of looking to see them solidify their playbook, solidify their play style, and kind of come in swinging and make sure they guarantee themselves a really good shot for the rest of this year.
Of course, it is a best of 5 today. It is a long slog, if you will. And Winthrop, fighting through, keeping up with that nail-biting end. And also, for what it's worth, Shopify are no strangers to best of 5 as well. So these teams are ready to fight. I would not ask for a better promo relegation, starting with the roster of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Again, you know them, you love them. They are serving currently on the screen, period. I know that's right. But
Women's History Month, you know how it is, baby.
And they're not to repeat a phrase, but they are, again, history makers. They are the first GC team to qualify and make it into a challengers league, where I think a lot of eyes and a lot of pressure was on them. And they were doing this while, doing third-party tournaments, while doing GC. But they did get relegated, so now they are coming back for vengeance.
Yeah, I think for a lot of people who haven't heard of the Shopify Rebellion Gold story, it's this team has been together for so long. The core members have played together for so long. I think 4 of these players have been together for 2 years, coming onto 3, and they're really trying to figure out how exactly they want to play. When you have a team that's played together for that long, you know that they have a lot of really good approaches to practice, to scrims, to VOD review, and you can really tell that they've worked themselves to the bone to kind of get themselves to where they are today. That plus their most recent addition, which is Donut. She's been on the roster for about a year now, but still bringing a lot of that firepower. This team just has every single piece of a puzzle to make a really well-rounded roster. And I think that for them, this is kind of the year where they want to prove themselves and take another step towards breaking that glass ceiling for everyone involved.
Yeah, and I think that's going to be their biggest strength, being together for so long. It feels strange having a single esports team, especially in this kind of division, stick together for more than like 2 months, it feels like. Every time the new stage rolls around, or even like halfway through a stage, a player's dropped, or like, we're picking someone new up, we're mixing things around. So like having that history and having that time together is honestly insane.
I'm glad, Athena, you brought up Dota not being the new addition, because player-wise, yes, absolutely, she is the new addition, but she's technically not the newest addition to Shopify Rebellion Gold, and that is their coach, Googly, the Italian man who can do it all. He was assistant coach to Cloud9 previously, and then kind of found himself, I think pretty surprisingly, at least it surprised me, as the coach of Shopify Rebellion Gold after Effie's moved to Shopify Rebellion Black, when Effie's had been with the team for years at that point.
Probably since the beginning of Shopify, no?
Yeah, the V1 days, I'm pretty sure. Really long time. True, yeah. And I think Effie is definitely, there was a lot of surprise with him becoming a coach, and obviously now he's a 2-time world champion within GC. But now Googly is now stepping into the head coach position, Jaws, which is, what a test to begin with your promo relegation today.
Yeah, it might just bring a whole lot of new ideas, new direction to the team as well. Maybe something that they haven't unlocked before. So yeah, it is a bit of a test, but I mean, experienced coach stepping in, it's not like he has no experience or maybe one tournament under his belt. So like he's going to go in with a formula, and hopefully the team can kind of replicate what he's laying down and put up some big numbers today. And
a fun fact about Googly, trilingual. He's fluent in Spanish, Italian, and English. And that is,
I love that.
Never been prouder to be Italian, half Italian. Even though he says I'm not half Italian, because whatever, anyways. But I mean, he will have his work cut out for him today, because he will be facing the Winthrop University, who I think when we were speaking on the green room is the team that, kind of made a huge name for themselves last year, surprised so many people, the dark horse of dark horses moving in. But Athena, I think if you're just tuning in, some of these names might look a little different.
Yeah, I mean, you have these two players that are stepping in for Governor and Infiltrator, because the roster that we saw the last time that we saw them play, sorry, not the last time we saw them play, which was yesterday, but previously, the previous iteration of this roster, we saw Governor and Infiltrator, and obviously they moved on to play with Envy. They played a little bit in that VCT, and now, you have this newly built roster where the core is still there. Two players are coming in, stepping in, and it just feels like they're really finding their identity, at least from the game that we saw yesterday.
And if they can continue what they built on yesterday, this team is going to be a tough one to take down. Like the amount of grit and determination it takes to win by such a small margin. We already talked about it, but one more round, they gave up one more round, it would have been 3 BO1s, which is, to be honest with you, no player wants to be in this situation. If they lost 2 more rounds, even if they won the map, they would have been eliminated anyway. So literally on the precipice of either getting defeated or having to go through a gauntlet. I mean, that is just insane. So riding the high from yesterday, I think it's going to be super important for them. I mean, moves as well specifically stood out. That chamber on Bind was just nasty.
Yeah, and I think too in the interview, the strong tall guy after yesterday, he was like, dude, we were so scared. He was like, we knew that there was one round potentially that could make us relegate or either make us play those 3 BO1s. And he literally was like, guys, just don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. They were sweating about it, but it's really good to see that they were so intensely, they knew that they had to win as many rounds as possible. And it really showed yesterday.
I would be so scared. If I heard don't worry about it, I'm like, I'm worried about it. I'm so worried about it.
No, don't worry about it, guys. We're good.
But I love to hear that from the team, kind of having that mental fortitude coming into today. And for our head-to-head, we're going to highlight Madam President herself and Mr. Chamber himself. So everyone salute Madam President. I'm going to see some 07s in chat. Thank you. Madam President, we love women in power during Women's History Month. But I'm going to go to you for this, Athena, because we're taking from stats from GCC Seoul, where they had a second place finish for the side of Shopify Rebellion. But Moves' stats are more kind of a recent, as in with the promo relegation, but still, these are kind of your impact senti kind of lurky sort of players that you want to, who I think have made a name for themselves because of their pretty similar play style.
Yeah, I think what Jaws was saying earlier was how we were really impressed by Moves yesterday. And I think one of the things that Moves was consistently doing was kind of going for getting his picks, not being afraid to reaggress and get 2 or 3 even, and constantly changing up his play style, changing up his positioning, going super aggro, falling back, making sure his positioning in the phase 2 and phase 3 of defense side has been super, super good. And just in general, I feel like his play style really worked really well. But for Noya, on the other hand, I think she does have a very similar play style where when she does want to go for her one or go for her kind of aggressive peak, it's really well played. You find that Shopify Rebellion does a really good job of building the round around her and making sure that when she does want to go for that aggression, it is there. And I think you can tell by the stats, it is very similar playstyle, and both of them really contribute to rounds. But I think the one thing for me is just when you do look at that first blood percentage, 18.8% on Moves just shows that he does have a little bit more of an edge when it comes to being more aggressive.
And because it's Women's History Month, we're going to get the facts right. Noya technically has a higher KD than that, is 1.38. Our Madam President would never let us stand. Nothing.
Women's
Madam
History
President,
Month.
We apologize. We apologize. Please don't. Please. But I think, to that point, go to you, Jaws, next. I mean, these are kind of the players, again, we did for the head-to-head. We want to highlight them because these are kind of like your playmakers. Obviously, Noya has the best aces we've seen, period, point blank, in VCT all around. But this could be, we're talking about that 1 round difference yesterday, right? 1 round between these folks. These are the folks you want to look at to see if that is going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Moves was a big part of that. On the B side, on Bind, Guy was just holding it down on his own. There was no U to kind of back him up. There was a full exec. His team was still trying to rotate towards the site, and he just pops out of smoke, hits someone with a headhunter, and then whips out the ult, and then it's 3 kills. And you're like, okay, well, that's it, round over. You just can't recover from that. You're already in on the site if you're Blue Water, and they just fell over. He didn't need any help. He was that solo player and could hold his own. And you need that if you're you need to have that if you're the chamber player, that little bit of spark, you got to be able to delay as long as possible, or just win the round just completely solo like that. So yeah, I'm excited to see this matchup. I think having such similar play styles, it's going to be a little bit of a mind game, where you're going to be setting up with these chamber picks.
And Shopify, you obviously gets to watch them perform. Winthrop perform yesterday as they did, but also Winthrop has seen Shopify perform to their T. I think it's very interesting though, if how Googly has maybe changed that game plan, because I think if I were to guess how Googly is, he is very kind of by the book, I have plays, etc. But I think I'm excited to see how maybe that is impacted in these plays. And I would assume he's very prep heavy as well. There's a very loud train going by. Yes, hello.
But that was just for you, actually. That's
just for me? No one else heard that? Love that. I love calling things out that nobody else can hear. The voices, I love them too. I do think it's going to be I'm curious to see how Googly will impact that, if at all, Athena.
Yeah, I think when you come into a well-established roster, especially when you have Mel, who's been IGLing for literally forever, and the rest of the team who knows exactly how they play, when you incorporate a kind of new third-party idea into it, which is specifically the head coach, it's really hard to kind of rebuild that foundation that you did have with your previous coach. Or maybe you just allow him to take complete creative freedom and take a lot of that creative control and just listen and make sure that you're kind of incorporating a lot of what you guys know and a lot of that foundational structure that Shopify Rebellion really does have. And so I think it'll be interesting because I think for Shopify, they've consistently been really good with their map pools. They've had a lot of depth to their gameplay. They've constantly kind of been upgrading and creating and innovating. So for me, I'm really curious if this is kind of the step more into following more meta things and making sure that they're able to up the tempo a lot quicker than they usually do. So I'm really interested to see where it goes. And I think it's definitely going to be interesting to see what Googly can bring to the table.
Also, something I completely forgot before we go into our map picks and bans, Alexis was on core this year. So she has the challengers experience, literally. So we were asking her to, play again and kind of what has she taken from this? What does she literally What does she know? Does she know? But we will be moving into our map picks and bans for this best of 5. As a reminder, it is not a best of 3.
Voice is going crazy in your head.
I know.
First the train, then the... No, I'm kidding.
I am medicated, guys, I promise. But Jaws, I'm going to go to you first. We're looking at a banned Breeze, no beach time today. We're waiting for the summer. Banning Split. We're going to Pearl, Bind, Corrode, Abyss, and then Haven.
I'm sad we're not seeing Breeze, man. I really like Breeze. The new Breeze is kind of popping. I'm not too surprised to see the pickup from SRG going to Pearl, though. I mean, the last 2 times that Winthrop have played it, they've lost, and that was in the regular season. So makes sense. And then Winthrop, okay, we just played out of our minds on Bind. That also makes complete sense. And SRG kind of respond with a ridiculous win rate on Corrode. 86% I saw win rate for them on Corrode. So really, I think if we're going to go down the line, it feels like they're just going to be picking up wins on their map picks. This decider of Haven, though, both teams with a decent win rate on that, and Haven upwards of 80% for SRGs. So if you just want to go, like, if you want to go stats goblin, yeah, maybe SRG have the upper hand, but it feels like whatever map you've picked, you're taking that one.
Yeah, I feel like I'm really curious because for Shopify, I feel like we haven't seen Corrode recently, at least in like the past couple months. So I'm really interested to see if they have like something under their hand, like a new hand to bring to the table, whether it's a double duelist comp, because we have seen Shopify play double duelist comps before on something like Bind. But I'm just curious, like, if this Corrode approach is going to be a whole new kind of comp that we're going to see from them, a whole new type of playstyle, because this is one of the maps where I think I kind of want to see more from Shopify, and picking it means they've gotten something ready for it. And I really like that. But I totally agree with what you said, Jaws, with Bind. Like, I think Winthrop would be kind of silly to not pick this map based on 100%. Yesterday. It was really good. But again, you kind of fall into a little bit of that trap where Shopify, they've been known to be really good at prep, especially when you have a lot of tape on them. And being able to watch Winthrop play yesterday, I'm curious if there's going to be a little bit more of aggression from Shopify to shut down moves, or to just make sure that they're not getting caught up by that chamber. So I think these picks and bans make a lot of sense. I think I'm just super excited overall to see the Bind again.
Yeah, man, Moobs is going to have his TP like tracked throughout the whole yesterday. Like, they're going back, they're going frame by frame, looking exactly where he plants those TPs to get out of the way. Like, I'd be scared if I were him, but that kind of goes back into what we were saying before. Like, okay, Moobs is going to be able to change things up. He was doing it from round to round. It wasn't like a consistent, okay, I'm tripping here, I'm putting my TP here like I do on Chamber, like every single round, no matter what the map, whatever, I'm always putting the stuff in the same place. Like, he is going to be able to mix things up. So it is kind of scary, I think, for a player like that, especially going against a coach that has a lot of like even like tier 1 experience. But I think with how on fire they were yesterday, you just got to ride that. I think it's more about momentum for them in this one than kind of fearing and playing into your enemy.
And we have our predictions from the entire broadcast team up for you guys, or coming up for you guys to see exactly where we think we're going to land. I would argue this was one of the hardest spreads I think I've ever had to do. Because you are asking 2 very good teams at very similar skill levels, with players with similar play styles. But Jaws, I'm going to go to you first because you're the odd one out on the desk here. You went for Winthrop University. Talk to me about that.
Well, so Ash went for Winthrop yesterday, and she was right. So, kind of following the trend here. No, I think from what we saw yesterday, how close they were able to play it and also pull out the bag, I do think this is going to be a very close series. It was a little bit of a coin toss. That's one of those. I got the thoughts that Liz was having earlier. The voice in my head. The voices in my head. But I kind of recency bias in kind of how they played yesterday. I do give Winthrop maybe the 51 over the 49 for SRG, but I do fear the new coach. I do fear the experience if I'm Winthrop also on SRG's side. So yeah, it was tough, but you know, Winthrop played out of their minds yesterday.
Yeah, I think for me, this was a little bit more of a 50-50. But what put me over the edge for Shopify is that they have such an established map pool. I feel like when it comes to Shopify, I've only ever seen them kind of ban that Breeze. And I haven't seen them struggle with coming up with new concepts. Whereas for Winthrop, it felt like yesterday was the first day that we kind of saw them breathe like fresh life into the way that they play. And so for me, I think Winthrop, they had a phenomenal showing yesterday, but I just wonder if that can translate into maps like Pearl, instead of just like the Abyss or the Corrode or the Bind, where they just kind of hold W and rely on a lot of those picks. And so I'm really curious for that. But I really like these agent picks. For Shopify, they've only changed Donut going from the Waylay to that Neon, which I think works really well. And I really like the Yoru and Waylay. Fair yesterday on Waylay was phenomenal.
Yes, and of course,
really scary.
Jaws, I'm gonna go to you. These are some scary comps on both sides.
Yeah, especially coming with the defense here for Winthrop. I mean, look, moves is on chamber. You can basically just lock down one side of the map. You've only got one little trip, but it's all good. The rotations are super quick. And I think with Fair and how aggressive they were playing after they kind of found their groove, it's something we talked about in the first map. It was like, okay, they need to pick up the pace a little bit. And then once they started to doing it, Fair was being way more aggro and then getting in people's faces.
I mean, because your predictions were so close, looking at the comps, does this make you want to move in any which way? Or I'm gonna go to you, Athena, or are you kind of, this helps solidify your prediction for you, Athena, Shopify Rebellion Gold?
I think what I'm expecting is Winthrop to kind of play super like hyper aggressive and try to take a lot of that quick tempo to maybe catch Shopify off guard. But I'm still sticking with my prediction. I think for Shopify, they've played this comp before. It is very common. It is very meta. And I think that the way that they kind of plan out their rounds, they tend to have an answer for a lot of these things, a lot of the aggression. So I'm sticking to my vote. I'm sticking to my prediction.
Jaws, very quickly, does anything you want to change, or are you sticking to it?
Nah, I'm sticking. I'm not flaking. Ain't no way. I'm sticking.
Well, you guys, it is time for the promo relegation match of our dreams. It is Shopify Rebellion Gold and Winthrop University first on Pearl. And I have two wonderful casters to send it to. It is Gompers and Zobi. Friends, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. I like the consistency. You know, they're keeping their picks. They're not bandwagoning it, but that's good. All right. Well, interesting stuff to talk about, Zobi. Something I do want to touch base on first, though, is we have not seen Shopify Rebellion Gold in quite a while in Challengers. I think the last they made an appearance was like the last promotion relegation.
No, absolutely, right? Taking a breather, taking a break after that tough loss at Game Changers Champion Seoul. But they put good time and effort down during that break, right? The Des mentioned Alexis and that stint with Core, your previous stage champions. They were on the streamer grind, and now we get to see them back with that gifted spot for winning Game Changers North America last year, proving themselves against a team that made that Cinderella run to Ascension last year. And here on Pearl, Gompers, I mean, anything goes, right? They just played each other in that MFH event on this map, but it was rough for SRG, so it's up to them to show the growth, the changes, and the comfort now.
Yeah, regarding changes, I mean, we talked briefly about Donut now locking into that Neon and potentially being a bit more aggressive. There was some discomfort with the Waylay. I feel like it's so tempo-based. As to where here, with the KO combination, it might be just a bit easier. But we are seeing a slow work up here. And actually a flank. I'm not...
They're entirely behind them.
Yeah, Winthrop has absolutely no idea. So that's going to be a beautiful first two shots on the board. And even then, a flank again, it's flank City Central. And now they finally realize what's going on. So for this first pistol round, we are seeing a big, huge up in regards to what Shopify Rebellion Gold can do.
Yeah, we already had questions like, okay, SRG, you picked in the Perla map, you just lost. What have you changed? What have you grown from? What have you gleaned from that VOD review? And we're seeing it from the get-go, right? They expected an art split, they get behind it, they counter it. There was a nice heroic moment from moves that might have wrestled it back, but such strong grouping from SRG there and denial of that A main crunch really solidified the round for them. So we're seeing confidence just from how they're playing these rounds and taking that aggro space, taking these contact points, and it's already, to me, an identity shift for SRG.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Already a really, really good start to being so aggressive so early on. I felt like that in itself was quite unpredictable. So just taking advantage of whatever they can so early on to take these pistol rounds. But already a shotgun waiting here for Noya. Fair with absolutely no idea. And a swing. Beautiful usage of util.
I mean, you have the swarm grenade tucked away, the turret not destroyed, and Sarah finding a pick outside of A main. It's a great start to the round.
Quietly just placing themselves somewhere different. This time, I'm wondering if like the flank is another thought that we might go for again, but I think they're a little bit more wary. There goes alarm bot. So the information there. Honestly, Noya is killing it right now.
Yeah,
with letting the team know.
the art hold was so passive too. The idea is to crunch from backside, crunch from these players rotating into con, and it should work.
Yeah, unfortunate. But the clear has been made. Now all they need to do is get themselves onto site. So Winthrop University not able to do much. Shot darts being placed down, the smoke making it difficult for them to play for anything in a flawless round, at least a second round here for Shopify.
Yeah, very, very well paced. They're good balance of, again, aggro denial and keeping those weapons out of the hands of Winthrop University. So there was no, again, eco shenanigans. But this is where it's going to start to matter. Right, you didn't really get too many kills off of SRG, so no ults coming online, but you have the weapon advantage, despite the pretty strong bonus we're going to see with some of these bulldogs in SRG's hands. And it then prompts, okay, you've been working A lot, Winthrop, you've been working mid a lot. Do we shift away for that? Do we go towards a B long attempt? We know the cage is now splitting her util mid in Noya's hands. How do you handle that? They do. They go B. They leave Chamber to lurk.
Which rightfully so, as we've seen mid as a big control point here for Shopify. But B-side being like the eagerness of it, I'm sure Noya's gonna catch somebody off guard. And still having so much util here, so it's gonna be difficult to get onto site, but with TP placed now, especially Mel making the damage happen, it becomes quite hard. I know that was a fake. Okay, I was like, are they just running it down right now? But Fair goes along and finds great positioning. And this is good, right? They managed to gain the entry. They're being a little bit more confident than they should be here for Shopify. But all in all, right, player advantage not too large. Noya actually catching out on the whiff and taking one with the pistol. So what should have been around for Winthrop, it seems like Moves is now left alone to fight for themselves.
And immediately alarm bells go off. I don't know if the turret caught contact before Moves slinked away over towards water, over towards their spawn, but they have every nook and cranny now covered. I mean, after heroics from Noya on the side, maybe some miscommunication as the dust settled out of Winthrop, but there are some ones Moves could isolate here.
Oh no, left-hand side is where they watch. This is clutchable. There hasn't been spike planted yet, so they only have a couple seconds to make sure they get on site. They're sandwiching Moves in, trying to almost isolate these fights and allow for this contact play to happen. So playing this to a teammate advantage, which is nice from Shopify.
Yeah, I like that neither side really committed and they were forcing Moves out in the open so we couldn't slice the pie one at a time. But I mean, the setup was perfect. And there was some heroics sprinkled in obviously from Noya, right? But they knew that they were going to lean towards B, right? You have the Killjoy back call instead of splitting the util mid, right? You have the support from Mel as well. And they took that deep A space, which gave them all the info that they needed, that they were correct in that early, that pre-round call. So again, looking very, very strong in the macro department. Winthrop, they don't look not confident. They're still taking those dive plays, but this is going to be a different flavor. The head-on-A collision.
Yeah, and already a really big push coming through from Donut. Confidence is rising. They know the economy is low here for Winthrop University, and they're just going to keep picking at him like they're bullies at this point. So aggressive on the defense. Flanks in left and right now, especially, we'll be able to see, I mean, potential for Noya to take someone in art there, but just waiting, trying to use their util to give them an advantage here for Winthrop.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a Peasel util, right? There's no initiation off of it, though, right? They're not swinging through this nebula. They're not trying to capitalize off the decay. It's just kind of a bluff, and SRG has called it.
He's still playing with the team. I mean, despite the health differential, it doesn't matter. Donut is, I mean, absolutely annihilating. And now the spike has been left alone. Moves, again, finding themselves in the same iteration as last time and just wide swinging with the knife, allowing this win to come through.
Yeah, and SRG showing why they picked this map right now. I mean, we talked about the way the Neon pick for Donut looking comfortable, looking fluid, but Wu also made that big identity shift on this map after their loss versus Rose in that round robin stage to this double duelist, and they just don't look like they're playing it, right? In that regard, right? Previously, they had a Killjoy, previously they had a KO, so a lot more information. Here, these contact style plays just aren't working out when they're going head up against SRG. So I do want to see them again go maybe for some of those more dive heavy styles, but again, this being a dicey money round and an ult round as well for SRG and with a Donut operator, not quite sure that's a foolproof idea.
And nobody peeking out B though, so they've gotten lucky this time. Unfortunately, Echo might be the first one to catch some of that smoke, but as patience will have it, mid is actually where a lot of the attention is residing.
Yeah, that mid smoke denies the info, forces Noya on the deeper line just a bit. I do like that they're keeping the B long and A long information though, right? With moves, with Echo, and now that's going to guide them towards this art, this kind of A split.
And Mel's coming through with the smokes, trying to make sure, yeah, if Fair had the opportunity to push themselves up top, it would have had Mel in a bad position. But Hunter's Fury comes through and allows some of that damage, potentially a pick. So nice util usage coming through from Sarah. And they've cleared at least the duelist from that back site, so they get a little bit more space. They don't have to work towards it as heavily.
Yeah, I was worried that it was a bit mistimed and they were already out on the site, but quick adjustment into Art finds the kill, and while Wu will get the spike down, they're down. Numbers, you still have the overdrive for the retake. It's a matter of what SRG and this retake protocol is going to look like as the rest rotate over.
Okay, now Dodonuts trying to at least speeding up the process, if anything. They do still need to get onto site to get this defusal, so it does seem like that might just be able to happen. They don't know where it is. They are unaware of where they should be spraying, and this should not have been their round. They had no util to execute on site, and they just allowed Shopify to do this.
I mean, I kind of caught at the tail end there. Did Alexa, how many did she suppress? I mean, we saw it there for Strong Tall Guy, and I'm wondering if it clipped everybody who was playing that closer space, right? Like your post-plant agents, like the Astra, like Echo, and that maybe would have been why there wasn't retaliation, why it was just this blind spray through the smoke. And I mean, the confidence there from SRG just to stick it as well. And Sarah, I mean, the master of the spray down, I guess, finding that three-piece. And Winthrop University, they do look a little rattled. So the timeout coming through here, obviously this isn't their map pick, but it's not a map they're strangers to by any means either. And it just feels like, even though they're following the right steps on these executions and getting this space, when it comes down to the team fights, they're lacking. I mean, look at Fair, look at Strong Taiga. These duelists that you expect to be high and mighty, they are kind of crumbling.
Yeah, originally, I mean, we talked about it a bit. Pearl, this seems like a questionable map pick for Shopify. And just starting off in the beginning, it does seem like it's working out better than I had expected. And it's so weird because Dodonut switching off the Waylay does feel like it's given it a whole entire different vibe.
And I feel like this is the big takeaway from them competing in that tier 3, tier 2.5 space and that lost 6-3 up against this Winthrop Pug squad, right? Number one, it was Infiltrator and Governor, so that's a big difference. And number two, Dodonut was 3-16 on the Waylay, so they switched her to the Neon, and she's 8-1 suddenly. Like, the trade-off looking primed right now. And look at this, even out of the timeout, they have a perfect read on where Winthrop's gonna go. It's gonna be a mid-collapse pretty heavily.
And the flick to add on to it, dude, the damage is insane. The mental damage, just the economical damage, it's everything that Shopify Rebellion are hitting at. And now especially the gravitational pull to kind of add on. Yeah, Noya's going to be able to keep this and potentially get more, but I don't think they were expecting Recoil to be so incredibly close. But I think this is different, Zobi, though. We have ult from Recoil.
It's definitely winnable navigating the 1v2. That's why Sarah, Alexis, and just trying to get that extra information, trying not to be so on the front line, especially with Sarah such low HP. But there's less than a minute now. Recoil had to make a decision. Unfortunately, Alexis just confident on the swing at the full HP line. Gets the kill, gets the op, and keeps SRG on the road to a flawless Pearl.
Wow, I'm starting to realize the teams that I vote for, I feel like I am their bad luck.
We both predded here, all right? Yeah, it's because every time I predded SRG when they were trying to vie for that VCL spot, they lost, and I was like, I can't curse them during women's month.
And yes, that's what I was actually thinking. Every time I voted, I think I voted for them every time I saw them, and the one time it's
and
working
I've
out.
catched them every time they're in VC Promo Rally, by the way. Like, it's crazy.
Well, it seems like they've been working on something, and I mean, their new coach has been putting in the work. 2 months, I believe they've had to really continue working on it, but Dodonut's absolutely destroying the op, so confident with a headshot to add on, so Fair goes down. And now it's only 2 left, and this has been the back and forth that we've been seeing of Winthrop University losing out on so many of their players.
I mean, when it's not a Waylay, when it's not a Yoder, you expect the Neon to be like a one and done, right? That they should get punished immediately, especially when there's 3 players, eco or not, in that close proximity. And she gets the support down long, she gets her perfect relay bolt, and she gets another, and still is alive. And now, I mean, you know where Moves is. He's been isolated by Noya, now it's STG, who thought they might have found a timing, but nope. Girlies have each other's back in another round on 7.
They can't lose on Women's History Month.
They've been empowered.
So no, this is working out. I'm very impressed with Dodonut. With an op, you're so aggressive and are almost confident that you're gonna hit all your shots. I feel like that in itself is incredibly dangerous.
I mean, even there, it felt like maybe miscom between Recoil and Fair of who was going to handle the Neon, right? It came a little bit late, right? That hinder, that reposition, and Recoil wasn't even looking. And that's where I think Wu, maybe you're using this as a warm-up map, need to get the blood pumping. It is a full best of 5, but Dodonut, again, was looking for that first blood. Moves, finally able to deny that opener, but look at Wu. I don't know how they got here, but they're trying to end off the Nightfall. But look at the A main control, immediately clutched back by SRG.
Oh, but they're playing the retake game, I guess. And I mean, they knew someone was going to be hiding. They know Moves is more of an individual player in regards to trying to get those isolated fights. But now ultimates are being expended and they're not getting anything out of it. They're pushing out, and Sarah understands this. With 9 bullets left, still looking to fight this 1v1. And having gravitational pull sort of make its way. So the information being expended. Now Noya's joining in on the fight. Majority of these players here for Winthrop are trying to just pick everyone off, but this is the bad part about it. They're incredibly impatient. It's giving them nothing. And now it's up to this 1v2 Fair fighting for their lives, but the defusal with Texas, she knows that they're peeking, but it's Fair that gets that clutch.
Oh, first round for Winthrop off of a 3K clutch. One of the players we said needed a kickstart to his system, so instrumental on this duelist role across Promorelli for Winthrop. And I mean, the calling there from both sides was really strong, right? SRG, they combat the move space like you mentioned, knowing he's alone. They understand their ults. They don't expect, right, Wu just to give up that A main space for free, and they fight back into it, but it really did just come down to the trades going Wu's way there in that A main space after Neuer regrouped with the squad. So we'll see if we get another post-plant fight like that, but one takeaway from last round that Wu got is this mid-space, even with the Killjoy utility, is pretty free, but be long. Moves found out isn't.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Moves hasn't learned their lesson. It's been so many times where they've been caught off guard, lurking, trying to get like a different position to fight for, but it does seem like Fair now being a bit confident in regards to their opening. So getting onto the A site, not going to be as difficult as before. And a lot of util to utilize here, though, for the retake. So quite scary if you're Winthrop.
Absolutely. Site smoke from L, sprayed out into the spike position, but she's gonna get double challenged.
Yeah, they didn't even get anything. And at this point, I mean, Sarah's able to kind of confirm that, hey, I have the site, take it at 3, down towards backside. So again, it's the aggression from Winthrop, and they're trying their absolute best to fight, but they just keep getting out-aimed.
Yeah, Sarah, that timing, they tunnel visioned in on Nell, and now Echo, who was the mid-hold, the mid-lurk, is forced off-site, and looks like they have some tag team nature to get it to half anyways, so Echo forced to save, not just forced to save, but with a Guardian as well. No weapons by the wayside to pick up. It's not how you wanted the comeback to go, right? Last previous round, 8 being a blip on the radar, it seems, so far. And now look at SRG, they have 4 ults online to keep up their momentum this half.
You know, and there should have never been any doubt with Shopify, because again, this is a team that is so incredibly persistent with improvement, and they never give up. So I feel like for me, that drive is showing here, and they want to get past promotion. They want to have a taste of something different.
They want a chance in stage 2 of VCL. They're sitting out for stage 1, bidding their time, watching the opposition. Getting into the form we're seeing it now in full swing demonstration.
Oh, the dashes are so scary, but information has been given. And actually not a lot there for Winthrop. They've used some of their util to even try to clear space towards main, so now they're just backing themselves off.
Yeah, I mean, the Killjoy fully stacked on B. There is a gap somewhat in mid-door space. So that's why they leaned heavily towards A, art off the contact in A main. But SRG knows this is a bonus, so I think that's why they're so inclined to be like, okay, we can give up B. Noi's even playing super far off for her ultimates. Just a matter of if Wu's gonna hit into the stack or not. Doesn't seem like it.
Very big on the retake for Shopify. It's so interesting, but I like that. It's like a level of obedience that I feel like you need on a map like Pearl.
And STG was sticking around, right? just so they could call them back to A if they realize, hey, they've all rotated off A, like B is going to be the stacked site. But now, exactly as planned out, the lockdown comes in with 15 seconds left. You just have to get the spike down anyways.
And it's not like there's much to work with either. Actually, Recoil getting closer and closer to unlocking their ult. But no weaponry just yet, so they still do have their share to play with this, but it doesn't matter. Moves hitting the shots with a headhunter as well. And now, Hunter's Fury to add on. Sarah absolutely destroying with every single article of util they have. So now it's working out. There goes the second. Tons of players going down here for Winthrop, but they're fighting and they can't. The extremities just too tight for them to get past.
Yeah, just again, they played out the Cosmic Divide, Meat Grinder from main, and then realizing, hey, someone was detained, that not all of them likely were long. They handle, okay, Fair, who's tucked away with the Bucky, and Echo had that moment where he was like, I want to wrap through spawn, and then realized he wasn't going to have enough time and just had to regroup there as well. So, again, those few steps forward, it feels like there's an entire reactionary chart planned out for SRG in some of these rounds, and we were coming up with it on the fly and having to make those late round decisions that where SRG is turning things back around almost to double digits.
What else? What else can you really say? Domination, really. Like, across the board, it's quite difficult. And they've read into this, like, they know mid is going to be the place. They knew Winthrop. They had been going AB for quite some time. And now Dodo not catching them off guard, Mal following. And it's a 3-player advantage down in mid. Well, Recoil understands this is not what I need.
I mean, just the confidence shift. It's screaming right now. A team that, you know, aside from like A main takes, right, when they played Pearl, would just sit on their sites, wait for that contact to come to them, initiating, finding, catching off guard Winthrop in a lot of these moments, playing the mind games as well.
Like a pixel is all you really need for Dodo not to get anything. And Winthrop, they are struggling, and I'm quite surprised. I mean, we've had a timeout already utilized here. So gonna be quite difficult to get another one in so soon, but yeah, there's a huge struggle.
Yeah, I am sorry, Shopify, for doubting you picking Pearl instead of, say, Haven as your first map. We'll just say, I mean, unless Echo, again, new kid on the block, can clutch this 1v2. Gonna be double digits for Shopify Rebellion Gold. No 9-3 curses in the works. They'll be gifted at least a plant for now, unless the chip damage from the swarm grenades catches them off guard, but looks like they're good to go in that regard. Gonna save those to reclear some common angles on the retake here between Mel and Noya. And Echo, the right call to fight forward, but
one enemy remaining.
They expect a second.
Oh, the timing! Not even trying to just ensure that there isn't going to be a follow-up off that. So now it's just the given. Mel taking in that double-digit number here.
Just a small mistake. Difference between maybe having a comeback here and it starting to slip away even further for Winthrop University. But this is a team that we saw it even in, say, the Rose game, where they had a really slow start on Pearl and they had a really close second map on Corrode, right? They bounced back pretty easily. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm writing it off as right now, is like, okay, I don't expect much more on this map, but we know the grit that Winthrop has, right? We know they can win streaks of rounds, right? Evident from yesterday's match up against Blue Otter, where they couldn't lose a single round, or it was that tiebreaker or relegation. So we're just waiting for that switch to get flipped if it ever does. And if there's a round, it's now. 4 out of 5, almost 5 out of 5 ultimates. Little Franken by, but with a tour de force, I think they could patch that up real quick on this AX deck.
Yeah, but they understood, they knew, you know, so many ultimates on the board. There's going to be a very big push, so they've actually placed themselves further out here towards spawn. Shopify, all they need to do is regather that entry. So much util to use. It's not like anything has necessarily been expended at this point, but now smoke's going up. Timing is perfect. The flashes have been made, but Recoil able to do more. And there it is, Winthrop finally picking off everyone in a matter of seconds for that second round.
And that's the first time we actually saw them fight into secret space, counteract that methodical retake Shopify Rebellion Gold goes for. Previously, they were all falling back to A main. They were playing the post, playing the spray down, and that was a nice difference maker. And it felt predicted as well from SRG, with Alexis popping that null command so early, right? Trying to delay them, trying to fight into their faces, but they just did it anyways as soon as that suppression dissipated. And that is really nice to see as the half comes to a close, keeping it at 10-2, giving them hope if they're able to secure this pistol.
I guess like what really what I'm really curious about is technically Winthrop University are more comfortable on the attack, right? I know that there has been a huge compositional change. So I'm wondering maybe if like moves now on the chamber and just being able to see how that's going to work out on the defense, especially since they haven't been able to get as many picks as they had wanted originally, right? So, I mean, maybe the switch is a good thing. Which Shopify Rebellion, though, having Neon in their arsenal and KO really does scare me, though.
It does. Even when they're trying to defend, say, a chamber trip, STG tucked away, right? You can definitely bulldoze them with util is the idea, but the gate crash comes in. Yeah, and then a B split where moves. It's like that rendezvous point for Cold. He's stuck.
Oh, moves. Yeah, just stuck by themselves, but I like this. They're going to time this so well, playing off that contact. So, yeah, no man left alone. It's beautiful. And I know I've said that word so many times, but the way they're playing is insane. Sarah, I don't know what you ate for breakfast, but please let me know. Actually, Liz, ask that question. Please let me know what Sarah ate for breakfast. I'm actually like, I'm just surprised Shopify are incredibly insane today.
And you want her in this form, because up next is Bind, where she's suddenly switched over to a Waylay if they keep it in conjunction with the Donut Yoru. So if she's aiming on the Sova, imagine what's going to happen on the entry duelist. With the Bandit as well, I've yet to be impressed by this pistol in certain players' hands, but Sarah, 19 and 6 right now. Into 9, snuffing out any hope for Winthrop comeback, getting on to 11, getting the buy here now. And they're running it down B long. Only person that could disrupt it maybe moves, maybe a headhunter.
Okay, this is now time for redemption. At least if Winthrop can take out some weapons here, it could work out. A good back off coming through from moves. So just trying to figure out what they need to do, right? It's quite difficult. Already alert coming through. I think moves gave away to some of that information. Noya taken out of first and having the shotgun. Despite that, though, so much in mid.
They've just completely splintered the defense. Again, maybe repercussions of giving up that Killjoy pick for moves, right? Yeah, you got the aggressiveness that was supposed to get you through the attack half, and now you're losing control on the defense. But STG moves playing off each other quite well, and now the call probably with 53 seconds is, yeah, back out, right? You know that they were both stacked on B. Noya just got a kill in spawn, so A is deserted, but look at moves. He's gonna beat him.
Oh, but he knows too. He knows how many players are going to have to try to make this switch. And of course, there it goes! The imperfect spike is now down. And all of the effort Noya had put into getting that space over towards A, they now have to fight spawn and potentially take a pick on moves. It's going to have to be this 1v1 they win in order for there to be any chance at all. So
that'd be a knife out run, though.
Oh, yeah. And already a wide swing. Yeah, moves having advantage, but that's okay. I mean, that finally a win down on the board for Winthrop.
Yeah. I said moves would be the interruption factor. I was expecting it to be like down B long, not somehow intercepting them in their own spawn on the rotate to A. And that's where usually you get those magnificent Mel mid-round calls, right? Triple M. And they just completely read it head on. That just literally, I don't know if STG called it or if Moves like, I'm going, I'm gone. But either way, it is that kind of outbrain play we need. Winthrop's going to start stacking up these rounds. They should get another if SRG doesn't answer back with their own thrifty.
No, just a strong push in mid. Interesting execution, but I think I do like it because despite that, they could go wherever they please. They could go A, they could go B, although unfortunately they're gonna have to get past recoil, and with recoil it seemed like at least one player down. So Dodo not being the first, unfortunately losing out on their duelist, so it's gonna be quite hard to get onto site at this very moment, especially getting past Fair. But they finally got it, so now site completely cleared out.
Yeah, I mean, I thought echoing that judge is gonna be the conclusion to this round, but perfectly placed recon. Fair, some reason, also fights a 1-on-4. And now each player being isolated in their own fights.
Oh man, yeah, timing just not on their side today, it seems. But I still trust in the 1v2. Alexis having 2 flashes, right? Molly. Now actually, they can completely deny any sort of utility that they could potentially use here. But a judge, please, for the love of God, it's scaring me a little bit. I feel like they're trying to lure these players in, but despite that, I think a flash would be perfection here, but it doesn't seem like anything is going to work out in this very moment. Alexis fighting it, trying for the very last moment to pick them off, but not working.
great attempt there. Became a believer for a brief moment when they shut down Fair there in art as well, but the weapons that changed hand, just unfortunate for where Winthrop was retaking from, and also the splintering. They tried to clear out a main in that post plant, but cash achieved. Spike going down. Again, we can believe in a Winthrop comeback based on what we've seen already in promotion relegation. It's just going to be these big rifle rounds, these big ult rounds that they have to get through when you have such little room for error at an 11-4 scoreline. And looks like Winthrop, the time to adjust, are tired of losing this mid control. Triple stack out art. Well, SRG pressuring towards B. They force moves back, and moves looking like he's gonna respect it this time moderately.
Yeah, Mel's the one lurking now, though. So Noya has joined up with the group. Yep, the lockdown is in fact going to be placed to try to back out moves and gain some ground.
Blocking vision.
Okay.
Yeah, curious though. It does seem like it's I don't know, maybe there was a potential to catch a lurk off there from Mel, but Mel's just gonna have to rejoin everybody else and slowly gain that space. But I mean, timing isn't really of the essence here. They have some time for Winthrop University to get themselves back onto site. Well, with that, though, going to be quite difficult. Dash is now coming through from Fair. The stuns, that does make them retract. And unfortunately so here for Winthrop. But it's a back and forth, a green and a red. I mean, kill feed, that's just not working out for the best of them. So it is going to be Photonut that ends up sliding their way in.
Map point at that. I mean, I want to see that from Dodo's POV, right? It was a body shot to finish it off. I mean, it's so hard to track that slide. And it was, again, back and forth until the final 1v1. And I mean, it felt like SRG had such nice retake util denial, right? With that Relay Bolt Gravwell combination. But as soon as it dissipated, that's when Winthrop kind of got that timing, that stack out of the choke from Link. And looked like it was going to shift back in their favor, but no. And so we go back to a broken buy for Winthrop. You have to force like every round for last. And big exec ults for SRG, if they can even use them. Look at the A main space.
Oh my gosh, beautiful. Oh, not hit your shot. Oh, my heart. And it still keeps working out. The stuns going forward. Donut wanting to close things out and being the MVP of the game. So it's perfect. They place their Cosmic Divider, utilizing their util to close out this round. And now the alarm bot to add it on. They know where everyone is.
Yeah, and moves only with a Tour de Force as well for this retake, unless you can find something else. You have to use everything in this toolbox. Strong, tall guy getting the info, but not the info that matters. Donut. What?
Yeah, they're on top of it. But regardless, 4 players on just on the choke point here.
You know where moves is, or was.
Yeah, and they still have gravitational pull, so regardless, moves, if they don't lose via death, they are losing via timing. So really just up to them to try to bait this util out so early on. They know the stakes are so incredibly high in this moment. 4 players, and they just, yeah, they faced the opposite side. They knew the death was coming. They really just didn't want to see it happen. So that's going to be the map 1 winner with an astounding scoreline, by the way, Zobi. I mean, that's huge.
Wow. I mean, it is Shopify Rebellion Gold's map pick for a reason, but the death said it, we said it. It was kind of a 50-50 on who was going to win this series, right? Big question marks out of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Not seeing them in a while, and Winthrop playing this kind of Frankenstein roster, waiting for Gov, waiting for Infiltrator to be back. And I just hope we see the Winthrop of previous days where they can make a map to come back, right? They can make it a close affair, that have that grit to claw their way back into stage 2 VCL, because if not, this could be a quick series to kick off our Women's History Month.
Hey, I mean, they have the buff, really. Like, they have Women's History Month buff, but overall, I mean, just a great performance from, I know Winthrop has been going through changes, Shopify Rebellion, Gold has been going through changes as well, but it's been working. The new coach and just like the significance in putting the neon into the game, it's absolutely beautiful. But I want to see what the analyst desk has to say about this game. So don't go anywhere, guys, but we will be right back.
Well, folks, if you are Shopify Rebellion Gold, that is exactly how you want to start it. A map win on your pick of Pearl. Welcome or welcome back to Promo Relegation, Valorant Challengers League North America. See how I flipped that around? That's called range in the business. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Jaws and Athena on the desk. And if you're just joining us, that was a 13-4 in the favor of Shopify Rebellion Gold. And it could have been at some point, Jaws. I swear I was thinking it was going to be a 13-0 the way that some of those rounds were going.
I took a sip of water real quick and I was like, okay, let me look back at the screen. Oh, they're like 7 rounds up and we're probably haven't taken any rounds. It's like, what is going on? Like, this was some insane play from SRG. The aggression they were taking with the op lines, the aggro swing out with the neon, and then Sarah as well, just setting up a fortress on the A site, not letting anybody get through it. Oh, it was just marvelous Valorant. There's not really much to fault here at all. There were a couple of little sloppy plays, sure, but it's like, whatever, man. Like, this team is just playing at another level, it feels like right now.
Yeah, I feel like there were some question marks about Shopify picking Pearl because it's been a while since we saw their Pearl last. And I think when we saw them play in Funhaver, it just wasn't as consistent, wasn't as solidified. But now I feel like we've seen a whole new side of them. It felt like every single play was well known. Their util usage was insane. On their defense side, they absolutely abused the mains. They took so much control. And when they weren't taking control, they set up a lot of these mid-trap plays as well that Winthrop just kept falling into. And honestly, this was really, really well played from every single player on this team, but it just felt like the overall consensus was they had extremely good reads on where to set up their strong sites, where to kind of take that aggression, and how to play in a lot of these micro situations. A lot of power of friendship peaks and making sure they're trading each other, and it was so good to watch.
I mean, genuinely, it was such a pleasure. And like you said, we hadn't seen their Pearl in we haven't seen SRG, period, point blank, in a hot second. But also, just the, Dodo swinging out, the confidence that you're seeing from these players in SRG is exactly what we want to see. I mean, 12 first kills, it's something, Jaws, when you look at it, you almost say, can they be stopped going into map 2?
Yeah, I hope so for Winthrop's and my prediction's sake that the bind picks up for Winthrop right now, but the aggression, the 12 first kills make sense because they were always getting to on a line really aggressive, whether that was in main, it was in A long, it was somewhere that they can just post up, hit the op shot. How deep the neon was playing, you shouldn't be able to do that at all. They weren't really getting cleared. She just kind of stood there and just picked people off one by one with the op. It was kind of disgusting. A little less so on bind. I think you can do that kind of style, but Winthrop, they need to pull something special out of the bag. They really do.
I feel like what I really like to see around Donut too was all the util they had. When Alexis is throwing a flash for Donut just to take a main on their attack side, they also follow it up with the Astra Star and a lot of darts. It was just kind of impossible for Winthrop to even play forward. They were just getting abused by the util. And on top of that, like you said, Jaws, Dodo was just fragging out. And I think those were kind of the biggest things for me is the amount of set plays that Shopify Rebellion Gold could pull out at the perfect moments, making sure that every single piece was hitting. It was really insane.
Something I forgot to mention at our topic show in the pre-show that I remembered during our time watching the game is that the SRG right now, altogether, including Googly, are in boot camp right now in Toronto, I believe. So, I mean, the added advantage of being together and kind of this reinvigoration if you haven't seen everyone in person for a while. Of course, Winthrop also have that buff with the Winthrop facilities as well, but definitely you can see kind of what bringing them together can do literally in the same space. And two people we want to highlight for our head-to-head. I don't think it's any surprise. It's number 1 and number 2 on the board is Sarah and Dodo Nut. You talk. I'm gonna go to you first, Athena, because you brought this up during Agent Select. We saw Dodo Nut change agents from the Waylay to the Neon, which absolutely worked in her favor.
Yeah, I think Donut was my previous teammate, so I played with her a lot on a team, and she was always super good at the Jet and the Raze. And I remember she started this new arc when Neon came out, started learning it, trying to get a lot of the movement down. And I feel like what we saw today just goes to show the amount of confidence that she's built up on that agent, because the peaks using the util really well. I remember that one round where they were taking B main, Dodonut getting the first pick with the op, and instead of just falling back and running away with numbers, continuing to slide and use the neon stun to punish the other two players that were sitting just around the corner. And I think that kind of just goes to show how confident Shopify Rebellion Gold were playing this game, but really how much impact the neon had. And I think that's kind of where Waylay didn't give as much, and totally understandable why they switched off back to that neon.
And then flip side of things, I mean, Sarah on the Sova, she was insane. Okay, Donut goes for aggressive peak, maybe gets one pick, maybe gets two, ends up dying because they're not overextending, but like, you know, their lives cut pretty short as the rest of Winthrop kind of react to that play. And then it's like, okay, now we have to fight into Sarah. Now we have to get past this Sova util. And then afterwards, Sova util has been used. Still good, still got a gun. Just kills 3 people on site. It's just chilling. It was on the B side, I think, where it was like a 1v3 on the site pretty much. And she held it down, waited for a team to kind of get there, but was already got the job done by the time the team ended up showing up. Like, ridiculous stuff. And man, Bind, it was Winthrop's map yesterday. It's what they needed to pull out the bag to get here today. They needed to only lose 5 rounds, and they did. But now, after this performance on Pearl, how is Winthrop thinking going into this map pick? Because this isn't exactly a weak map for SRG.
I think that's an interesting thing you bring up, Jaws, because anytime I speak to players about, you know, especially like stomps like this, like a 13-4 and less, they say that's often the easier map losses to get over versus like a 13-11 or an overtime, because you were so close yet you couldn't make it. But sometimes I've spoken to players when they had this, and like mid map 1 in this case, they might be like, all right, guys, map 2. Like, this isn't our map. That's okay. Quit while we're ahead. We're going to go to our map pick of Bind Athena, and they played pretty much exactly what they needed to do yesterday, 13-5, not going over that kind of border of rounds that they needed to be. And here we are in Agent Select. We see Dodona on the Yoru this time, and Sarah taking over the Waylay.
Yeah, they've played this comp before. They've played it previously, and I think we've seen a lot of success on it. I think they've kind of like tried to figure out a lot of tempo, and I think it's really interesting how this is kind of almost a mirror matchup where we have the Chamber and the Viper instead. So it looks really, really interesting. It's so kind of crazy because I think for Shopify, what they showed us is they have a lot of those set plays and they have a lot of that really good util to follow up with whoever is going in first. And I think now that you have one of the util players, which was Sarah, playing on that Waylay, it's going to be a little bit more of just super fast tempo and making sure the follow-up is instead with fragging power and with the dashing, with a lot of that positioning. And so it's going to be super cool to watch. But I think for sure someone to keep our eyes on, we've said his name a million times already, is definitely Moobs, because this guy was so insane yesterday with that operator, getting a lot of those first picks. It was really hard to contest. I think for Shopify, they're going to have a little bit of a harder time than they did on Pearl.
Well, folks, it is time for map 2. Now, guys, remember, this is Winthrop University's map pick where they did exactly what they needed to do yesterday. So, Shopify Rebellion Gold, the court is all, the game is in your hands now, but the game is also in our casters' hands. Court is in session, thank you. It is time.
I went to a different court.
And that's okay. We'll all go to court together because now it is time for Gompers and Zoe to start casting. Friends, to the car!
Beep, beep! Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. This is amazing. I love being in the car. So we are. Yeah, but I mean, Shopify Rebellion took that game away, and I guess they're running like some sort of party bus right now after that victory. And it's kind of exciting though, because there's been so many compositional changes, Zobi, in regards to Winthrop, in regards to Shopify. And I want to hear more, because I know Sarah's now on the way. Like, Dodonut has taken themselves off the Neon, and now they're playing onto the Yoru.
Yeah, it's really funny, right? Alexis went over this insane, right, like flex role transformation last year when the meta shifted, and now Sarah's taking up that mantle, right? She plays Sage, she plays Waylay outside of the info initiators, and Alexis being that info init now here on Bind, I think also speaks to her abilities and flexibility. And now we just have to test them, right? Woo, their composition shift, tried, true, got them here today, right? But SRG, they like this map too. They beat Team Pulsar, another team in Promo Rally, on this map in MFH, and they're looking to do it again, but that's not a good catch.
Yeah, and we've seen Winthrop do this change yesterday, actually. So we saw how dominant they were on Bind, and I feel like this is such a good map to kind of give into their pockets, because that last map, I think it was quite unexpected on Winthrop's side to be taken down so vigorously.
Oh, this is nice. You got the opening kill over towards Shower, shut down the lurk, and now you gate crash to help with the side anchor. Dodo, are you clone?
Serious?
Side.
I beat your teammates
by accident. What the heck?
How do you fake clone? No, and I will say that was so
If it worked. If it worked.
I saw the name and I was like, that is not a clone. Like, that is Dodo not all the way. And
That's
I mean,
what I was
crazy.
saying too.
Now they know at least that they're gonna pull some silly stuff over on Vine.
If only like Sarah or Alexis had like the hookah jump out, I think that would have worked out perfectly, right? Or if moves wasn't in hookah, because you get the backside space and you get the challenge that solo elbow player in STG, but nope. Winthrop, we mentioned right in the ship, they do so with their first pistol of the series. Now look at this buy-up. It's screaming confidence. It's screaming snowball into avalanche territory. Double phantom and moves. Not go as ever.
Oh, okay. Damage though, so you know, not all is in vain there. Oh, Noya's so perfect here. We're just waiting for the orb to get collected, but orb is collecting us. Of course, fair a couple away, and if they continue to get these picks, it'll just be easier for them to get ultimate so quickly on. But Shopify Rebellion Gold, they're doing a good job at just isolating these fights.
Yeah. Just the pure trust reliance on moves in this B side keeps the stack for Winthrop over towards A. Moves now further solidifying that is the correct call. With all of this space they've cleared out, down B long into Link. And Noya could get the backstab, but I'm worried it'll be before they get intercepted.
One enemy remaining.
I was gonna say there's potential for them to pick up a weapon here because there are 2 Phantoms on the board, but with that flank, not gonna happen anymore. Shopify, they're gonna have to reconvene for the next round, or I mean, potentially Noya can just ball and do a little silly right now. But it does seem like silly is in fact what's going to be done, and maybe if the headshots hit, which they will, it'll be perfect. But a Phantom to meet them in the middle, and a strong tall guy is the one that wins this out.
Her classic's been crazy, right? We look at the 3K over on Pearl. And I mean, it was logical she's Shower, right? Usually on these ecos, you 3-1 split, you leave your Viper outside of Shower, but again, the rotations, I think, from Winthrop were the most impressive part of this round. We'll have to see when the buys actually come through, if they're as predictable for Shopify Rebellion Gold. And they're lucky they did get to keep both of those Phantoms, right? Only losing out on that sniper rifle. So you'll get to see, okay, how much more do they want to buy up in its stead? And it's going to be fair in the Guardian as pretty much the only foregone conclusion. And now, it's a little scary when you see a no shield on the SRG side, but otherwise, getting confident, double duel clear Shower, have the extremities covered by your lurk players like the Brim, like the Viper.
I mean, after running off such an insane victory in the last map, I'm sure the confidence has still not wavered, though. The pistol round went out from Winthrop, with the weapon advantage heading over to Shopify.
Time to jump.
And just being a little bit more quiet this time around, actually trying to catch someone off guard here for Noya over towards B.
I mean, they're also starting on opposite sides as well, right? I feel like the defense was so strong for SRG, now thrown onto the attack, and Winthrop, they're looking very well composed on their own defense. Again, rotating properly, all this space gain. They know the stack's coming to A.
Yeah, and in flank, Noya does actually get that pick, so it is strong tall guy that's going to be taking down Shopify. They are executing everybody on the map. Now it's really up to Fair to try to create this clutch, but a 1v4 scenario and a Guardian at that. It does work for quite a bit, but it's not going to be the finishing touch.
Good discipline there from Dodo not to wait so that she could play that forward with Alexis on the reposition around triple. Again, the stack was there for Winthrop, but the better weapons and some of that impressive util really got SRG into that site quite quick. And now, confidence again, setting that tempo is going to be really what defines this attack. And starting off this time, headed towards the B side off rip. Don't really have too much like hookah control from the Winthrop defensive setup, but it's just, honestly, I think that's a big difference in growth as well from Dodo. I think a Dodo of old would have swung that 100%, and she waited. So this is 100%.
Nice.
Yeah, and
also
with her
playing. Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, just yeah, that dimensional drift online.
No, I agree. I'd also say, like, with playing into the Yoru, I don't feel like the confidence, and not the confidence, but like just being so aggressive. Is not necessarily something they want to do this time around, as there is a bit more of a punishment. But a third round into the pockets of Winthrop University, they've redeemed themselves after that last round.
That was like a flash, right, of how fast it went. So Want to see exactly what tipped the scales for Winthrop in closing down that B site for business. I mean, a beautiful hinder combo with dimensional drift, but it was just the lack of, I think, B long control there that kind of allowed things to fall apart. So something to revisit when they go back towards a B split again. Is not all eggs in one basket, but looks like that is this round that they want to try it. Kind of a broken buy here. Still heavy on the hookah side. Noya left to pick up the late pieces outside long off of a long smoke themselves.
Oh, and a bullet missed is an opportunity wasted, it seems. So they do lose out on Fair. Fair also having the ultimate here, the converging paths. So it could have worked out. It still potentially could, especially with the save coming through from Shopify. So the recollection here, moves having the op is going to make it quite a bit harder. And I'm sure now they don't trust the fakes anymore because of Dodo not being kind of a troll this game. But the headshots are hitting there for Strong Tall Guy and potentially another. But it seems like the jump peak does in fact work.
Ace?
And now it's up to them to just get one more with the off shot that misses. And Alexis trying to reconvene. It does not happen. So a 4-1, it's feeling like they're trying to give SRG a taste of their own medicine.
And I mean, when you're already at the dimensional drift online, that's like, well, what's an ace when you're already 10-1 versus getting that Nightfall online for recoil? I mean, just completely handling that refight, that regroup from SRG. I thought they got past it when they skipped the pre-fire, but nope, the support from recoil, really nice, Strong Tall Guy. Such nice effective transfers there, and saw the little gun shuffle backside. Alexis trying to pick up the pieces, but too many lost nearly engagements. So SRG burned by the B side twice. They're headed back towards A, and Winthrop, they're getting the confidence the air onto them. They wanted to fight forward.
The fight forward leaves them to their own demise, and actually this is a beautiful slow, but they don't follow up on it. They know someone's waiting. They could get a wall bang through, but Sarah does back themselves off. This is beautiful, but the timing is insane. Dodo not a bit too late as they were placing their util, so a life has been lost. Potentially another with Fair being so incredibly confident with this push.
This is nice. Right, Mel got the kill onto the chamber. You have to get past Strong Tall Guy still, and you have to hope that Wu aren't chasing you down, sandwiching you into this B side, and proactivity has proved successful.
Oh, great. Okay, they've saved themselves from something bad that could have happened. But with 3 players, I mean, still left alive here for Winthrop. Yeah,
there
absolutely no idea. So, okay. Information though, and it's nice. It still works out. I think they were a little too confident in the shotgun play for Strong Tall Guy, but a 2-player disadvantage here. And now they have to try to fight this off, but there are some mollies and some smokes that we could use. Echo trying to play with Fair.
I like the hookah wrap from Noya incoming. I like SRG playing from these non-vulnerable positions so they can heed this exact moment. Slice and dice, answer back. Start selling up that gap with a second round on the board. And nice post, nice mid-round call there after Wu. Again, it's like a line between confidence and ego, and both of those teams have to figure out where they land.
Great opening picks, though, I will say. The aggression has been very forthcoming from Winthrop, so I wouldn't be surprised if Shopify tried to readjust to that.
Yeah, default a little bit more. Surprised to see. They really want to crack the nut that is this B-side exec, right? They got there in the late round last time, but these openers, and they are so direct, haven't gone well, and with Echo and STG stacked here, I'm not sure if it will this time either.
Oh, wow. They're just using everything, and they still haven't seen Echo, but they are able to get 2. That means B-side completely open. The first 2, and then Yoru and Brim able to make themselves go all the way back onto site, and just a rework coming through from Fair. So now they're just playing the retake game at this point, but the op, again, in the hands of Moobs is going to be quite difficult to play with.
Yeah, there was an ankle break attempt there. Falls short. You want to save one of the rifles, save the operator. Send Fair in to see what damage he can do, maybe. You only have a Bucky, good sir. But, yeah, it was a nice ultimate. I think that's really what allowed them to get past that judge play out of Echo, where that round would have fallen flat on its head. It was a good counter for Winthrop, knowing what their B splits now look like. Heavy on the hookah side, and I mean, it being flawless is a great turnaround. While you're going to be 1-round churning, is getting that money in the bank. And the olds too, look, Dodo, Mel, each one off. Noya, I'm surprised they didn't go hunting a little bit earlier.
Yeah, good finish to the round, though. A save there. And it's unfortunate because Moves hasn't even had the opportunity to use the op as much as I fear they want to. Because there hasn't been a push in any radius of which they've been. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Shopify aren't contacting up anywhere, right? The util from Alexis has been so thorough with those prowlers, right? The Nightfall that we saw follow up in the previous round as well. I also think he's just got a bit of Sentinel Syndrome. I don't think they've hit the site he's been on since, like, the first or second round that Winthrop did win, right? And so that's just difficult. That might be where Winthrop is coming from here. Because we mentioned the big difference, and Athena highlighted on the desk as well, that Shopify Rebellion Gold, they had really good pre-round setups reading into where Winthrop was going to go before the barrier even dropped.
Yeah.
And I think it's been more Winthrop in the mid-round, the adjustments around where SRG show presence has been their strengths. And so, to me, that's what this timeout screams, is them trying to get it right from the get-go.
Yeah, also just kind of, I mean, Strong Tall Guy is definitely just really feeling up the Yoru on this map, especially. So kind of setting them up for a little bit more of that success in isolating those fights and taking those firsthand engagements. So I don't know, for Winthrop specifically, they are doing a really good job, I will say. Also, defense is like all around just not their best ever. So for them to at least have 4 guys is a pretty big deal for them. I do feel like they will continue, though, as Strong Tall Guy is once again feeling themselves. So, I mean, we continue. We shall see.
Yeah. Just bonusing those weapons. Moves likely to pop the Tour de Force to solo anchor B. They are trying to trap this A space off a Nightfall if STG makes contact with the op and TP is out safely.
Oh my gosh, 3-player push. A takedown from Dodonut now, and especially Noya is just like, nah, you cannot run away with that. And they've taken out 3 in a matter of seconds. So, and they have smoke down, so they can get so much space residing over towards U-Haul here. STG is gonna kind of hold this one. Noya, very, very vulnerable.
They're preventing any op line.
Spike planted.
Oh, moves.
Yeah, liking the flank though. Okay, just gonna
Like
take
the
that
flank.
one out. Super hyper aware.
Wait, that's actually funny because Alexis and Moves, they played on the same. These two played on the same team in the Spotlight series, did they not?
Yeah.
Wait, that's a fun fact I'm just remembering in the middle of the chaos. But speaking of that chaos, Strong Tall Guy trying to quiet it down, save the operator. But no, I mean, I liked the creative opening, right, for an eco round out of Winthrop, right? The idea is that they would maybe tunnel vision in on a solo op player like Strong Tall Guy, and the rest, that 3 stacked behind them, could farm the individual players that are overheating. But Noya, that's the wrong player to pick a fight with, we know, in these 1vx situations. And she goes farming. Speaking of farming. Ooh.
Sarah, wrong place, wrong time. Trying to no-scope now goes STG, but all in all, Shopify, they are really adapting so well. They didn't even need a timeout to do so, right? So
that's Winthrop's timeout.
Yeah, it was Winthrop. So they are still absolutely dominating, and they read into, you know, it's cool because they kind of read into what could they be thinking about right now.
Yeah, I mean, the slip up there, they got caught off guard minutely with Dodona, but yeah, just heroics there from Noya. So 4-4, big swing round as well. Not just because it's a kind of buy, save purgatory for Winthrop, because SRG have their own ultimates to cook with that they probably use that timeout to foreshadow, and here it comes.
Ooh.
I'm destroyed.
Dimensional drift to make it its, oh, they know where the op is, and they are not really feeling it right now. Beautiful. Dodona follows up off that. So a huge distraction play that comes through from Sarah. And the convergent paths are available as well. So in regards to, okay, if something goes wrong, we need the retake. It is so far back that Sarah is standing just in case. And this is nice. It's working out. They're getting themselves onto site. Luckily enough, the Viper Spade actually making a huge distraction. Convergent paths adding onto that, and Shopify win the round.
I mean, they fixed all the problems they were having on a B split in one round. I mean, it makes it a lot easier when you have the ults to be those fixes, but you can really pinpoint every part of that, right? Lack of long control, dimensional drift solves. They overwhelm with a beautiful Waylay Yoder combination. And then they fought an elbow previously, that got shut down by SDG. You drop a pit there. And then the delay from the convergent paths when we saw Winthrop flooding in the CT, really effective there, just to try and again get that lead back, keep the gears turning. So really, really nice adaptations, learning from their lessons and planning around it here. And Winthrop, again, broken money. SRG should get to a safety net of 6.
Ooh, timing. Dude, timing is huge here. They don't know. But I think
punish.
that was honestly an opportunity wasted. Punishing Mel so early on, having to TP themselves out. But luckily enough, I mean, they've taken out the smokes. So they're just going to have to try to continue this fight. The smokes have been placed. Luckily enough, now they're able to gain as much space as possible. For smoke from Fair to take that fight is impeccable. But now a Phantom has been picked up from moves, and they can play just a bit harder.
Oh, rotation head on. Should be them to punch just narrowly. Oh yeah. Baits it out. They're not underestimating her this time.
No, Noya. All they need to do is kind of... Oh man, there's like such big anticipation with that pick, but yeah, moves catches out on time. They knew Noya was going to TP, and in that circumstance, it was going to be a lot harder to win the fight.
Yeah. Great late round reads there, and again, that's the big difference between how these two teams are playing similar compositions. Obviously, Chamber Big Diff is that STG and Fair are playing very individualized games and holding their own there, right? That's exactly what they did on the Eco, right? That was the Eco win for Winthrop to keep us tied 5-5, to put, okay, the odds of still winning this half up in the air, with you being so close to ultimates, like STGs, like Fairs, having the orbital strike. SRG, back to A-split territory.
Yeah, pace of play actually getting pretty quick here, though, from Sarah.
2 hit.
Yeah, it does actually as well know where majority of these players are residing from Winthrop. So all they need to do is get that spike down, play the extremities. They actually baited the orbital strike in such a beautiful play. And now they're, I mean, there's so much potential to just run themselves down towards backside. They reposition themselves and they take everybody from Winthrop out.
Gorgeous, gorgeous trap off of Winthrop's own orbital strike, right?
Last round in
They completely flood into U-Haul. You have this perfect flash from Donut over the top of Truck, and then they swing into that back site. And you saw Winthrop just kind of respecting the site take itself for that exact moment. They wanted to reflood after the orbital strike dissipates, deny, force to rotate, etc. And it's moments like that that make SRG look like the better macro-equipped team right now in the server. I mean, now they have a confirmed at least tie. They're going to be fighting for the lead as well with the broken bye we see on Winthrop's side. It's not a great place to be in when you're already down one map.
It's really like cool because you can see that they're thinking on their feet here and being very, very quick with their adaptations. But already that first pick over towards long, they have the entirety of the B site, but so much util to use. And I like this. Convergent paths readily available. Sarah needing one more pick to kind of, you know, put their own ult to the test, but it does seem like majority now making their way. Recoil, insane with the shots, taking one through a wall alone. And it leads to this 2v4 with Shopify wondering, can they pull this through? And they cannot. So a 6-6 half is where we'll leave it.
I mean, a third of Winthrop's rounds this map. Eco wins. And that was impressive. I feel like it's like both teams identified the weaknesses of each other to cap off the half, right? SRG knowing that they've been putting moves that chamber solo on B so many times. When they take him down, from Noya winning that fight outright, they speed up. And finally, they challenge the lack of presence from SRG in hookah by recoil TPing. And the reroute the dimensional drift as well. Just super, super clean. And that's how they closed the space, closed the distance, right? Distraction, and that shot, wallbang as well. Very, very effective. So, side swap, we're even footing across the board. Here we go. Get to see Woo. Back on the reins, back on the attack bumpers.
Yeah, and different approach though. It does seem like fighting showers here. Showers, sorry, not showers. Hookah here, in hopes that they can potentially pull for something. A fake to try to get information. Nothing has come through though. Moves very, very slowly working their way up. And that being said, once they find these two players over towards Hookah, they're going to be able to push pretty heavily here. Yeah, and it works out. Reposition for moves, and now they just have to fight back for sight.
Said it though, on Pearl. SRG like to play retakes. And this feels very similar where they get behind the entirety of Winthrop on the pistol round. It's just now a question of if moves can handle it, can communicate it, or if Winthrop have correctly flipped the site like they have through elbow.
Oh, wow. Yeah, beautiful placement of the crosshair moves was guaranteed a pick there. But despite that, Sarah has done their job. and at least gaining some of that ground. So yeah, they're just gonna have to try to get that diffuser, watching it as they go, but maybe timing is perfect here. They don't know. They've had it towards half, and they can still take this one. Everybody at large, and Mel is fighting for their life, but this is SRG's game. Moves with 2 health, slowly peeking the corner and taking that 3K.
I mean, Spike halved, moves, TPs with 2 HP, and lives with 2 HP to clutch out the round. Get Winthrop both pistols on Bind. That is a crazy round, and showing, again, that these teams are just like the perfect mirrors of each other right now. I mean, look at this round every step of the way. I think the biggest flip point was SRG, like, slightly aware someone could be deep elbow and not expecting 4 players, and that's what kind of tipped the scales in Wu's favor there. So, Bai comes through yet again. Recoil, hero rifle, double snipes, trying to shut down any kind of stack play. The stack there is 2 TP. Moves. Ooh. I don't know if we can get away from that one.
Oh no! They got stuck. First, dude, that's unfortunate for a split second just getting stuck. And now Moves actually has the advantage off this peak. They do lose it, so it doesn't matter. But yeah, Dodonut left alone on site trying to make best with what's due, but headshots are connecting.
Yeah, that makes a few players bodyable with Moves had collected a weapon. He might have thrown it out. And with that, it is just a full-blooded retake here.
Yeah, once that smoke dissipates, it's going to be opportunity here for Winthrop to gain a combo. That is beautiful. Sarah just denied that play and actually allowed the Phantom to go into the hands of Shopify. So, I mean, apologies. Now it is gone. There is no Phantom anymore. They have been taken out. So, but regardless of that, though, still taking in this 1v3. Noya hitting shots, but not necessarily finishing them. So, second round for the pistol.
Ah, if only they had a few smokes to drop on the spike there. Alexis sacrificed the life for half, but yeah, it really did hinge off of Sarah finding more mileage off of that Phantom that was collected from the win in Hookah. So decent damage done in that regard, but still say it's a not too shabby of a bonus here for Winthrop. We know they've done more with less in the first half, but we'll look over towards Shopify Rebellion Gold here. I kind of want Shopify Rebellion Gold to slow down just a little bit. They've been going for, again, these pretty set plays in the starts of rounds, and Winthrop are just kind of waiting them out, calling against them, and then flipping accordingly, and might be the call this time, finally.
And fake comes through. Dodonut is very hyper aware of what's going on. I'm sure they've heard the footsteps there from the fake and are actually kind of scared, but Fair going up towards Box and actually missing out on the fight. So now they have to try to clear this space that Alexis is holding, but they cannot. Winthrop losing out on so many fights and only having a 2v2 left. So this is good. They've gained that player advantage back.
Yep.
Cool. Not sure I like this. Yeah. Kind of just waiting. Recoil has Spike. I'm not sure if they're aware that they do.
Dodo so low from the orbital strike play, despite getting out with her life. Trying to play hand in hand with Mel.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining.
No, that's needed. Wow, that's unfortunate. Caught off guard, watching the same angle too. And that a blocking spray for a clutch from Recoil.
I mean, it literally wasn't Recoil's recoil that won that round. Like, I don't even know how that last bullet went the way of the second player. Wow. After clearly SRG kind of got the jump on them, right? The cutting of noise when they thought they rotated back towards A, perhaps when Recoil didn't find anything on the deep CT line. But look at this. Through the wall from Recoil. That's a heartbreaker for sure, right? That bonus converted by Winthrop. This is the grit we saw versus Blue Water. It's coming out again. Okay. That aggro pay. Winthrop wants none of it. They are gone. They are running away. SRG's first.
I mean, hey, if it works, seems like this is the motto right now. But
it's good info though. If Sarah stays here.
Oh. What? Wait. Okay.
Reyes was in the Bucky.
Jump scare. What? Okay. Anyway, so. Anyways, guys. Yeah, A site. Something that we do want to clear here for Winthrop, but it doesn't seem like there's a lot of firepower residing here for Shopify. They do have so much control, though, in regards to the angles they can hold. I mean, just retaking sight, slowly working their way up. There goes Mel, but a great read coming through from Moobs. And a spike planted.
Oh, the gap. Moobs has been so good at punishing little mistakes, little swing moments that SRG try to go for, like what Mel did. He's been just the damage control expert. And now, I mean, yeah, we mentioned all that deep control, but the players were so divided as a result when it was those group plays they excelled in over on Pearl, and all that makes the eco fall apart. Get Winthrop to double digits on their map pick.
All right, 10-6. So, I mean, a lot closer of a game than we were able to see last time. Of course, though, I am heavily enjoying what we are seeing now. I think it's quite interesting. Just like the changes we've seen on the attacking side with Shang Tall Guy being like such a leading factor into these entries onto site. So looking forward to seeing how that's going to keep working out.
Absolutely. And this is our first time testing the googly timeout waters as well as the coach for Shopify Rebellion Gold, right? We can look at the Winthrop ones, but they were always, again, ahead, right? In that regard, or almost catching up. So they were doing things right already. This is where you need a major course correction. When you have lost the first 4 rounds of this half in a row, and we already see one of those possible changes. Sarah, operator online, Strong Tall Guy with 1 as well, so that might be a little brawl we get to see early on, but I think they're in a good place in that they have the ults coming online this round and the next round. It's just going to be a matter of honestly getting that confidence and that momentum back, because they're in such a bad place economically that, woo, they can snowball this pretty easily towards a map win.
I mean, this is the time, if not for 4 rounds, right? Like for Shopify to be able to bring themselves back tied with Winthrop. And there is a lot of opportunity, right? Farming these orbs and trying to get the ultimate with some sort of fights, isolations, which seems like, I mean, that might be the play here, especially with this default coming through from Winthrop, trying to get these picks on their side.
Trying to flush out a lot of the util as well. Not much regeneration on the side of SRG, and you talked about those early picks. They've found one. Now it's just a B-split kind of default feign pressure as well. So now that they've gotten the kill, leaning heavier towards this side of the map. Expecting retaliation down long, but I like this Donut Alexis regroup towards Hookah.
Yeah, but with Noya gone, they had like a retake smoke settle down, but they don't need it. They push themselves up towards Hookah here, and they just annihilate. So that's going to be a perfect back there. Donut kind of meeting back up with Mel. Leaving Echo alone, wondering where did they go?
Yeah, I mean, Sarah found both of the lurk players outside of A. That's again, the difference in calling we're seeing from SRG, I think post-GCC, is those very aggressive re-clear plays that we just saw in Hookah, right? I feel like those weren't called, those kind of plays before. And it usually, Winthrop's been good at shutting them down, right? That's been the condition, right? You see players like Move just like, nope, none of that. And it gets snuffed out. That round, it was close again with that player in the top box, but crazy transfer there from Dodo to keep the play alive. To keep SRG on this map, arguably, alive as well. Round 1, following the timeout. Ults online because those are the 2 players that needed to get kills, found their kills. And this is going to be a good round with the Nightfall overlapping with the Convergent Paths and the Orbital Strike. It'll be a good, I think, tone setter for if we get this comeback or not.
You want to play? Let's play.
Oh my. Okay. And it's already heading on to a good start with Sarah opening up, Donut following through. So Shopify, they've given themselves the opportunity, and they're actually being a lot more aggressive on the defense, which is something that we saw a lot more of in the last map. So I do feel like they're starting to find their comfort and their pathing here on the defense, but the slow work, maybe Recoil can kind of make a change for it. Wow, they hid behind the decoy, actually. So it gave them the opportunity to maybe even just continue their stride down towards backside. Mel peeks it, but isn't able to hold the angle. It's Recoil with barely any health and Moves holding the A site.
Such an interesting play. I mean, the opener is favoring SRG, and then Recoil just single-handedly rolls into this backside space, and still not one, it's still a 2v2. Operator discarded Convergent Paths.
Oh no, they don't know. The Convergent Paths, it doesn't matter though. Sarah is actually taking out the demon of Recoil. Maybe even taking out more, but the slow peek up towards Moves does not work.
She expected him to be holding the short line, it looked like. Try to duck before that box. You couldn't get a line of sight, but reposition smart from moves. Again, that net that catches all of these cheesy SRG plays. That recoil, the hero of that round, right? I was like, oh, we don't want to lose him. He has the Nightfall. Didn't need it. And now they get to save it towards map point or closing point is huge. And we talked about the convergent paths. That's gone.
Yeah.
At least replaced. But still running out of strikes.
And Sarah, oh my gosh, they know. I mean, they've heard. The information is there, and already, too, off that distraction, everybody is running up towards showers, trying to make their way onto site. But Shopify has right into it. Not entirely distracted. I mean, moves is now with the off, but they're completely smoked off, not able to allow or help recoil in any way, shape, or form. So it's going to be difficult, right? In this very moment, losing out majority of your players, and now Echo left alone fighting this 1v5.
Now you're trying to track him down, going all the way through Link. See, he's just narrowly missing, but the Prowler will tag. Good orb while you're at it, why not?
Launching smoke.
Kind of strategically placed to take out 50% of the site, but yeah, wide swing coming through from Sarah. They've given a fight away, which I don't know if that was the play. Yeah, not a good idea either way. Luckily enough for Shopify, they still have that shot from Mel that allows them to take that one.
Yeah, somebody will be able to fight Sarah, I'm sure, but honestly, Sarah's position this round was, I think, what tore Winthrop apart. I kind of preferred her not getting the kill on the moves early around that deep A positioning, because then she got to protect Mel in U-Haul from that strong tall guy dimensional drift play, from that convergent pass. So they kind of neutralized that ultimate in terms of that cubby positioning, so that timing was everything. And so a very systematic, it felt like, denial of that A hit. Not sure you can do it every single round, and I think that's why Winthrop are trying to head right back into the fray.
Ooh, and that's unfortunate, but good timing off of Winthrop. And I feel like timing now, they've kind of gotten a save for it. Sarah taking a huge pick off the initial start of the round. And that's going to give Winthrop nothing really to work with. They don't know where anybody is. I mean, Godonut's watching with the off. They're going to be able to secure another one at that, and it is just spiraling. Wow. I don't even know how that's going to be able to work. Sarah just completely shuts it down and gets eager. So you can see like the confidence slowly progressing here for Shopify on the defense.
Absolutely, and being able to shut down an eco like that as well when those have been kind of flip points for Winthrop in the first half. I mean, those shots were kind of crazy. Mel's especially on the truck position, perfectly tracked, or not near truck position, I should say. And Sarah looking very fluid as well on this waylay. Very, very well done. That three-piece. So 11-9, 2 rounds separating, but we've gone to this line before, and then it was a streak of Winthrop rounds and the side swapped. So it'll be a matter of if they can keep it up. They have the ults in their favor.
Way too low. Godonut was not expecting someone so close, but now, yeah, I mean, so far at this point, as everybody is in showers, waiting all the way in the back for this peak to come through.
Sarah doesn't have it as miss point.
Yeah, no. Sarah's actually, at this point, they are fully committed to this fight, trying to get more than one. Mal, though, they were with the follow-up, so I mean, beautiful shots, but not as good as I guess they wanted it to be. The TP comes through. They're expecting to hit them from behind here on the side of Shopify.
Yeah, it's too late, though. Already under the side, already flipping the side moves, pressuring into CT. There's no hole, these crosses, and players disconnected. Alexis overwhelmed.
Ooh. Okay, I thought that would have done a bit more damage, but yeah, like you said it, not much to work with there.
Do we get the second SRG timeout now is the question. 3 rounds needed to get to overtime, or do you save it for a one and done? There it is. We get the head of Googly, see what his timeout ideology is. You know, it can differ coach to coach, but this is a good time for one. Not just because it's 1 round and you're out, but because they still have those ults. They're 1 off from Mel's. Feels like the operator, which was also their I would argue, back into rounds in this half, has lost its novelty factor. It's worn off. Winthrop aren't making the same mistakes, losing those first bloods, fighting in the backside, complicit with where the operator is. So now what does the win con become? What do you change?
That's a great question. I mean, it feels like here, like they're trying to combat each other with aggression, and they keep meeting each other at these very, very tight choke points. I mean, Shopify Rebellion on their defense, they were exceptionally good at you know, getting the retakes in. I'm surprised we haven't
retake a lot, yeah.
Yeah, we haven't, and that's what's interesting. I'm wondering, you know, is it something that they're still trying to kind of work on? I know Sarah taking a different position with the Waylay and Dodo now actually on the Yoru, so I'm not quite sure if maybe because that switch has been made.
I feel like they would do well just because of the speed we've seen them reflood into these spaces that Winthrop take before Spike goes down. Replicating that in the post feels like it would be nice. I mean, it feels like the right answer because the aggressive start trap plays started like they lost their flare. The operators lost its flare, and so that felt like the logical conclusion, but they've flipped back instead towards these aggressive trap plays.
Okay. Oh, jump peek actually didn't catch anybody out, so they're good for a couple more seconds here for Winthrop. They've heard the fake. With the amount of players residing down in showers, they could pull for something down towards backside, maybe displace Noya in this very moment, but there is a Viper's Pit readily available. I mean, as that being said, Donut does wide swing up towards long, isn't able to take the shot, but regardless, actually wide swinging onto site. So they do find, what, 3v3 now. The players, I mean, Echo now wide swinging the angle to make sure that they can secure this fight. So, I mean, in regards to what Mel and Sarah can work for, it's not going to be much. There is potential for Mel to take a pick and, I mean, get their ult maybe.
Yeah. As soon as that pop was coming through, I was like, Noya needs to survive, needs to delay so the players and Garden can do their work. And we finally saw the oppressiveness that a Waylay can bring, fair, especially with that full kit. This isn't, like, the most crazy loss that we could anticipate here from SRG.
No,
2v3, it feels feasible.
This is good though. Mollied off, orbital strike. They weren't expecting it. No, and now Mel's location has been given away with Recoil's Nightfall, so they're gonna try to play this as safely as possible. Of course, I mean, just sitting within smoke and actually playing in it regardless. Yeah, regardless of the time. Crazy shots being made from Mel, but a victory now that we get to see from Winthrop University after their initial loss. So this is a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, who was it? I think it was Jaws in the disc saying that it's expected for each to win their own map picks, and that honestly tracks with, in my mind, Corrode being the one where it could go either way. When, you know, Winthrop has an Abyss win over Shopify Rebellion Gold recently, Haven is like the go-to most won map for Shopify Rebellion Gold in their history, even when version 1. Like, this next map is going to be super entertaining, especially because it feels like, okay, Winthrop's now at their top peak. Shopify Rebellion Gold, was map 1 a fluke? There's a lot of questions that we need answers to, Gompers.
Oh my gosh, yes, that I need answers to be honest. That match was, it was a lot slower paced, I will say. And I feel like that more so just goes to the changes, obviously, that we had discussed before. The double duelist composition was great. I just felt like maybe we got to see a bit more teamwork in the last map coming through from Shopify. But I am excited to see what the next map holds, guys. So please do not go anywhere. We're going to have the analyst desk break it down for you. And then we're going into our third map.
If you're Winthrop University, that is more like it. They take map to the quintessential Winthrop bind. Welcome or welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America promo relegation. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Athena and Jaws on the desk. And like I said, Jaws, if you are Winthrop, that is the bounce back that we wanted. We saw that map yesterday from them. They played exactly how they needed to, and it's exactly, again, what we needed from them today on bind.
Yeah, my prophecy's coming true. You pick the map, you win the map. It started off pretty well, and then they also got double pistol. It felt like they were at home on bind. Maybe it's their best map. I think moves again stood out for Winthrop. No surprise on this map. Bro's got a scope. Bro's getting killed. And then not only that, like, being able to lock down sites is great, but when you can just frag out on fade as well, like, my word, there was some heroics happening from Winthrop. Felt very much more on their element, and I'm glad they didn't get shaken up from that map 1.
Yeah, I think I saw a lot more confidence from Winthrop in general when it came to this map of bind. And I think a lot of that too was, for me at least, when I was watching, it was like Shopify would gamble, kind of set a lot of numbers or show kind of their hand of what they wanted to do. And Winthrop, they were just so good at mid-rounding or reacting really quick to those kinds of things. They had really good protocols to reacting in a certain way, taking a lot of the space that Shopify was giving them, and then punishing them at the end by just getting a lot of that map space, that map control, and just abusing the fact that they can just shoot back at some point. And man, this looked really good for Winthrop. I was really happy to see them win this bind because we were kind of gassing it up a little bit based on yesterday. But yeah, everything went well for them. I think the game was definitely a little bit closer in that first half, but coming to the second half, Winthrop, they just ran away with it.
I mean, if you're just joining us as well, the previous map was Pearl, and that was Shopify Rebellion's pick. They won that with a clean stomp of 13-4. So coming back, yes, you're making competitive. Yes, it was a 6-6 half. Jaws.
It's just because he has a British accent.
But you know, moving on, coming through and able to kind of push through and make it towards the end of bind. I think mental-wise especially, you really needed to win this if you were Winthrop, and you needed to win it in this way.
Yeah, 100%. I think getting your mental back into it is super important. And honestly, playing a little bit more comfortable was what we kind of saw halfway through. I think it was their defense where they had moves just solo set up on B. And then it was like, okay, so now for the next few rounds, he's just going to be placing his trip in different locations, holding different angles. And then it felt like they had the game under control. Kind of insane though, actually. SRG 14 first kills. Even though they end up losing that map, which is a little crazy. But recoil specifically for me went absolutely crazy. A 2v1 on that A site coming out of nowhere. It's like, wow, the round's over. SRG have found this perfect flank through like back site, and then they managed to pick off one, and then recoil comes out of nowhere and picks up the 2K. Like, there was some, like I said before, some heroics from the team.
Yeah, I think the 14 first kills just keeps drawing my eye back to it. I think it's kind of a wild stat, but it definitely plays into the fact that Winthrop's mid-rounding was just so good, because Shopify, even though they were getting those first picks, instantly we saw Winthrop fall back, take all the space that they were given, and just push up and be aggressive in their post plans. And they actually won 7 out of 7 of their post plans, which is insane too, because we've seen Winthrop be really good with post plans and retakes specifically on bind. So it's really good to see them back into form. But yeah, Jaws, you talked a little, I almost said Josh too, by the way. Josh,
oh my God,
you talked a little bit, yeah, you did it. You talked a little bit about recoil, and I totally agree with you. He was insane at getting so many timings, putting himself in a really good position to consistently get those like random 2Ks or 3Ks that equalize the numbers and just punish them for getting or for having holes in their defenses. It was really insane. And I think he really was the MVP for me, at least, to watch, because the way that he was using his util and just setting up his team and being able to also set himself up positionally to just win out a round felt like he was the reason why so many of those rounds went their way.
I think, Jack, just to say, like, it just goes to show we're highlighting so many players from that. We're talking about moves, we're talking about recoil. You know, we're like, everyone kind of stepped up to the moment.
Yeah, 100%. I think it felt like I was watching Sarah on map 1 in Recoil's POV on this one. Like, Sarah was able to like hunker down on her site and just able to defend it. Recoil did exactly the same thing. I mean, even on A, like, SRG were like flooding into the site, getting back site with the Waylay, and then Rico was just slow and steady, just picking them off one by one, taking aim duels. There was one point where they got a where Rico ended up getting a 3K after like it was literally one peak after the next, ended up down to 5 HP, eventually kind of cleaned up, but the damage was done. I mean, yeah, insane stuff. I mean, now it begs the question, can they continue this onto a map like Corrode, where SRG's win rate is just out of this world? It's like 80+%. Like, it's going to be tough.
Well, someone that can definitely help make that happen outside of Winthrop University. He's strong, he's tall, and he's a guy. It's STG, strong, tall guy. I actually don't know how tall he is. I'm guessing a guesstimate is like 6'4", 6'5".
6'5",
We
yeah,
actually have the
saying.
numbers.
6'7", anyone?
6'7", no.
Can we mute Athena's mic?
-2, -2.
Thank you. But I mean, Athena, this is, I think, someone we didn't quite highlight in the beginning of the show or even after map 1, but absolutely kind of stepped up to the plate to help Winthrop University take that map 2.
Yeah, it felt like for strong tall guy, he was on top of the scoreboard for a majority of the game until Rico just kind of picked up a little bit. But you can see that his positioning was just so good. He was consistently getting a lot of those multi-frags, playing super aggressive, just being kind of really ratty, and it worked out really well. A couple of those rounds too, we saw him pick up that operator and do a lot of work with it, and so it goes really well with the way that the team was trying to play. And I just think in general for a strong tall guy, like he really was strong and tall in this game, because the way that he was fragging out, the way that he was setting up his team, getting a lot of information with the Yoru ult as well, and using the flashes to just make sure the site executes are flawless was super, super well played.
And if you're just joining us as well, this is a best of 5. So the next map winner will not win the series, right? No, they have to keep on going. It is first 2-3. It is a best of 5. And I see you guys in chat hyping it up already. We are going to Corrode, which is SRG's pick, starting on defense. Athena, correct me if I'm wrong. I think in the pre-show you highlighted that you wanted to see something a little bit different from this team on Corrode.
Yeah, I think for Shopify, so based on what we've seen on Pearl, they pick a map that they know that they're strong at. They pick a map that they have things done, but they also pick when they have really deep playbook strats on it. A lot of their setup rely on kind of going through the kits and making sure that everything is flawless. Things like taking A main, fighting back B main, making sure their mid control is set. And when I'm looking at a map like Corrode, everything kind of has to be pretty fast and pretty flawless, because the second that you lose that mid, the second that you lose that choke point, it's so hard to get it back, especially when you start on that defensive side, right? You're taking a lot of those main fights because you cannot give up that map control. And I think I'm kind of expecting to see a lot more explosiveness, especially with Donut on this Waylay.
I mean, I don't know if anyone else in chat has been just loving Waylay and loving anyone who plays Waylay, but Dodona on Waylay, it's like the prayers have been answered on this lovely Thursday afternoon, at least afternoon for us in the East Coast. I mean, Jaws, looking at this agent composition, we see moves in the chamber, nothing surprising there. Sarah on the Sova, nothing too surprising when you're looking at this.
Yeah, not shocking there at all. I'm excited to see moves again on Chamber, but we're finally seeing like the Waylay versus Waylay here too. Dodonut versus Fair. Yeah, this is going to should be a nail biter, but if Shopify Rebellion, if they get their claws in Winthrop, I don't think they're going to take them out.
Mm-hmm. I think too, I'm just a little bit worried, for me at least, for Shopify, because they have the solo duelist on Waylay, and it's really hard to follow up with Waylay a lot of the time. You have to set them up for success. A lot of those drones, a lot of that usage is going to go towards Dodonut. But for Winthrop, I love to see strong tall guy back on the Yoru. We love to see Fair back on the Waylay. He talked a lot about in the interview that they were playing just a lot of the same agents on every single map, and I think that might work out when they're playing such a fast map like Corrode.
Well, folks, it is Shopify Rebellion Gold's map pick. Corrode is their playground, but can Winthrop University play spoiler and pull ahead in this best of 5? Zobi, Gompers, we're heading to the court. Get in the car. Go.
Thank you so much. Honestly, this one is a confusing one because we've seen Winthrop, Zobi. We've seen the way they played, especially recently. But now we don't know much about Shopify Rebellion Gold and what exactly they like to pull in a map like this, right? They're still following through with the meta, right? The KO and Waylay kind of coming out. So it's nothing too extreme. I don't know. What are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, the last time we saw Shopify Rebellion Gold on this map was Game Changers champ. So it's like post-meta shift, right? They were the guinea pigs, and they were down like 0-6 versus MIBR, and then ended it with a 6-6 half, starting out on the defense, and they're starting out on the defense here yet again. And if I'm drawing from Winthrop's past matchup on this map versus Rose, honestly, Shopify Rebellion Gold need to keep up what they did on Pearl and what they tried to do on Bind, which is disrespecting Winthrop every step of the way. We saw players like Sharad just like TPing out, egoing every angle, and it worked, right? Moves was only the player that could shut them down, dropping almost 30 kills in that close 13-11 and still losing the map.
But like you said, performance was actually pretty impressive. I wonder, like, and it could have been an off day, realistically. I know Moves was having a good day, but Moves on Chamber always seems to work out perfectly. Yeah, timing perfect as well now, especially starting off in this best of round. So this is significant. Whoever wins this, right, gains that initial momentum. I guess we're going to have to wait and see. First pick already leading over towards Winthrop University and just looking for that potential second.
Spike down numbers, Moves cleaning up the extremities. Looks like Way does not even want to give them a chance at a cohesive retake here. Just moving as a squad, checking all the boxes, and what's one they haven't checked recently? Crane. Logically, that's where the last two are coming from, and you just have a bunch of you to dump into that engagement.
Oh, Shadows kind of settled down. Wow, Winthrop, already a flawless round. So they've started that one off incredibly strong. Off the rip, they managed to get tons of information down in mid and a pick. So it seems to be working out.
Yeah, look at this. The double Vandal buy coming through again. Just showing them what a snowball, showing them up one fluke, but yeah, honestly, that round's hard to look at because again, they're gonna need more of that util and to shut down a player like Moves, and the Des mentioned it. Donut is gonna have to be at the steering wheel of that without any other mobility agent to follow her up, like we saw between her and Sarah on Bind. So see if this keeps up, if it's another kind of 04 style starter. They get to continue. Because that's once weapons are in hand. I mean, they're leaning towards the stack site here a little bit.
Okay, now they know it's a fake, so.
Surprised SRG hasn't rotated yet.
Yeah, and so many players over towards B. I guess they like full stacked it, wanting to play together as much as they can to bring a potential win out of this. But regardless, right, the A site, kind of the way for Winthrop.
Yeah, no contest. Pretty basic util investment as well. SRG. Not like Abyss can't jump off. The question is, do they all just try and actually make a go at this? Do they try to die to Spike, deny? The big ultimates on Winthrop's side. It's so difficult too, because again, you have this creative buy strategy from Winthrop with the double rifles and that outlaw, so it becomes a very dangerous bonus. Right? If you don't get any kills in that third round, right? Regen shield, light shields, Moves gonna go farming against them.
Okay. Ready? I mean, it's quite easy, right? When you got a firing squad just waiting and barely no weapons there for Shopify. So the first two rounds have been cleared, but for Winthrop, this, again, familiar map for them. They've played this in a very official setting in regards to, like, playing this in promo relegation not too long ago, right, Zoe? So, I don't know. The reps are there. They're feeling pretty confident. Moves is already a 4-0, so it's looking good.
Yep. Said, I want my 30 bomb this time. 28 kills is not enough. This is going to be, I think, a big round. Right, look, 4 rifles bought up for Winthrop. We mentioned some of the light shields that can plague SRG. We get the Odin this time around, and Winthrop disrespecting that. The Odin on the deep line, Moves on the deep mid line.
All right, there was a bit of a panic spray there from Moves, but it's okay. There's been a huge back off. I mean, maybe now they could, yeah, that's beautiful. Sometimes all you need is a reposition and a repeat, so that is exactly what they will do. The Sova Odin seems to be working out as well, but the spike has been laid down. They're not too confident about this entry, and that they should be. It seems like everybody's already been taken down. Mel with the flank around, and Moves knowing that no matter what, they're going to have to fight somebody in the next 5 seconds. So, yeah, Sarah, huge wide swing, and that's going to be the first round for Shopify.
But Sierra map 3 is starting out in close territory, right? And honestly, yeah, the only mistake that round was Donut a little far out there. We mentioned the light shield getting punished exactly as it was by moves, but that team play on the B site was so clean, right? The molly to shut down to kind of separate strong tall guy from the pack, and Yoden sprayed out Noya from back site. It's gonna be a dangerous and difficult side to get into, so I don't expect Winthrop to deathball it anytime soon, even if they end up getting some ultimates online, so we're back to the pretty mid-intensive default.
Oh, and I guess what they could do here, okay, Fair is just executing pretty heavily, but they actually did not.
No refract?
No refract, yeah. So now at this point, all they have to do is wait. There is a node, and they are very aware that Sarah is incredibly close. Information has been taken now from Recoil, but there has been nothing clear. The A site consistently open, other than the fact that, yeah, the choke point is still being held, but
I don't think it's all fair.
No, this is difficult. At this point, it's like timing is of the essence. So you got 1 minute left. At some point, they're going to have to try to fight at least Dodonut and Mel.
See if they can anchor long enough, and if Fair can find that timing to cut off the rotates.
Yeah, Dodonut. Oh my gosh. Yeah, the stun's not necessarily going to work. So they're starting the execution over towards site. And this is hard, right? The moment they swing this, it seemingly works out because they're playing, you know, a two-person push game. So at the same time, they have a potential for a trade-off. There is a refract that is readily available. They don't necessarily know Mel is waiting, and they could win this one out, but somehow Fair runs away with a 2K. Still waiting around the corner, though. And they don't have the spike. There's nothing more they can do other than fight, and fight they will. 2 players already left here on the side of Shopify. And luckily enough, the timing there from Noya seems to work out.
Yeah, really nice leverage of that Waylay kit, trying to isolate, pick apart this SRGA stack, but it's just not enough time to navigate that situation with the spike recovery, with still having to get Alexis off the site. And you said it was going to come down to if Donut and Mel could effectively anchor the site, and they bought just enough time to make it uncomfortable for Wu, for the rotates to come through, and for them to tie us 2-2. It's going to be an interesting round. It could either be very straightforward, or it could get complicated fast if, you know, Strong Tall Guy gets the ult online, if they decide to invest the conversion paths into this eco. Again, Wu ecos are what kept the half close on Vine.
You want to play?
Oh, and the dash a little too aggressive. There wasn't much prep work for it, so I mean, Winthrop, they know all they can do is get as close as possible. They have stingers and shotguns, and now based on this, execution seems to be working out just fine. So I guess the closeness of it and the lack of passivity seemingly works out for Winthrop.
Really nice call to pivot as well, right? You can get an additional Phantom or Vandal on the way. You took down the main anchor on the B site. You know, Donut was A, so the only person up in the air is Sarah with this Odin. Now Moves is handling that rotation through spawn as well. So honestly, if I was Shopify Rebellion Gold, I'm contemplating saving the Odin, finding Donut an upgrade, if there's any left. At least sending her to try and get some groundwork in this retake. That seems to be the exact plan, the exact path for how this round will conclude.
A time of the essence, but this is quite difficult, right? It's going to be quite hard to get yourself back onto site. Dodo not only having the Outlaw and Sarah with the Odin, but they're not meeting together. They're just playing, waiting for these players to kind of leave the site to get as many picks as they can, but Moves does catch that off guard. So regardless, I mean, the Odin has been saved from Sarah.
And now I'm like, okay, yeah, we mentioned the Wu Thrifty. It comes true somehow. Have we seen enough wrong from Shopify Rebellion Gold for them to take that first time out now? Because this is about when Wu took their first on Vine. And I don't know, it feels like SRG are getting caught off guard by the tempo at times from Winthrop, and I don't feel like they should be, right? We saw Mel, right? Out in the open over towards A main, for example, right? Donut just not able to support as effectively with that Outlaw because of how fast they were taking it. So I kind of want them to take like 2 steps back, but otherwise maintain everything they've been doing, right? The steadfast side anchors, the Odin spray down mid. It's been nice, and it's where Wu looking to get the upper hand off the ults.
Okay. They're just waiting, and that's so... It's scary because you never know when they're going to stop! But they've both been slowed! They thought that would fix the problem, but it didn't. Instead, it made a bigger one. Now Dodonut is gone, so in regards to getting back on the A side, unfortunately, they do not have the convergent path.
Face your
That's true. Nightfall to complicate at least. Will not connect on to anybody, so no info other than the negative space that Fair will now occupy.
Oh, wow. Okay, but this is nice. They knew it was coming. Oh, but they're not able to secure a pick. But I like this 4-person push coming over towards A. Trying to at least smoke the angle goes Echo. And this is going to stop them for quite a bit. This is going to stall for some time regardless. The recoil, they don't know. They have no idea. Recoil could wide swing the angle and get a potential too, but nothing. It's that Sarah hyper aware and Mel spraying it down, and the defusal is in fact theirs.
I mean, that 0-point landing and not getting destroyed was everything that round, right? Paranoia stripped away. You get recoil's timing forced there a little bit out of elbow after they funnel to the side smoke. That's the hand-in-hand retakes we asked SRG for on Bind and never got, right? It's a throwback to the successes they were finding on Pearl. So that's already, I think, a nice green light as they get to the 3-on-3. And they're starting to learn, okay, where are we going to get punished? We're trying to get a little aggressive. We're trying to find these first bloods because, as just pointed out, they've had substantial first blood advantage. Even on the maps they've lost now. Just converting after the fact. Oh.
That was so loud over first one too. Okay, whoa. Oh, this is perfect commitment though. Yeah, but they knew. I guess they had like an inkling. Yeah.
Do they know?
They did, I guess. Shopify, Alexis is just running it down. But regardless, they cannot continue to take out a majority of these players. So they do get shut down during that choke. And they're going to have to play the retake.
Yeah, I'm gonna want to look at that replay to see what the indications that 4 were that deep in the mid that fast. Because I agree, taking the main space then up against the chamber is the logical choice there, right? Trap off the convergent paths, even though he can TP away. And now you get that retake, right? But it is still numbers advantage. Now they know that both are flanked, so they're just gonna take, yeah, elbow, take heaven space, and play down the timer.
Oh, wow. Missing some of their shots. Noya, there wasn't a significant amount of damage, so they can still win this one. I mean, they don't know. They have no idea. The TP from Mel up towards box. They thought that it, I guess they had thought maybe it was going to reach the top. The smoke slowly settling down and leaves them very unprepared for what happened next.
Yeah. That's a little insult to injury. SCG died to the spike, but it's still a Winthrop round win. Yeah, honestly, yeah, I was gonna say, SRG taking a timeout here kind of feels like it answers a lot of our questions of, okay, did SRG expect that? Did they not? To me, them taking this timeout means that they didn't, right? It shows that, okay, Winthrop are getting a little out of hand in their calls, right? Catching SRG off guard. And that's what they're trying to get under. Because we mentioned on Pearl, like, they were ahead in the adaptations. On Bind, they were kind of neck and neck and then fell short at the end, right? Here, it feels like they are just behind round after round. And this being your pick, right? The swing round before Abyss, which is soft territory. Like, this is the map you wanted to win so you could comfortably lose Abyss and then close on your comfort map. Losing this is not good for Shopify Rebellion Gold, so... All right, what's the adjustment here? We really haven't seen an SRG eco, have we? Like, successfully?
No. I mean... quite difficult because we haven't seen much of a Corrode either. So it's like we're going by but kind of blind here, but I can see a sort of repetition with it. They are pretty aggressive on the defense, I will say. And I guess I'm not quite sure. It's difficult. They do like to hold the choke points, which I'm not, you know, in regards to how that's going to change whether or not they gather a bit more mid control, because that does seem to be lacking, which it kind of seems like is the play.
I remember they were down 0-6 versus MIBR, and GCC, and then ended at 6-6. Wow. So I'm never counting out SRG this half. We know we can flip in a dime, flip in a timeout, and this is where Giggly is tested. Difference this round looks like a faster rotation from Alexis, and Donut once again in this deeper mid space.
But yeah, it's such a big push already coming through in B. Oh my gosh, and the retake smoke is going to serve Noya slightly well in closing out some of these angles, but regardless, 3 players already left on site. You still have so much util for Dodo not to utilize and Mal, so Paranoia could potentially come through to kind of close out some of these angles. Seems like it might just work out, waiting for the Paranoia to be struck. And now actually Dodo not making their way out of the angle. But up towards heaven, I'm not quite sure. They have recollected themselves, to play together. They've smoked it off, trying to get maybe some sort of one way, but it's a Mel that comes from above. And up to Dodo with barely any health left, but the pistol seemingly works, but it's not enough.
Oh, being that close has to hurt. I liked the TP, I guess the dash play from Dodo, regroup, hand off the hero rifle since she's such low HP. Mel showing what the TP play is supposed to look like around from the previous round. I mean, it was great for setting up what was a stack of players, a gaggle of Winthrop players here on the site. And it's just, yeah, recoil, just like the clutch master, it feels like, in the server right now. 5-3. No momentum out of the eco round, but we saw the tide shift when we got an operator online for SRG on Vine. Can it do it again? Okay. They don't get burned this time. They survive. Better off as well. Mel, good anchor. Fair, half HP. The donut op was still in the dark, hence not anymore with well-placed dimensional drift. The question is, what can SRG find on the site itself?
Yeah, best if they just back themselves off, but...
Ooh.
Oh, no.
She was aware.
Oh, that was perfect. Moves was just perfect timing going up towards mid. And now even then, I mean, it's kind of weird. Like, they're getting caught off guard here for Shopify.
Yeah, the awareness was there, right? Mel was looking for where that from the shadows went, but it being so far towards A was just a confusion point. Speaking of confusion, though, the call now, after setting so many support pillars across the map, Winthrop had a big decision to make, and they lean towards A, where Noya was never cleared out A main. If Alexis won that fight, things would have flipped back in Blue's favor. Now it all goes down to Noya. She's only a one and done.
30 seconds left. With 30 seconds
Save
left?
the op.
Yeah, just waiting. Dodo not. I mean, this is as good as it can get. Such a big economic investment, and especially because their economy here for Shopify is so incredibly poor. It's a tough position to be in, but I think if Donut secures this one, they're one step closer to getting the ult, but they're watching the wrong angle. But it doesn't matter. Okay, that's good. One more. I mean, if they want to farm ult orbs, they could potentially
so much
just,
time.
Yeah, get this convergent paths, but still, maybe they could pick this one off as well. Moob slowly approaching. Oh, no! B, okay. Yeah, no timing.
Surprised to say, you don't pick that up? Yeah, you pick that up. You're the mid-hold. That just makes things more complicated. It's just unfortunate that the one round they decide to pick up the operator is also the strong, tall guy dimensional drift round, right? It loses all of its novelty, its surprise factor. And speaking of surprises, moves, again, just so good at managing the attacker side space. That internal clock just so well in sync, showing why they have been the player to beat on this map since they switched to the role, honestly, back in Ascension. This is like the do or die round, though, for SRG this half, right? Keep Winthrop in the lead, 4 out of 5 ults, buys with light shields, you lose this as an eco, and you have nothing left in the tank.
Hey, it's early dart, and I mean, that, not quite typical over towards the B side. I'm assuming wanting to get a read off so early on. But hey, yeah, tons of information already being expended. They smoke something off. Now the Hunter Shuri kind of meeting up on that, and tons of damage. And the follow-up was amazing. Shopify, they have destroyed the entry from Winthrop. And all they need to do is make it past fair. Make sure that nobody stays alive. The leftovers on A.
No move is stopping. You know, he normally plays mid, but Lex is so low HP, has to play the timing, the gamble. Main or mid, and oh my goodness, Shorty, that long range is criminal. Now they're down numbers.
Which is divided. Unfortunate, because I mean, initially they had such a good hold over towards A, I guess, leaving the space up out in the open, but the timing was theirs. It was theirs. I don't think Move was expecting them to kind of be there so early on, but the early swing before the weapon fully came out was unfortunate. Noya now taken down, leaving Sarah to the wrong side, to the right side, though. Not aware of who was there.
Wow. I mean, the barrier drop read was good from SRG. They stack towards A, they fake it's normal with the dart from spawn to B. They were gonna play B retake and stack it, and it worked out in their favor in terms of keeping these players in check. And then Fair just, again, opens up the round. We talked about that Waylay head-to-head. He's doing numbers right now in that regard, 10 and 7. And again, they just clawed their way back in, and It's difficult that they weren't able to regroup in that mid round for SRG. That was the big round. Still supposed to work with, but no guns to match them up. And you can see Winthrop, they just play so strong in mid to see where SRG is coming from.
Ooh. Actually already picked off too. Dodonut cannot do anything more. And Sarah, whoa, 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 whoa. Now the shots have to connect, but they've only connected on one. So still, a 3v3, not too much of a player advantage. Unfortunately, weapon advantage going over towards Winthrop, but no weapons collected.
Anoya has cleared out all the B space, hence the cross on A. Just a matter of if they can hold this down.
Oh, yeah, but that was good. A good trade-off coming through from Mel. Okay. That scares me a little bit because the slight time difference. But now they've made it onto site. Actually, Spike isn't planted yet, so they could still slowly work around this and maybe deny this plan from going on. They do have the op they're waiting for, right? And they do take out recoil. And this is perfect, strong, tall guy, not knowing where Noya is, aware that there is in fact an operator, potentially watching this angle, jump peeking it, making sure, and Noya cannot meet in time. And there's not a wraparound to be made.
They don't know if the From the Shadows was ever canceled.
Oh, but they have it. Mel could use it. Allow Noya to reach themselves over towards the backside, but I guess they're just looking to stop this. But no, they know now where STG is, that they shouldn't have even done that in the first place. They've lost out on one, and Mel gonna have to play the waiting game. Oh, and this is perfect positioning. All they need to do is peek and swing, but Mel knows they need the pick. They fight this off, but do they have enough time? They don't.
Oh, and it was so well played at a macro level from SRG, right? From the shadows to get a gun upgrade, to regroup with Noya. The two shortcomings we mentioned from the previous round of how it played out. And it's just textbook denial of time from Strong Tall Guy after losing recoil to this Noya timing with an operator, for crying out loud. I mean, that's one that hurts the moral, right? Not just as it 5 rounds in a row for Winthrop, but when you've gotten now 2 back-to-back rounds that you feel like should have been yours. And that would have been the thrifty to get them back in for the half to make it a close affair. And now Winthrop running away with things. We could see the 9-3 curse in effect with the trap play and Spike down and be main alone.
Okay, yeah, this is good though. Dodonut does. I don't get pretty aggressive moving up. Now the Spike has been down and they can just hold this in a round that has been out of reach for quite a while. They might just be able to kind of clutch this one up. So now they have to reconvene here. Moves and Echo very, very separated.
We've seen Echo a little slippery in these positions. Last time was out from the shadows. This time, I mean, full kid just walked up. Alexis holding the flank. Let's hope that Sarah doesn't get picked off by Moobs or Echo.
Don't get in my way.
Interesting pit.
Yeah,
Is it just to get past the chamber trip? Because it's black now.
That didn't even work.
It didn't even work.
That's really sad. The ultimate is just gone. I mean, it's last round. Realistically, use it, but I don't know. Maybe there were better circumstances of which we could have applied that. But it does seem like they're going to meet them regardless. So timing is theirs in a flawless round from Shopify TM the half.
All right, 8-4. And last time Shopify played this, they only dropped 1 attack round. But again, MIB RGC, Winthrop University, very different opponents. Very different compositions as well. And they do look like they are in form right now. So honestly, SRG kind of need to see a pistol win. Haven't seen one since Pearl. Be a great tone setter here, but hey, they're going towards the less stacked site as well. But this is moves. It's going to be a Strong Tall Guy with a gate crash. Let's see if the tempo is fast enough.
I feel like it has to be. But we'll see. I don't know. Shopify finally being on the attacking side, which is significantly better for them, especially with their comp. I'm kind of excited to see what Dodonut can do here on the waylay.
Well, she got the helm. Ready to take the dive off the toxic screen. This is a very direct elbow wall, right? It's supposed to try and intercept that trademark, just streamline it, ignore the yard fight altogether, and it might just work.
Yeah, but that smoke has given them so much power over towards A. The unfortunate thing, though, is once this... Okay, smoke has actually gone down, so they're going to have to fight past STG, who is incredibly ready to make sure that they can get themselves onto site. But Spike has been placed down, though. Sarah too smart to really fall for the fake, so they could just play off this.
That's all Strong Tug I wanted was the kill, was the numbers to now navigate this retake, right? Fade kit to clear out any aggro lines. Sarah, though, is the one looking to get up in their face.
Ooh. Headshots are working. Sarah, the absolute demon, despite everything, Shock Dart's now making damage, and Recoil and Fair, both pretty much just a one tap away. So this is getting very, very dangerous. Past the smoke, they know if they peek this, it might be dangerous news. They know Sarah is there. They're trying to get the spray down, but it's not necessarily working. Recoil making the mistake of peeking too early, and that allows SRG to win this pistol round.
Ask and we shall receive, I suppose. So well played, so well coordinated there. I thought it was all going to come down to blind shots through the smoke, so the fact that Winthrop just fought one after another through, and again, they each kept each other on perfect lines of respect as well, right? We talked about, okay, STG got one kill, got out. Sarah did the exact same to even the playing field, to then play it down to these final moments. And that's what's going to define this half. We need to buckle up.
Waiting, though. It's been very slow. Just trying to almost, I guess, get a read or bait out some of the util, but it's unfortunate, right? Noya waiting by themselves. There's no trade potential here, so a peek from moves couldn't be detrimental.
Yeah, they just want that space, that info, because now you see the players, right, rotating through spawn for Winthrop over to the bolster this A site, where they know the hit is coming through off the util, off the footsteps that they're hearing. STG, huge run. Doesn't spot out the Bucky itself, but position.
Oh, caught out in mid. No, perfect. Okay, yeah. So they played that well. They had the smoke as that kind of like the mid point where they wouldn't have to re-clear. And now they're able to get themselves over towards B. So the smoke has been placed, the reposition has been made, and now nobody knows that. They're just sitting up in heaven there, and Fair, I mean, despite that, is able to take one, but Donut is receiving both information and kills.
Gotta worry about the flank. You know Noya fell in mid. Mal proceeds to watch that line of sight for the time being, since Alexis has mid hold, Dodo has spawn with the sniper, and it's just Fair. And a Bucky looking to play exits at this rate. Again, another masterful mid-round call from SRG in that regard. Again, baited them to the A rotate and then left them high and dry towards the B side. It really did hinge off Noya finding that moves kill, or moves would have thrown an entire wrench with that consistent poking and prodding from main. So, again, trust in individuals, trust in the call. We are going to be 2 rounds separating these two, because don't quite think there's enough time for that ninja to fuse.
A bit too late to the party.
Too late. They keep guns. I mean, Noya fell. Noya had a ghost, right? And I wouldn't be, surprised if she buys up the Phantom. She was toying with the idea, right? But Dodo instead relinquishes the sniper rifle, so Noya can play the long lines that Moves has been trying to fight into, and she's instead gonna pick up this for the entry.
Ooh, this is the time if not, right? They've won out their 2 pistol rounds. Just one more. And they're pretty much on stride with Winthrop, so they can push Winthrop into some pretty bad economic damage and win out the next round, bring things 8-8. So this round has heavy importance, but so far so good, right? The smokes have been placed, but they're not really intimidated by it. Instead, the dash comes through, but Noya not aware of the amount of players Winthrop has, so they kind of underestimated them there.
I mean, they put in the proper util, right? The dart, the snake bite to deny, an off-rib barrier drop, a main fade, but Winthrop delayed it perfectly. And now, I mean, Echo it's found a kill mid, Spike is down, all plans get thrown to the wayside, and you regroup and you take it 1 step at a time. Step 1, clear out a main. Make sure they don't keep this space, keep that info. They've done so far. Question is, do they expect the double duelist stack in A? And when does the haunt come back as well for a recoil? If he even needs it.
Ooh. Actually, good swing. You can't necessarily place the smokes up, so they have to watch both angles.
Huge
it's not like there's, not much forgiveness, though, here from Fair if they fully commit to this fight. STG, though, they're behind. So, I mean, in this very moment, it really is just about keeping the time, keeping the sight until their reinforcements arrive.
Ooh.
And No, this isn't good though. Fair kind of peeking around the angle, and now they have met up with others. But a 2v3 with, I mean, a paranoia potentially. Actually, not a paranoia. Smoke that could be placed, and it does actually end up helping Fair instead.
Yeah. I don't know. Like I see the vision for halting there, worried again, or thinking that you had the timing on the people re-clearing mid into Link and trying to handle them before you went about taking the site, but it was Winthrop in their reposition away from okay. They're obviously trying to fight into elbow. Let's take back yard space. That just kept A under their wing the entirety of the round instead, right? And so that moment of hesitation there for SRG is what kind of foiled the round, foiled the bonus, because they were making good headway, right? Clearing out any kind of hold that Winthrop had towards that A space, but never quite cracking it open. This round, another chance to do so. Full buy-in. Ooh, not another main fight.
Oh. No! Doesn't even get the headshot off of the shorty. So that's just unfortunate. She cannot get anything else from that. They've lost out on that fight. Of course, they've gotten the damage, but regardless, I mean, mid 2A has to be the final say.
Direct info on Link either. Drone likely to lead in a donut dive. Here we go.
Drone has made its way around. Dodonut is going to back off, but Spike is in mid. If Alexis, I was going to say, if Alexis loses this, there's so many players that are already trying to make that, you know, that push down towards A, but it doesn't matter. Now the Spike has been down in recoil with 2, leaving SRG in a very, very bad disadvantage. So, I mean, the real thing is trying to fight this one back, but Fair does leave fighting. Cannot seem to get another one, and now they've actually diminished the number, so SRG now having the Spike planted. They can play this. They have so much util to use, especially now with Noya placing their own poison at orb. But they don't play with it. Instead, they actually just wide swing moves.
Gun here.
Nah, that was full distraction charades from Echo there. Both players staring him down, trying to track his positioning while Moves crept up from the back lines. And Moves was silent in that mid hold the entire time, right? Tucked in the Link as recoil fell. Was there to finish them off if they completed that B rotate. I don't want to say it's an overcook, but I do like the more direct SRG calls. Like when they commit to the fight, right? Like nobody followed Donut up on that dash into A, right? They just immediately backpedaled to B. And I think Donut did a good job holding her own on that site, right? Like she didn't give into the Fair like fake fall away. I honestly, if they have a little bit more straightforward commitment, I could see that round going SRG's way, which I think is why the second timeout's coming in now instead of later. For SRG.
Yeah. No, I completely agree.
It's wavering, you know?
And then missing out on that fight, you know, losing 2 players in 1v2 is, I mean, just brutal.
Some of the ego attempts as well. They've been so close. That's got to be frustrating as a coach, so googly. Another attempt at one in the making here. I mean, you have the convergent paths, you have the Hunter's Fury, very, very strong exec ults. But like, I like the fakes. The fakes have been good, but it's more like they're like double faking and then doubling back, you know?
Yeah. No, yeah.
So, so like commit. Fight them head on. You can win these fights head on. That's what we've seen you guys do.
I'd say that too. I think the aggression seems to suit SRG a lot better than what we've been seeing. It's been so passive, you know, on a map like this, especially since it is such a very attack-heavy map. Correct me if I'm wrong. In my opinion, I do feel like it's been kind of like easier to be more impactful on that side, but here we go. All right, smoke has been placed. Echo is now leaving in a pretty bad situation, but there it goes. Information given away. They know there's 2, and now the Hunter's Fury comes to collect, but it's not collecting anything, not even the damage, and flashes have been settled. They're playing this so strategically, and majority of the util has been placed here for Winthrop, so missing out on that strong tall guy, the only one that can assist with this retake.
Sarah, Noya. Dynamic duo looking to keep SRG afloat, but again, paired so well. On the Winthrop side, Echo just playing B-hole, yep. Can't even get anything. Oh, that round's frustrating. SRG, they go for what we asked for, going for more direct exec, but it's into a stacked site without the proper information, right? And when you're down numbers, that just kind of compiles there a little bit. And Winthrop as well. Getting their flowers, the tuck into Link, really effective. Brilliant flash as well from a strong tall guy to set up Fair's challenge of that Hunter's Fury from Sarah. which we know Sarah Hunter Fury, they're scary, right? So disrespecting that just shows the comfort of where Winthrop is in this round, in this series right now, about to close out their second map, especially if SRG loses this round. Ults, buy, lose it, waste those, you're down to an eco and 12 for Winthrop.
Yeah, once again, super passive. But this time there's some attention over towards mid here for Winthrop. Moves being a pretty leading factor in that regard. I'm not quite sure if they've actually pulled out the tour de force.
No. I don't think they need it when they're this deep into the mid space, but I do feel like Sarah and these drones have always been good at dissecting these traps. The difficulty is...
Oh.
I don't even think Echo saw them. I think that was just blind spray coverage, and it gets 2.
Well, I guess the placement matters when the smoke is down, but Echo being a smoke player, not at all surprising. And recoil just always hitting with the shot, so it's scary when you see so many players get down so quickly on. Now your spike is down as well. Noya's going to have to try to make way. I'm not sure if they even know, though. I know they are watching the entry here. They're not guarding it with their life. Actually, no, they are. They know. They're aware. Information has been given. Noya's the last one left alive. And, I mean, they could fight this, though. At least someone that they are able to catch up on. Heaven, though, paranoia comes through. So the timing perfect coming through from Echo.
Yeah, I mean, again, big ground with a lot of potential. Fizzles out from the default. I mean, the Mel kill on the B site was good, but they just took so much time to regroup towards the side of the map that the trades came through, right? Alexis dies with Spike B main. And they saw Mel before she tucked into elbow as well. So then it's just, okay, now that Wu has numbers back on the site, they each pick up a line and they just hold down where they know the spike was. So it's like we've seen so many different things from SRG that they haven't been able to kind of replicate and try to solve any one defensive setup from Winthrop. And now, I mean, they're back to basically the flash and dash, clear out deep A main space, and I'm worried they're going to get behind SRG here to cap off the map.
Yeah, this is good. Convergent paths.
Why do you have noted?
Oh, but they're not doing anything. It has been placed. It has been used fair. I guess maybe to slow the mid push. They know majority of mid has already been taken over. They're going to have to refight for this space, but they have recoiled down in flank. Of course, the dash coming out. Now the damage has been made, and Sarah taken out. This is beautiful. They're reaching back towards the back and up towards the front of mid. Yeah, they're sandwiching them in pretty nice. So now the spike has been down. Dodo not knows that if they peek this, they can maybe win the fight. The damage has been done.
And Mel just used the from the shadows to get to A as well, so can't use it for spike recovery. She's being held by Fair as well.
Yeah, I like the precautions we're seeing being taken though. Fair is waiting for Mel. That was
not
gorgeous.
Like
oh no, but Dodo nut. I think this one's the hard one, right? Because if moves peaks the angle, yep, the Odin's going to win the fight. 13-6 there for Winthrop University, taking that third map. So now it's 2 Winthrop, 1 Shopify.
Yeah, I mean, we saw, again, a previous series between Winthrop and Shopify, and we thought, okay, those maps are going to be sore points for SRG. Pearl, we were surprised. Can we get surprised on Abyss to push us to a map 5? That is now the question. Because Winthrop, they look warmed up, they look informed. They're not really letting Shopify Rebellion Gold get away with anything. And we talked about how this map, we're starting to see that lethargy, right? They haven't played as much as some of these other teams have in recency, whether it was stage 1, whether it was like, again, just qualifiers, you name it. Again, they've been kind of sitting in the wayside while prepping, right? Getting these new systems in pace with Googly. And I feel like that's kind of sitting in here just a little bit when they're asked to adapt on the fly. And I think that's where Winthrop's starting to catch up.
Yeah, catching up, but I mean, potential to win the entire thing and put Shopify Rebellion down. So this is the importance, guys. Like, can we see history be made where Shopify get out of promotion relegation, or is it going to be Winthrop University? I don't know. I guess we're going to have to find out. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Well, folks, if you're Winthrop University, you are now one away from being promoted into North American Challengers. And if you're Shopify Rebellion, you are one away from being relegated and having to do it all over again, because Winthrop University takes Shopify Rebellion Gold's pick of Corrode 13-6. Welcome back to VALORANT Challengers League North America. I'm your host Elizabeth, joined with Jaws and Athena on the desk. And I think I'm gonna play a little kind of like a guessing game here. I'm gonna posit that is the Winthrop University we are used to seeing, and the Winthrop University Athena that we want to see today, especially the Corrode that we saw from them.
Yeah, I think it's kind of insane how this is a little bit of a 180 from what we've seen from them in the previous games that they've played. Yesterday and today, it's like they've been invigorated. They have really fast play style. They know how to react. It feels like they've really understood a lot of these protocols that they haven't set. A lot of these unspoken rules where they know how to react really quick. They know what calls to make in the middle of the round. And they're really good at finding the weaknesses in the opposing team. And I think in this case for Corrode, it felt like what we were seeing so much of was a lot of this mid control just being given up. And Winthrop, they were really good at just punishing that and making sure they got a lot of those trades.
Yeah, I think the big component of that was moves taking mid like every round, either getting a pick or just taking the space completely away from SRG. Just looked a little immortal, honestly, just walking up that line over and over again. Sin's got a scope in his hand as well. What a surprise. Does extremely well with the outlaw, with the ult. Like, it doesn't really matter what he's got in his hand most of the time, apart from that where he died when he wasn't facing the enemy, but all good. But that was one of the big things that I noticed, at least, was moves just dominating mid, and SRG didn't really have an answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've highlighted moves, I think, every single time he plays, basically, especially this game. And he has been on the perma chamber role. And like Jaws, you said, you get a scope on him, he will pretty much end the round before you even see it coming. But Athena, to kind of like echo what you were saying a little bit, I think that it just looked like they could never. It kind of looked like they were always like the SRG rather were always kind of slipping and never could quite get a handle on what was going on. And just Winthrop was kind of, I don't want to say toying with their food because that wasn't correct, but this it wasn't 8-4 half. Like there was a bit of a comeback, but Winthrop just kind of always had control of everything during this map.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of differences in Winthrop and SRG. And mainly one of the ones that I was thinking of is a lot of the aggression and a lot of the map control that Winthrop was managing to get on both sides of this map. They were managing to play really aggressive on their defensive side, getting a lot of those first kills, like you can see on the screen, 13 first kills for Winthrop, getting a lot of that map control information and being able to rotate really quick based off of that. And on their attack side, like you were talking about, Jaws, like you were mentioning, Liz, a lot of that mid control, being able to abuse the weak points that Shopify were kind of having. And it just felt like overall, Winthrop fully understand the fundamentals of how they wanted to play this map. And I think we've seen them shine in their post plants and their retakes a lot of times these past 2 days. And this game was definitely one of those, another one where we saw their post plants be really impactful. And so for both these teams, really looking like this next map is going to be do or die. But man, Winthrop, they've turned it around.
I mean, yeah, just looking at this timeline, you can see that, even when SRG was fighting back, Winthrop University found kind of the foothold again, said, no, not quite. You have to, start all over again, don't pass go kind of thing. But looking at this, I think, it was something we were talking about is, Dodona on that solo Waylay versus, Jocelyn, go to you for this, versus Winthrop University having strong tall guy on the Yoru and having Fair on the Waylay, the double duelist versus the single duelist.
Yeah, they were able to follow up really, really well. Like, when the Waylay, when Fairy's going in, strong tall guys right behind them. We saw SRG trying to do the same thing, but Dodonut was in, and then you look 180. There's no one behind me. I can't really follow. Like, no one can follow up after this damage, or no one can follow up after this saturate, and it was a little bit tough.
Yeah, I think like it happens so often too, because there was the one round where Shopify finally decided to do an aggressive B main push on their defensive side. And it worked out so well. They used the Waylay ult, they got the picks, they punished them, got 3 of those kills. And I was sitting there thinking, why could they not do this the rest of the defense half? It was somewhere towards the end. And so I'm really wondering if that solo duelist was one of those main reasons where they could only do it kind of off of those ults and off of a lot of that util that they were using, or if they were just a little bit scared, not having the confidence and just gambling a little bit wrong.
I mean, someone we want to highlight for everyone, once again, I brought him up just now, is the man himself, Gabriel Powell Moves, someone who I think really had a star-making year last year, and it continues, to prove himself over and over and over again. Here we have a head-to-head of the first map, the second map, and the third map. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Athena, that he was the only team member of Winthrop University was positive on the first map, and I think we highlighted in the pre-show as well. He's the playmaker, right? He's your lurker. He's finding these moments, finding these opportunities, and once again has kind of written the classic Moob's tale, of just doing exactly what he's known for.
Yeah, I think from the stats here that you can see on Pearl, he actually did not do too bad. His KD was 1.2. He had 224 ACS. He was contributing to the round. But I think the biggest factor that you can kind of see here is that first blood percentage, 5.9 on Pearl, because they were struggling to set moves up. They couldn't take a lot of the mains. Shopify was doing such a good job at contesting and shutting down any of that aggression. But then you move on to maps like Bind and Corrode, where slowly you see that percentage creep up, 13.6 and then 31.6. It just goes to show like the scoreline is changing based on how active that moves is getting. And that's why on Corrode, that 31%, a lot of it was towards that lurking towards mid or being set up on the defensive side to take a lot of those peaks. And just overall, he's been super, super consistent. Like you said, Liz, being the only player on Pearl to be positive for his team is kind of an insane stat. And I think that if he keeps this up, especially on a map like Abyss, might be kind of crazy.
Yeah, and I think it's important to note that we are going to their Winthrop University's pick of Abyss moving forward. And this is, they will be starting on the defense, but now, Jaws, if you are Shopify Rebellion Gold, you got to put up or shut up right now, because you have to bring this to a map 5 or you will not be promoted into the North American Challengers League. But if you're Winthrop, especially from the 13-4 that was in the beginning, you're genuinely doing better and better and better. So going with that huge confidence boost for Winthrop.
Yeah, it's got to feel so good. You literally got beaten to a pulp on map 1. Like, it didn't really feel like their heads were in the game whatsoever. And then, Bind. Yeah, close, 13-9, 13-6 Corrode, Abyss, 13-4, maybe, to Winthrop. Like, it's just going down and down and down. And they're going to be able to just play Chamber again. Boobs is going to set up with the Chamber. And now you're going to have Strong Tall Guy and Fair back on the Waylay, back on the Yoru. Whereas Shopify Rebellion, maybe towards a veto for them. Winthrop, I just feel like they just feel so comfortable on this setup. It's going to be hard, I think, for Shopify Rebellion to shut them down. I mean, we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I think Winthrop, I talked about it a lot today, but in that interview with Strong Tall Guy, he mentioned that they're just sticking to a lot of the same agents and a lot of the same roles on every single map and just figuring it out from there. And I think this is one of those maps where the little change of Astra and the little change of Fade, a Sova instead of a Fade, might be enough to kind of pull out a winning scheme almost to throw Shopify off guard. That being said, Shopify, they still have the same comp that they've played before in the past in that Funhammer tournament. So they are experienced on this Abyss. They have played this comp before. They have a lot of knowledge on it. It's just, for me, they've previously had the instead of a Yoru, they had, what did they have? They had a Waylay. And I think we saw the Waylay just was not working that last map. And so I'm a little bit more excited now for Shopify. Having that solo duelist is one thing, but having a Yoru to set up along with that breach, along with a lot of that util coming in from Sarah, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they could cook up with. And maybe, hopefully, not too stale. I just need to see a little bit more aggression, a little bit more confidence in the way that Shopify is playing in order for them to bring this to a map 5.
Well, folks, Winthrop University are one map away from being promoted back into the North American Challengers League. Well, Shopify Rebellion have to bring this to a map 5. Zobi, Gompers, please take it away.
I agree with Athena. I think with the changes that we saw, not having the Waylay might actually be a huge win condition, just because there was so much discomfort. There were so many moments where we felt lost. The timing was weird because Waylay is a very, honestly, plays by themselves majority of the time, Zobi. So I like this. I like this comp.
100%. I think it goes down to getting Donut in her comfort zone, right? The Neon we saw on Pearl was a switch from the Waylay last time they faced it against Winthrop University. And now coming into this map, another revenge match, rematch against Winthrop University on Abyss. And they also changed Donut's a duelist role, right? The double flashes are going to be super, super annoying. You couple that as well with robbing them of utility, ways to get out perhaps with fair end moves when that interceptor is involved, and it could be a really, really good combination. But then that's a lot of pressure on Noya as well, right? Had an insane map 1, has since simmered down, and I'm curious to see if she's still going to be in that lurk role or if Mel will take that up while she gets to play kind of a secondary entry alongside Dinnernet.
Yeah, I'm enjoying the veto. I feel like this is gonna shut some things down, but whoa, firing squad towards B.
Hard read goes wrong, I guess. Or it's again that duplicative faith confidence in moves right as a solo anchor towards the A space can buy enough time for the rotate or for the entire flank clearance. It's like contact made, activate. They're all walking down B long. The big interruption factor is, I mean, I said Dodo and Noya were gonna stick together. I didn't mean like this.
Yeah, now they know, like, who ain't nobody in mid. So this is the scary part, though. They're gonna have to. They have so much
ready
room.
For it.
Yeah, they've let them
hello?
take up moves. There's no way that moves just has like a gut feeling, and it just works out. So, but yeah, so much space already taken up. They're gonna have to try to fight back for it, which is really severe, right? You lose out on so much already. The flank has been suspected. They know nobody is backside. Nobody is making that rotation. So this is actually really, really good strategy here from Shopify. The only thing they have to follow up with it. Now they're going to be able to see with a slight peek over. Recoil does, in fact, take out Sarah. They're not aware of Alexis sitting in the corner.
No way you stick it.
One enemy.
Yeah, it seems like there is, big problems, though.
And the enemy was
With
punished.
Mal just making it work.
There we go. I mean, all the info they gain on that mid space translates into a really nice flipped post plant. So, yes, we see Winthrop get those kills on the A main since there's no chokehold, there's no flank hold, right? But again, they traded it favorably and got to play down the win conditions. Whew, that collapse was very effective as well, disrespecting that heaven smoke. So, that is the coordination that we wanted to see revitalized. We talked about it. Dina mentioned it as well. Again, the rounds where they played as a unit, as a team, confidently were the most successful rounds. The rounds they won on Corrode. Other than that, they looked lost, scattered, and battered. So Winthrop, very confident on their eco, scaled all the way down. That chokehold. Now they regroup to stack B. They're hitting into the stack. This is dangerous.
Yeah, smoke's already placed, so they're at least trying to like close off some of these angles, but Shopify, yeah, just completely shutting it down. I mean, such close contact playing through from Winthrop just to try to get some sort of pick, but it's not going to be secure enough. They're left alone with a bandit and some dreams and headshots that are not connecting. So it is going to be a team ace.
This is promising, not just because it's a team ace, but they know the stack's there, they still fight into it, right? We mentioned kind of in our little caster green room, them overcooking to a certain degree, right? There's a difference between a mid-round call and like doubting yourself and doubling back multiple times, right? And I think SRG then kind of looked scared in that capacity. So if they continue this, okay, we have enough util, we have very confident players to fight them head on and win. That's how they won Pearl. That's how they're going to get this to a map 5. So I'm curious to see now how that looks coming into their bonus, right? Nothing like the Winthrop ones where we'll have like 2 rifles on hand, but a lot of Bulldogs and that Guardian. I could see him doing some damage.
I'd have to agree with you. I mean, aim has been pretty much on point for Dodonut, especially now that we're able to see Dodonut back on that Yoru. I'm not necessarily wavering. Although there it goes. Okay. And they have a lot of util to use here, especially with Alexis now placing themselves on that breach, but they're making a rotation over towards B.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, kind of recognizing, hey, no one was scaling up. This might be the chamber site, right? Instead of a double duelist fighting forward, which feels like a compliment for this composition. So it's just, okay, what do we do with these double flashes to isolate, to overwhelm moves? Ooh.
Spike down.
Nothing, I guess.
No. But, hey, I mean, big execution moves is going to have to back themselves off, but I like this. The pressure that they are applying, it is actually making Winthrop University second-guess themselves here. And now 10 health. Actually, some shield that has been replenished here for Echo, but Noya's so good. The timing is impeccable, but the damage is all they have to count for it. So at this very moment, Dodonut whiffs the shot. That could have been game-saving.
Ah, so winnable. The old transfer before you finish the job, finish the kill. Adanoia, and I mean moves as well to follow up. If Alexis stayed alive in that close space, she definitely would have finished off both of the players, both of the fights that Noia started. So, little disjunction there, but you get the spike down on the bonus. Winthrop now on the board as well. And this is where it's going to start getting picked apart. If there are truly big picture issues, or if it's gun differential, things are squared away. Interesting that Mel is the only one with an ult online as well for the Shopify Rebellion side. Cosmic Divide to work with here. I do with the double flash. I would say the Waylay and the Yoder feel a lot less scary than moves.
Shot that one down though. Okay. This is good. At least in like an inkling of noise, but a bit slower here for Shopify. Instead actually just waiting for this peek out. They know the drone is there and they are doing a 4-person hold here with SGG. Oh no. Very patient. This is bad. Last time they had peeked an angle like this one, they had actually been taken down. But it seems like Winthrop University, they're actually chilling here, and Shopify doing their best, but Donut unfortunately reaches their own demise as they do fall short.
STG fell.
Oh no, actually, STG was the one that fell, it seems. So no, all is good.
Yeah, we'll have to see exactly when he fell off. My guess is something to do with where that TP's location was that was sent frantically back towards main. This round's not over yet, though. Moves 1v2. I like the separation here to tag team off of each other in main. Also gonna have the double shocks and the aftershock to get him off the spike. So moves realizing might not be the most winnable situation. Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's see how SGG fell. Number one. No, I'm joking. That was an interesting decision, I think, on the A main hold, right? Recoil swinging out after he's gate crashed away, thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get the transfer, and he only finds one. I feel like his shocks and his info that he could get from off-site, like, I love Sovas that play for, like, the heaven smoke on the A space. So I'm curious to see if they're gonna keep up that very forward-pressing momentum or not, but for now, no real changes big picture out of Winthrop in this defense. The only change is gonna be Strong Toggle Guy fighting a little bit down mid with this trio since it's an Eco and Asha solo holding, but SRG not overcomplicating. This is exactly what we wanted from them.
Ooh, drone. Oh yeah, that catches out moves. Okay, and Cosmic Divide actually follows up, so this puts moves in a bad spot. I'm not sure if moves can even get out at this point, but the slow has been settled down. And now with recoil hiding in smoke. Noia, does Noia know? I think Noia's aware, but a little afraid and actually waiting on the timing. But they do. Okay, they secure the pick. And regardless of that, now the rotation has been made. So SRG, they've gotten their picks over towards B, and now they're heading towards A.
I mean, her position's perfect if she can at least intercept them, but she's missed the timing. They're already through the top mid space. They already have the conversions paths down on A main choke. There's less than a minute left, and Spike is down numbers. Even. Dodonut. You have to find one at least.
Oh yeah, and that's the bad part about it. Now they've been taken out as well. And this was difficult because, you know, getting one player taken out on choke, you kind of get a little wary of who's hiding on site, but they've cleared it. This flank is there. Moves has been made attention of, but it's Alexis now fighting this 1v1. Oh, but Ultimate is ready. And this is what's scary. We have enough util to really put this on standby. For Shopify to win this round is huge. Maybe Alexis is just trying to save the round as much as they can, but it's quite difficult at this point. They know STG has to be peeking the angle and the crosshair placement and reaction time better.
Yep. Both players playing that out exactly how they needed to, right? If you tap that aftershock, Rolling Thunder raining down upon you, so has to take the fight to Alexis, but she gets the angle hold, and this round was just chaotic. I think it's rounds like that are why Winthrop has been able to get away with so many thrifties, and this time it's finally avoided, right? And Donut.
One enemy remaining.
Ship was a little late to leave the station, but it eventually got there, found the kill, found the control they needed over the A site, and expended that convergent paths out of fair as well, which is going to be huge for keeping up this momentum. And speaking of that momentum, if they can clear out this A main space and avoid moves in this tour de force, I'm expecting a Rolling Thunder in Wu's future.
Yeah, bright future now too. I mean, especially with the flash making its way over towards site, but majority of Winthrop already making, oh no, they've actually backed off. So I guess they're feeling a little bit more reliant on what the drone has to offer, but here it goes. Okay, I'm liking this. So we do see an ultimate being popped out from Noia.
I'm surprised at how Winthrop gave this up so easily though.
Oh, already shots being fired. Okay, Dodo Nut kind of just waiting along the angle, but moves flanking pretty consistently. Nobody is aware. And it doesn't matter. So many numbers on Shopify Rebellion Gold still standing. Recoil so close, but I'm not counting them out, right? We've seen moves play some unbelievable plays here, especially now with a shot that's very, very close, landing over towards Sarah. But it is going to still be 5-1, and this is the Shopify we like and love to see.
Yeah, I mean, I'm wondering if Wu intended to like use some of these ultimates to retake, but Dodonut's presence backside kind of interfered with that, or what exactly was the idea in playing the full retake? Maybe it's that they have been a little bit fragmented trying to full link or full stop the site, but either way, I mean, they're gonna have to realize, okay, Moobs is consistently flanking, because we're not seeing the chokehold effective on the flank because it's Abyss. There's multiple avenues. And second, I mean, it's kind of nice though, because it saved Alexis from using the Rolling Thunder, right? To glitch out the round. So now they have it this round to utilize for this B site, and I think that's what's being held out here. That might be a fault line. It's so hard to tell. They know B's coming. Look at the dimensional drift from STG.
Oh goodness. Okay. I mean, hey, I'm really admiring the confidence we're seeing from Moves. Right before they TP themselves out, they're able to get a pick. At least isolate some of these numbers and, I mean, diminish some of these numbers at that, but Dodo Nut sitting just below Fair, trying to make way underneath, but it's difficult, right? No smokes placed other than making a slight one-way separation there, and Fair trying to rest the best. It's a sandwich in, by the way. There's so many players just waiting along the flank side. And Mel, yep, taken down in a matter of seconds, so this is a beautiful round win from Winthrop.
I mean, it was such an awkward tempo from Winthrop in the best way possible, right? Unreadable from Shopify Rebellion Gold. Because you saw Shopify try to pause, try to wait for these refights on flank and on Heaven to come through it, and they just never did, right? I think it was Sarah playing anti up against this Yoru, like flash so many times, and when the fight never came at event, she's like, I have to go back to my team, I have to help, and then she still gets caught out. And then they get caught out of Heaven as well, so that timing is everything there. SRG's gonna have to a little bit harder to get it pinpointed, but for now, money reset. An operator online for moves. Do we finally get an SRG eco? Do we finally get this Rolling Thunder? I feel like I could see them steamrolling their way into A.
I think they will. This does seem like one of the plays. I mean, Alexis has been holding on to their ultimate for quite some time too. So, yep, and there it goes. We're just waiting for it. Beautiful timing though, as the smoke goes down. Alexis a bit too late to touch. Oh no, actually the ultimate was not something they were planning on pushing. I'm sorry. I had just seen that this was a save round for Shopify. So, yeah. I mean, best case scenario had just happened right there. They managed to take one and everything seemingly works out. But smoke dissipates now. And Sarah actually has a pretty good chance of taking out Strong Tall Guy.
Yeah, it's just a matter of Fair makes contact first, which seems to be the plan, the idea. Had the support of Echo there as well. That's all down to Alexis. She would like to avoid Fair or Echo getting this kill, and that she will. Strong Tall Guy gets the ult orb. Winthrop gets around 3-5 now here. And yeah, I mean, we finally get to see, okay, like the happy medium for Winthrop and anchoring this A site, right? We've seen them give it up too much. We've seen them get too aggressive. This time was nice high-low to answer an eco out of SRG. And again, the only thing that could have gotten SRG onto that site would have been the Rolling Thunder, which is a major gamble, like you mentioned, on an eco. Very EG23 style. And
yeah.
This is the big bounce back round. No timeout needed. SRG, big ults, big 6 on the horizon.
Obscuring vision.
Okay. Well, with smokes kind of lining down in mid, I'm sure this is a read that Winthrop can make regarding like some sort of push over towards there. This one's very slow though, and it's the same thing we've seen like down in the beginning on these pistol rounds, trying to get a read on how aggressive this team will be. Of course, I mean, Drone has been kind of securing some sort of information, but this one's hard, right? Winthrop backing themselves off, but willingly trying to fight A.
Ooh. And you know that Mel's that side of the map as well. They had the switch up, right? It's usually Strong Tall Guy here. This time he's a B-side anchor alongside moves. Dissipation of noise here is the complicating factor. I expect Wu to just to re-clear A main, contact up like they've done, which I think is why, even though they're rotating spike towards A, they've maintained presence, they've maintained the dimensional drift fake out on this A side from Winthrop, and oh, they've read it. Wu are not foiled in any capacity.
Yeah, already getting in though. Okay, Donut is inches away from facing death potentially.
30 seconds
No,
left.
they know. They have to know, but they do not. Donut follows through though. They're playing a teamwork sort of game. Now they're actually playing hand-holding, right? Trying to make sure that they can get some sort of trade-off here. Even then, I mean, Hunter's Fury isn't getting enough damage, so a 3v3 situation. SRG trying to fight this one. Oh, Donut cannot win it!
One enemy remaining.
And Noya's left alone, but the convergence! It has made its way. Noya absolutely hindered. Just up above is Fair. Did they hear? They didn't hear anything. The drop has been heard, though. Fair doesn't know what to do at this point. This is good. Some sort of unsettling nature now. And silence. They need to get this defusal. They need to fight this fight, but they know exactly where they are. Noya was watching, though, and a 3K finally that lets SRG take these wins back in their pocket.
In no way possible that I think that's how the big old round would go for both of these squads. I mean, they contact into an offsite on B after a fake out from the dimensional drift kind of falls flat over towards A, and there's instantaneous rotation from Winthrop University. And Noya, I mean, she still had the interceptor in her pocket and was just playing outright in the open. I said I wanted to see her not in a lurk role on this agent, but in the midst of the chaos, and she is managing it to a T. It's a 6-3, at least a tied half. Will we see more? Heavy mid-fight.
Okay, and this is different. Something different we haven't seen just yet. I think Shopify are just, oh man, and they always back off. You know, they know that people are pushing. They're very aware. I mean,
recoil?
Yeah, this one's not good. Mel, again, they know, and they're going to peak this. The power of friendship peak, as one would say, I guess. Now they're able to back themselves off. So the B site looking a bit more appealing.
Yeah, Winthrop's got hand seen now. That's the second time Recoil's been kind of caught out in a play like that. A main, now mid. That's your lack of information when that dart cycles in the mid round as well. So you see Winthrop now making a gamble towards this B site. Correctly so.
Trying to rush it. Ever so slightly. A big division coming through, though. There goes the op shot. Moves, then does not actually do anything with it. But Shopify Rebellion, luckily enough, Fair is trying to make way. Nobody's flanking. So in this very moment, they just have to put their attention forward. And even with the flash, Alexis still manages to make the shots happen. So it's up to Strong Tall Guy. Flashes come through. That was the last of it. And they did not peek. And with walls coming down, so did their defenses.
He 100% was trying to leave and get the op back or something. But does not work out. SRG get the lead. Again, the calls are good, but SRG, these B takes, just the breach, the Yoder are so oppressive. And we saw this trend, right, that the desk pointed out, right? The first bloods for moves have only gone up map after map, right? And they wanted this resurgence of shutting him down. And honestly, the breach is the perfect counter for it. He's 9-8 right now. The timeout's being taken for Winthrop because their win con has been thrown out the window, and they need a fix. I honestly am surprised we haven't seen them fight B main. Like, again, hinder, Yoder, flash, like, get in there, try and get those kills, shut down these players. And I think the big difficulty there is that SRG have just been waiting like the first 30 seconds in spawn and getting away with it.
It's been working. I think they're... It's weird because Winthrop are almost falling for it every time.
Yeah.
Like, they'll back off after making it seem like they're kind of committing to it, and then they get it too aggressive. But it's a hard one. I mean, there's only like 2 rounds left until we do switch sides, so I guess more so just securing the 2 wins that they can to bring this to a 7-5.
Be huge. And you have the pistol on your back. But it does feel like Winthrop struggling to keep their head above water just a little bit here. I mentioned going for a fight in a B main pretty heftily, but with the eco, they instead opt for a trapped A main fight as soon as contact was made. But again, SRG aren't the ones to initiate that contact. They fake the contact, draw out this util, draw all these players, and then punish them. Be a good drone.
They're just not falling for it this time. They're like, listen, if we're peaking as far out as we have been, we are doing it as a group. I mean, it's not a bad idea, though.
You know, there's confidence as well when your entry has an operator on the attack and you're running single duelist. Like, I'm sorry. That's how easily they're getting to the B side. I mean, Mel's been putting up triple kills on the entries, right? Towards this side of the map. Like, they just literally walk up again and overwhelm moves. In a similar position again where he has a hero rifle and is the solo defender towards this side of the map. My question mark now becomes, okay, is he going to leave this time? Or is he going to, again, just anchor from a different position?
Ooh. Oh my gosh, that stun actually almost got them too. Moves is the only one left on site, but it always seemingly works this way where TP is brilliantly placed. So they're just going to be aggressive, try to get out as many as they can. Yep, beautiful one shot now. Flash has been,
Spike planted.
I mean, just misplaced. Either way, with one being taken out, which is Alexis, very, very pivotal to the round. Now Moves taking out another 3K to be exact in the continuation of it. Now they have the information on Dodona. Yep, the stick comes through. And I mean, it felt almost seamless.
Gun here.
Two things. The Winthrop ecos and Moves staying alive a little bit later into the round, right? He gets that multi-kill. It allows the rest of the players to streamline flood back in. And that's where we kind of saw SRG and the things they've been getting away with pieced apart, right? We had Alexis swing solo backside. We had Dodona on an island there having to use the gate crash. And again, those are things we're going to see cleaned up in the last round here, especially with the ults online favoring Winthrop here. But they're also going to be saved by the bell regardless, right? Once the side swap comes through, they've gotten their lead, just looking to get more.
Yeah, and this is important, right? Winthrop, they won the last map. So honestly, running away with this round is so incredibly pivotal. They can give themselves the upper hand in the pistol round the next half. So if they want to close things out early, this is the round to do so. Change the momentum at that, but now the first shot has come through and it's going to be a wave, so strong tall guy. Not able to do much in these circumstances, but it's okay. Information given away. Mel is in a bad spot with a Stinger, but they know the Stinger is there. They're going to be careful. And with a shotgun that is there, recoil connects.
Not
they don't know. Not watching the flank. It's brutal. Noya has to fight this 3K left alive, but down behind them, do they know? Are they aware? A 4K to their name, and they still have so much to work with here.
I have the spike.
Show opened with the Moves, Noya, head-to-head, and the half is going to close with the 2, one way or another.
Now they're rotating. Oh my gosh, and that was beautiful. Dude, Noya completely saved this round from being Winthrop's. But this is where it really does count, though. Now, I mean, Noya does have their interceptor.
I don't think that affects
30 seconds
the total force, though.
No.
So this is the perfect agent head-to-head in that regard, right? You're probably gonna put the TP off-site. Yep. As soon as you get off.
Planted.
There we go.
Oh, I think this is where it starts to get scary now.
You don't hold the long line against Knopf.
Yeah, like Noya has no idea what is going on. This is like pure guessing game at this point, and luck and aim. I mean, they have to be ready. Moves doesn't know either. This is like timing could be of the essence here. Moves, no idea. And it is in fact planted for Noya. And all Noya needs to do, if they give away their location too early, it could be detrimental. Moves, not even knowing and not prepared for it. Noya with an ace to finish this round.
Switching sides.
To finish the half 8-4 in Shopify Rebellion Gold's favor. And again, she just put herself in the fray and fair. I mean, the trigger discipline was good, but you didn't take down the one player. I guess that mattered in that selection. Wow. Yeah, that timing is so unfortunate, right? It took the liberty to clear every nook and cranny.
Yeah.
Oops, tried his best.
Oh my gosh. To finish off with an ace is crazy too. I don't know. A lot of individual 1v1s taken on a bit too early, but it's okay, right? We're switching sides. I will say, I do think with the double duelist comp, it might pair out a bit better for them.
Yeah, but SRG, honestly, they've been better on the defense, right? The slow start that they found on Bind. And to see if it's replicated here. I can see the Breach having success facilitating Mel on this anchor, especially this round.
An early smoke. Oh my gosh, this was beautiful. They were not at all feeling like they have to rush any sort of shot. Unfortunately, I mean, Sarah goes down, but that was good. I mean, nobody knows where Alexis is. They know the flashes come through. Oh, no, Alexis, look up! Doesn't know! They're not even trying to look up. They see the weapon, the barrel of the gun, and the timing still works in their favor.
out of breath, Gophers. I can't. The dramatic irony every step of the way to give SRG a second pistol. I mean, you see them trying to replicate the success they've had on other maps, right? Death pull towards one site, let moves pick up the mid control, and it gets dismantled from a corner not clear from the support of Alexis' back site. And Donut on the rotate takes down moves in that mid space. So again, all of the boxes getting checked by Shopify Rebellion Gold rather comedically in that round itself. But oh no, Winthrop. Nothing screams desperation like a Stinger Bucky Force. But it's dangerous.
Oh my gosh, and now even then Noya is making damage over towards mid. But yeah, I completely agree that losing out that first round was scary. Now we're actually forcing, so it's even scarier. They lose this one for Winthrop. They've pretty much given Shopify Rebellion Gold and in to get into that match point earlier on.
I like how they got into this post position though. Caterpillar smokes in, they close the distance and are starting to find the kills.
Oof. And a pop flash now, fair. Okay, trying to at least get some sort of shot with a shotgun, but with a lot of damage over on the opposing side. Winthrop conversely trying to fight this off. They cannot! They're sitting up towards top. I mean, now Echo actually over towards main, and the smoke has been placed. The gravitational pull trying to at least divert some of the attention, but this is so incredibly winnable. They isolate the fight, they take it out. It's beautiful, but they need to make sure. It's not working! Mal's still on it, but they can't get it!
And you saw the Astra mind meld, right? The star on the upper line. The one-way incoming, so she smokes off the spike and sticks it all the way. Full trust in Sarah to at least buy enough time. I mean, yeah, a one star making the difference, really. It would have been the one-way. It would have been easy for Echo to win that out. And some RNG shots, the difference between the disaster Winthrop now faces after a force falls flat would have been a turnaround super effectively at the half. I mean, that's double digits for SRG. They're still broke versus SRG's arsenal has only grown. So, same with their confidence. I mean, Mel looked ready to swing that.
Yeah, working their way back site. Okay. At least the dashes come forward, so information has been given away. They're just funneling themselves over towards the back site. I think waiting to actually play the retake here, and Mel does in fact have the Cosmic Divide, so in different circumstances it really doesn't happen, and they've cleared out the right-hand side. So this is good. All in all, they're using their util to try to make sure they can execute moves, no whiffing the shots. So, I mean, regardless, the economy wasn't looking so great for Winthrop, but they're still, I mean, really trying to apply themselves here despite the weaponry they've been given, the disadvantages that they have, and now the team ace from Shopify.
It's like the same setup, the same follow through, the same results round after round right now for Winthrop, right? And there's been some moments where it could have been make or break, right? Moves, finding those kills and security, right? For example, Recoil, I think, had a similar position over towards Vent one round. And it's like every round, Winthrop want to take that deep A space, and SRG are perfectly countering it from the drone timing to Mel falling back and surviving after shutting down the entry kills. It's just really, really clean. And I think this repetitiveness that Winthrop has found themselves in after, again, a bonus buy is why this timeout comes through. Again, when you see a team struggling to make an adaptation to change something, that's when Coach Slow needs to step in. And that's the difficulty here is you are 4 rounds in, right? This is your first buy. What do you say? Are you just telling them, guys, please don't go A? Like, they're getting the mid space early. Maybe try and flip that into a win, but with more players. Don't just trust it all to moves, for example. That's my only thing I could see happening and working.
Yeah, and it does, like you said, it really does feel like moves has been the big reliant factor. But it's just not been working out. I don't know. I like the flanks, but I feel like we've been catching on for quite some time. It's every time moves this chamber, it feels like the flank is something we've seen trying to be taken advantage of. Yeah, so I don't know, maybe some sort of adaptation in regards to just allowing moves to be a little bit less, I wouldn't say less free, but more so with the team.
Well, let's see what the setup looks like. Only difference really is the actual look towards B in addition. Maybe just trying to see what that space is like. They're faking A, ending on a B split is the apparent call. Oh yeah? Nasty shot. And she's gone. Never seen the video played like that, but I like it.
No, yeah.
Like unpunished. Wow.
Yeah. Hey, if it has a TP, it works for me. That's my motto. So, all in all. they are going to still work this one up. I like this. Moves was very hyper aware of where Noya was and actually willing to chase that down. But a good trade-off from Sarah.
Saw the vision. The Ash alert gets on the site. The question is if they've lost too much to get to this point on the journey, right? Recoil at 10 HP. Them down a player. You have so much util to play this retake with in the Shopify Rebellion Gold camp. Ooh, Hunter's Fury. I do like that. But it's so early. Huh?
Ooh. Yep, no. Well, actually, it's working out. But the thing is like with 2 players left alive, you know, I think Winthrop are really just trying to take as many as they can out with that ultimate, but with a 5-person, 4-person push now actually coming through, and only 1 player standing fair, needing to try to get some sort of spray through. The dashes commence, but they know somebody's waiting, and defusal still happens.
I mean, they got on the site. They got it down to the 1v1, but thinking you killed the spike diffuser one, you didn't. Meet Shield Mel on the line. Leads her team to that map point to push us to map 5. I mean, the opener was good. The trades were good. It was, again, the questionable commitment of util and the ordering it happened there for Winthrop, right? Recoil, you're 10 HP. I would have fully expected him to play, like, further off. Because they've been buying decent time between him and Echo, right? I feel like in these posts, but
yeah.
Nope. There it is, that point, and that was kind of half buy, so they have full expenses this time, but look at the confidence from SRG. They're going for it.
Yeah,
WT
I mean, do we ever doubt Sarah when she pulls out the Hunter's Fury? No, the answer is no. So, it works out, right? Some sort of damage at least made on fair, an equivocal amount of damage. But so much here on the B site. Right, potential for gravitational pulls, stuns. I mean, having the interceptor readily available as well. Now Noya's kind of just waiting to pull the trigger on that one, but Moves finally actually picking up a shot on mid, so they have opened up some sort of spacing. And it's really hard just to get through that smoke, though, and get through Mel at that. But, you know, as it commences, Spike has been placed down. Echo is managing to try to at least get some sort of trade-off, but a 2v2 situation. With a flank that's coming along very strongly here from Alexis and a potential flash that could actually help in the engagements here.
Wall up. I don't think it makes a difference.
One enemy remaining.
And I guess it doesn't. Mel just destroys, and for the sake of utilizing it before they could win the entirety of this match, yeah, they're just going to take advantage. So it's going to be the map 4 winner of Shopify Rebellion Gold. And guys, out of a best of 5, we're going to our 5th map.
And we said it, that's the safety net for Shopify Rebellion Gold, that Haven pickup as well. But it's also, I think, the one that exposes the most weaknesses, the most shortcomings, the mistakes, because it is so bread and butter, so just straightforward of a map. And if we see SRG on a rise in form while Winthrop are starting to cool down, much like we saw SRG do to get us towards this map 4, then it's going to be a very, very interesting closer. But yeah, that map, I mean, Winthrop, it feels like they didn't need to make changes on Corrode. Here, we saw them need to make changes, and they came too late, right? They didn't have enough wiggle room either. And it was around that B space that they just didn't get to solve in time. So I'm excited for what Haven's going to hold in that regard.
Oh, absolutely. And Haven's been a map we've had for such a long time. It's gone through its own set of metas, so it's nothing new. It's actually quite comfortable for both of these teams, so I'm quite excited as well. But don't go anywhere, guys. We're going to have the Analyst Desk break down this map, and then we're going to our last but best map of the series. We'll see you guys soon.
Well, folks, a map so intense, I had to put my hair all the way up in a bun. Welcome back to Valorant Challengers League North America. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Jaws and Athena on the desk. And if you're just joining us, well, stick around because we're going to a map 5 of this promotion and relegation map. We give you nothing but the best here. We give you the bangers. We give you the ones you talk about on the forums, whatever it may be, because we love you and do nothing less. Athena, I'm gonna go to you first. I mean, I think we went into that map a little scared for Shopify Rebellion Gold because things did not work out on their map pick of Corrode. So they go to Winthrop University's pick of Abyss and just another 13-4, absolute domination from them.
I feel like we saw Shopify really come back alive. It felt like we saw a lot of that util usage, a lot of those macro plays where they do tend to take a lot of those mains, put a lot of control down, and make sure that they're abusing the fact that Winthrop can't really respond half the time. And it worked out really well for them. Obviously, they were so kind of cohesive with everything that they wanted to do, and it really felt like Shopify shined. Their defaults were good, their main takes were good, and of course, with a comp like this, with that breach and that Yoru, taking a site, executing onto that B site, for example, was just so flawless, impossible to play on, and really well played by Shopify.
I mean, also, we'll also look flawless happens just to be their 1v5s that we make happen in the last round of the half, which we'll show a little bit later with Noya. But Jaws, I mean, if you're Shopify Rebellion, if you're Googling, the new head coach of Shopify Rebellion Gold, thank goodness this happened. You can take it to a map 5.
Yeah, I mean, well, look, history repeats itself, right, guys? Right? I mean, map number 1,
right?
It was 13-4. This is 13-4, and we win the next one, surely? Haven? Both teams have a really good win rate on Haven. It could be in the script. I'm not sure. I'll have to get copy.
Oh, you didn't get the copy?
For me.
Okay.
Maybe I didn't. Maybe I didn't.
I'll go run by and copy it again.
This pistol round was something that you were talking about during the game, Athena. Like, that was a must-win for WU. At the end of the day, if you're down that many rounds and you don't win the next pistol, it just feels so over. You're just so far behind. And we just weren't, it felt like we weren't seeing the same shooters, you know? We weren't really seeing the same kind of gunplay and just raw firepower like we saw on Bind. It just felt like a completely different Winthrop. Whether that was, we're getting late in the day, a few more maps need to be played, I'm not sure, but their heads just didn't feel in the game. And look, post plants 0 for 3 for Winthrop.
Yeah, I think we really saw Shopify just be super oppressive when it came to Winthrop, not allowing them to get a lot of those first picks that they do. Like, they did have 9, but it didn't really matter because at the end of the day, Shopify, they were so good at capitalizing even when they didn't have numbers. And I think they also kind of saw the game plan for Winthrop. You talked about this too, where Moves was kind of alone on the weak side a lot of the time on their defensive side, and Shopify saw right through that. They did a lot of pressure towards those mains, baiting out as much util as they could from Winthrop because they know at the end of the day, if they did want to execute Shopify, they have way more util to do so. And so baiting a lot of that, holding for mid-aggression, Winthrop getting a little bit too aggressive, sometimes pushing way too far and getting picked off and punished, and Shopify just ending towards that weak site almost every time. And I think it worked out really well because, again, so much util to get on site, and their post plans were just phenomenal.
Yeah, normally that is the strat for Winthrop, is just leave moves on an island, on their defense, on one site, and then use his stall util. And by stall util, I mean the headhunter. Just kill people, and then we'll show up in about 10 seconds or so, and then hopefully we can kind of clean up once you've done enough damage. And yeah, like you said, it's only the one trip, slows down for like half a second if they don't just destroy it outright, and then they just run over him. There was a couple of times where he did have some heroics, but SRG kind of picking apart the game plan of Winthrop and then winning both pistols. Like, yeah, and then not to mention the VO play. Oh my word, the ace too. I'm sure we got replays of that somewhere.
Oh, do we have replays? I'm so glad you asked, Jaws, because Madam President showed us exactly what she is about, and we highlighted her against Moves. In the pre-show, we said, these are players that have very similar play styles, have very, solid aim like each other, and of course that 1v1 comes down to them at the end. And Madam President Athena, run forever, be elected forever, because I think she shows consistently why I think she's the consistently most underrated player in competitive Valorant, period.
Yeah, I think it's a combination of the raw mechanical skill plus the game knowledge plus just everything with positioning and understanding how to trade with teammates. This was that ace, getting those 4 kills, isolating each and every fight, having those angles and just destroying moves in that 1v1 was insane. But no, she did such a good job taking a lot of those peaks, even towards mid at some point on their defense side, just taking that outlaw, peeking down mid, just getting theirs, getting hers, getting those picks, and just allowing the numbers advantage to be there every time. She was barely contested, and even when she was, she always had that backup plan to get out. And just overall phenomenal solid play from Noya, and I think that veto really suits her.
And we're going to ride, I mean, if you're Shopify Rebellion Gold, we're going to ride that high into the decider of Haven. Will you be starting on the weaker side of defense? But I think, Jaws, you were talking about this a little bit when we came back, that this is a map that's good for both of these teams. A very fitting ending for this promo relegation match.
Yeah, 70% win rate for Shopify Rebellion Gold. It looks good, but same for Winthrop. I mean, look, Haven, good map for Chamber again. I expect this to be pretty close. It's going back to kind of the mental game too with Winthrop yesterday. They were down to the wire. They literally couldn't lose a single round. Otherwise, it would have been this weird BO1 situation. Lose 2 rounds, they're just completely out. So I wouldn't be harping on the kind of the pressure game too much from them. It's just kind of going in and playing like you did on Vine, playing like you did on Corrode, helping out, going quickly as well. Like that's something we didn't really see too much on Abyss. A bit harder, I guess, but I want to see them go really fast again. Corrode was a masterclass in that for them.
Yeah, I think if Corrode showed us anything, it's that Winthrop's mid-rounding is really phenomenal when they don't get punished by the very early round aggression or hold by Shopify. And I think a map like Haven is almost perfect for that, right? You have these 3 sites. It's really split up when you're on your default and you find out which side is kind of the weaker side or where their holes are in their defenses. It's really easy for Winthrop to kind of abuse that. And of course, Shopify, they are starting on defense. They had a little bit of problem on Corrode with their mid. And so maybe this is where Winthrop can kind of thrive on getting those early picks, getting into those positions where they know there's a lot to kind of deal with. But that being said, I mean, momentum is one of the biggest enemies that you can have if you're Winthrop here, because off of that win on Abyss, Shopify, they're coming in strong. And if they're going to set up the way that they did on Abyss as opposed to Corrode, we're going to see a lot more aggression, a lot more kind of confidence plays, not just allowing them to take site and not having a retake plan. Plus, like you mentioned before, Haven, it's one of the oldest maps in the game. And everyone kind of knows how to play it. Everyone knows how to retake and post-plant. And I think this is going to be one of those things where we're going to see the insane util drops, a lot of the really good post-plants, a lot of really good ult usage from both of these teams.
I mean, looking at these agent comps coming in for our agent select, we see the Dodo on the Neon. We saw her on that already in this series. She is, she's a menace on that. And we see, again, we had the double duelist meta, strong, tall guy, Yoru, Jet on the fair, on the Jet, Jaws. This is something that is very typical, a very typical way to end the best of 5. You're expecting your opponent to do what they are doing right now.
Yeah, 100%. You're kind of expecting these picks. Dodo on the way. Remember map 1. Just remember. If you can't remember, you can go back in the VOD. If you're on YouTube, just scroll back in the VOD. Look what happened with Dodo just going absolutely nuclear with the op. Just insane lines, insane early aggression too. Just not afraid to get in people's faces. If they continue that, and Winthrop can't like abuse mid with moves, who is doing it that very well on Corrode, I feel worried for MyPred and Winthrop as well.
Well, folks, it is down to the wire. Only one of these teams can be promoted into the North American Challengers League. Will it be Shopify Rebellion Gold or will it be Winthrop University? Zobi, Compers, for the last time, please take it away.
Thank you so much, dude. I am excited. We have our last map and the potential win coming through from either Shopify or Winthrop. But the thing is, guys, Shopify Rebellion Gold, Zobi, has a 100% win rate on this map for the past 3 months, right? So when you're putting that into consideration, what are the odds looking like for Winthrop here?
I mean, it's like SRG have conquered their demons across this best of 5. It's Winthrop's turn, right? Even though overall they have a good history on this map, their recency is that they only played it once in the entirety of Stage 1 Challengers, and they lost it. It was part of that match that placed them in promo relegation up against Resort Dragon, and it was a 7-13 loss. It was with this composition, but obviously you have to count for Echo and Fair, the role changes that have not been played in an official just yet, and moves now back on the Killjoy to go up against Alexis, right? Who I mentioned, she was that big player last year going through that transformation, and we get to see it on full display going into our last map.
Already starting off strong. Okay, Sarah with some shock darts to start off some of that damage. But yeah, you know, moves settling on the Killjoy. I kind of really like Dotonut going back into the Neon. I felt like that was where the strengths kind of lay. But I guess the strengths we will see. Seems like right now it was unfortunate timing with so many players peeking, and the teamwork is there. Absolutely there for Winthrop University. So it leaves Sarah by their lonesome. Actually now fighting into this 1v1, but I don't think they know Spike is sitting in window. No, instead they're actually just gonna wait and see if they can catch out moves, but the timing perfect for Sarah.
Oh, I'm wondering if that turret went off like right as Alexis was dying or something, because Sarah seemed super aware of where moves was coming from. But this is also that SRG that we wanted to see, that we saw on Abyss, that was lacking on Corrode, was they're very decisive in their plays. They're not wish-washy, they're not second-guessing. They were like, if we're gonna die, we're gonna die fighting outside of grass, right? They bolstered the position that Dotonut had, player after player. And while there was nice moves from Strong Tall Guy with that clone play, it just was not enough. So SRG upkeep the momentum, get another pistol on the board, and no disrespectful buy out of Winthrop this time. The map's just started.
Smart move.
And the round has just started.
Oh, and they're gonna get so many just off this alone. I'm sure they know. Okay, a 3K just to keep things really nice and easy here for Shopify. But yeah, it's looking pretty good here on the pistol round. I mean, not much that I feel like needs to change for a team like Shopify, especially this being one of their most comfortable maps.
Yeah. I'm excited to see just like how many pages the strat book is now with Googly taking on the helm, what new ideas plus the FE strat book has been compiled. I mean, at least they're under the same org, right? So as long as they're not facing off against each other.
Wow.
But yeah, no, I agree. Judge, oh big wow. Close, long range. You know, they were kind of going for that C split. Just like that. Get the Bulldogs, to get the Outlaw. It's going to be even a dangerous round for Winthrop. That's why there's the full shields across the board. And looks like they just want to keep it simple. Go see.
Yeah, interesting to see Alexis kind of chilling in garage with the Outlaw. But I guess all in all, oh no, they don't even hear drone. They don't know what's going on. They've shot the fake instead. And now the dash comes over towards the C site. But I like this, a flank coming around from Dotonut, trying to kind of fight this 2v1 against moves, but the alarm bot has made them known. Their positioning, they are aware, but it doesn't matter. They can pick up a weapon in this very moment now.
Now they're going to play the full 5v4 retake. You maybe have a rewrap coming through from recoil, but will it get there in time, or will it just hold the flank?
Yeah, drone didn't necessarily help too much either. It's been shot down before it can make that entry, so Dotonut has to go in by their lonesome. And there was not much util kind of utilized to push them outside. They're wide swinging the angle one by one, and it lets Echo execute off that.
I mean, the promoted player standing on a pedestal there. Wow. I mean, that anchor was impressive. Eco weapons are not on the other side. Just one after another. Especially after we saw again the opening to the round kind of go to a player that looked like we're in the best form over towards window. And I mean, we're looking towards maybe more util investment instead of just contacting out then from Shopify Rebellion Gold. But that's the only takeaway you get really from that bonus being denied. This is where they get down to business. Operator online for Dotonut, going towards a short, and Winthrop's going the same exact way.
Yeah, good opening shot. Dotonut getting punished so early on here. It kind of leaves Sarah having to fight this. They're committing so incredibly heavy. They do not want to play the retake here on the A site. I mean, regardless, there's no DP, right, that Sarah could utilize. So all there is to do is try to maybe pick some of these shots out, moves, doing impeccable work over towards mid, but a whiff might actually be the mistake. I mean, that is needed for SRG to get a couple more kills on the board here, but it doesn't seem like they're going to care about it. They really are just saving for the next round.
Part of me was hoping that Noya would try to like get into A short and get the operator and get out, but the double phantom save coming through. SRG, I think they just need to reel it in a little bit. I agree, they kind of put themselves in uncomfortable positions there. Again, I'm glad to see Winthrop shutting down the operator because I don't think they were really able to do that, and they kept getting caught off guard by it on Pearl if you think back all the way to the beginning of this best of 5. So that was a beautiful shot from Fair, but yeah, then it was kind of overcommitment over fights from Sarah there down A long. The B-side group up fight on the moves was good. Just need to be a bit more careful because of how far Alexis also got pinged down, but all in all, Winthrop, again, handling one player from SRG at a time, keep it clean.
Yeah.
What SRG do next? Tied 2-2. Nothing to worry about just yet.
They are killing it. But Winthrop, I mean, I guess you could say Shopify. For me personally, this is a crazy map to go against Shopify on to be the deciding map.
Agreed.
I think it was like, and I guess 49-12 on Haven in their entire history or something like that. I have no idea. I think that's the number that I had. But it's crazy to kind of play on this.
Well, navigating it quite well so far when we come to the actual rifle rounds. Even this round, right? They just won on pretty stock standard A split, and what do they do? Defaulting over towards mid. Trying to weed these players out, which you can see, like clockwork, Donut, Mel are pushing up into the Sova.
Yeah, oh, the turret doesn't actually see anything, so Recoil's gonna have to wide swing that completely out in the open. And it does work. Winthrop University making the best out of the situation that they were given, but A side is cleared. They've taken out the 2 lurkers here. And it's feeling pretty confident now.
One here, rifle down. The rest trying to flank, maybe to recover it on the way to the A retake, so it's a nice call, again, the trio. But it's the Echo left to hold the flank, since there's no Killjoy utility in that domain anymore. How many does Echo get, Gompers? I'm feeling 1. If they get the second Phantom, there it is.
You know what? I think they get 2. I know that they're going to expect something, but the off angle here that Echo has is crazy. Never mind. I'm so sorry. I just jinxed you, and I do this all the time. But Recoil's there to kind of find a connection. And the refract comes through, so it is going to be this 2v3 that SRG needs to fight, but it's difficult, right? Moves is watching up towards heaven, so the moment contact from Fair and STG are made, they have 3 players watching. Yep, and it's going to be a beautiful execution.
And you saw Alexis trying to hold that heaven space as well, but just 2 sheer numbers, 2 good post-play positions from that timing they found, taking down the flank play. And this is where we're going to go to SRG and like flip the book. You cannot get predictable, right? And if you're out of pages in said strat book, you call a timeout, question mark. We're going to see if that's what this in fact is for SRG.
We are actually now in the 1980s.
You just grayscale it, yeah.
We are no longer in 2026. Okay,
yes.
It is a timeout. So, yeah, from SRG, that's good.
This kind of reminds me, I think it was Corrode when we called it out. We're like, okay, this is about when Wu takes theirs, and then it waited a few more rounds, and it was kind of like really in Wu's favor. So I again, Googly also on the learning curve with this team, picking it out before things get out of hand. And again, it's a good time when you see your team getting a bit repetitive, not making the required changes. So coming into another round where, again, it's going to be buy, save if you don't win this round. Maybe minus Sarah, who, I don't know how you have 5800. We'll talk about that later. Comes into the fray.
I will say we're not seeing too heavy of a performance from Dodonut, I guess, like off the start, but that's scary because the moment Dodonut starts to kind of explode as that duelist, especially with like the aggression that we've been seeing here on the defense and we might see just now, I feel like that's when we will start to see, things start to spiral here.
Especially next half, but for now, major flip up, right? Solo Viper defending the combination decay. This is a nice trap play, but Winthrop, like they normally do, just try to avoid it. Can't avoid it when it's in your spawn, though.
Yeah, and I like that. Again, just pushing up towards mid, and it was beautiful. Working in cohesion with Mel. to make sure that they could get a big execution, and now they have the spike. So just really taking advantage of the fact that Donut is a crazy aimer. Donut can take advantage of these situations, and that they will do, right? They have spike, afraid to peek. Now Echo trying to find an opening, and they will not do that, instead actually trusting in their surroundings a bit too much. So a flawless round from SRG. Yeah, that feels like a one and done kind of call. Like, we're running this play, we've run it before. Let's kickstart the system, get it tied back to 3-on-3 and get you guys on the right track. And I felt like Winthrop, but obviously we're caught off guard, but it felt like they were expecting just the Hunter's Fury snakebite play and not the Neon that fast in their face. So can't do that every round, but it was a perfect kind of switch to flip on. And now, I mean, you have the overdrive as well to keep that energy high. Noya as well can drop the pit where needed.
Shadows traveling. Who's next?
Fast silent.
Nowhere to run.
Oh goodness, and the information given away. It's funny because they're definitely tagging them and like, shoot here, and now Mel's stuck in a bad spot. So with Mel down, there's no paranoia or any smokes that could really be conceived of, especially now that Noya is down as well. So it's going to be a 3-player, retake over towards the B site. And they're lacking in some. Now Donut and Sarah trying to fight these players off, but yeah, information just completely on the side of Winthrop University, and Sarah having to back this off. So now fighting for the safety of their weapon.
Jet recently being called useless in this meta in full swing here. Fair. Getting set up really well, honestly, by Recoil, by STG. It's been a nice look so far. And we saw those punishments come through. Another save right after you won a round from your timeout as well. Shows how much of a brawl this is going to be to the bitter end on a map 5. First spot in stage 2 of VCL North America, but that's also the first time we've seen Wu go for that fast B, and you don't have a dimensional drift every round. So again, it feels like now that we've seen us start to do that timeout and change things up, I'm waiting to see which team's gonna fall into that trap of, again, like, not finding a fix sooner.
Can't win them all for Shopify. They tried. They made an adaptation going up towards mid. But I did like giving Donut a bit more range instead of having to, kind of just play their util in such a defensive mode. But seeming like the A site, tons of Killjoy util here that we could take advantage of.
No. Lockdown. Cover full B. Eclipse a large portion of A. You liked how fluid it likely was towards that B space? They're just cycle the ults, right? Dimensional drift into the lockdown. They're gonna run this horse race as much as they can. Question is, look at all the ults that SRG have.
Yeah.
What are they gonna use to then retake this space?
That's a good question, because I'm not sure Sir Lockdown would be.
I wanted a Lexus ult from spawn, low-key.
Yeah, maybe, actually. That would have been brilliant, but it seems like it's too close, and I'm assuming maybe they're just trying to get a push out of them and try to meet them in the middle. But yeah, that's actually what is going to happen. But Alexis too early, and that was not a good play, but it's okay. Noya there to retrieve. Finally now, okay, having the paranoia assist with some sort of information and picks coming through down into the extremities. But they have to defuse. The timing is rough. The Odin is hitting, and Mel saves them from defeat. Actually, no, they haven't gotten it in a split of 0.18 seconds. It's going to be the clutch from Winthrop.
And Melnu got out of dodge. That is so difficult. That was just a perfect pacing of the challenge from Winthrop as soon as the lockdown dissipated, right? Obviously STG disrespecting it off of his own gate crash, but I really thought the crunch there between Mel and Sarah back into grass flipped the script, but no. Enough time bought. That hesitation, that regroup that was occurring outside of C-Link from SRG as well, took that time, made that difference. And now, that's 2 big ults down for SRG without a round converted. So where Winthrop, they start to get that momentum back and they run away with it.
Yeah, he's looking pretty appealing here, but we do have a slight lurk here from Moobs, which might work out in favor. Some Killjoy to Killjoy action. With Moobs actually waiting for Donut or Alexis to make their first move. But on the other side now, execution has been started. And this is where Moobs can really come into play, maybe potentially picking off somebody, but down towards short. They don't know That's where Mel and Sarah are residing. This is dangerous. The moment that smoke goes down, it gives them opportunity, but Donut assuming that somebody is there, and Mel not missing a single shot. So finally, for SRG, they're able to regain that control for the retake.
I like Dodo taking her time, waiting for Noya to be at her side. Alexis was also just trying to wait, but activity shown. Winthrop was at a 2-on-2. It's all down to strong, tall guy.
Flashes are there and available. Okay, that was dangerous for a second. Donut shots were not hitting, but they do manage to get that trade-off. So this is good, putting themselves on the board for that 4-5.
I wanted to say that's like the first kind of like half buy we've seen SRG win in a long time as well. I think that's where the desire to come with that overdrive into the picture delivered. It was just like, we're so close. Mel had this heroic moment, right? Donut wins that fight against Moobs. All in all, they just, they didn't want to hand the lead, or at least a 6-6 to Winthrop. And they're gonna fight every round like it's the last at this point. And this is a big round. You win this, it'll be like STG and Farah might have a bye, but otherwise, Wu extremely weakened at the tie. Oh, not again. Not again, Gomp. Flashbacks to round 2.
Hey, sometimes I actually don't know. I'm hoping this works out for them for Dodo Nut. But mid, okay. Actually fighting more so for the B side, but the smoke, they're gonna know B side is typically open. I mean, they kind of guessed that from the last time they had gone on there, but I guess taking extra precautions with the smokes. And now Molly's planted, so they're planning on playing to these extremities, waiting for them to peek outside of Garage. Not going to be easy, though, especially now with flank coming around considerably so. Dodo Nut gets taken down, recoil, following up with more, and even down towards the back of doors in Garage. Fair is there, and a flawless from Winthrop.
Yep, that is the one exec we've yet to see Shopify Rebellion Gold really fix, right? And yeah, it was on the pinpoint, right, with that 0.18 defuse missed out on, but still, you think you'd have like some more killjoy utility there. You think you'd go back to Dodo Nut fighting down mid-grass, right? Those were some of the ideas that worked, right, for this team. And now we're finally back to that, right? Dodo Nut, again, front B. This time, though, it's an eco, so I'm not sure it's going to have the same firepower behind it. But aside from that, I do like the more disconnected C-hole. This is going to probably end with a 5-on-5 retake where they give up the C site to Winthrop.
Ooh, okay. Yeah, just kind of pushing the fake outward, and now the drone makes its way on. But with SRG, especially given the weapons that they have, yeah, playing close is the best bet, but they faked it. Trying to lure everybody in, knowing that the chances of them stacking are a lot higher in these circumstances.
Ooh. SRG wanted answers. Moves. Does he hear the run away? Does not appear so, or they logically would have called the players back. But they don't feel fully committed to a knife out W key towards the A space either. We're gonna get another end on the B side. No way, right?
It's hard because Spike hasn't even met them yet. I do feel like, yeah, short, tall guy. Strong, tall guy and Fair are almost just trying to read into like the info. It does seem like B side might be the play again.
30 seconds.
With how open it has been round after round.
Right here.
I expected moves to be a little bit more forward, get into that C space, and then call them back towards C, but no matter how they get there, they avoid the stack, whether it be on C or A for SRG. But hey, there's a time to win the B retake. It's now for SRG.
And Mel is just winning out the fights with a classic, and that seemingly works. But now with Sarah following up behind, actually beautiful. Despite the fact that Sarah went down, damage has been made on recoil. The Odin is no longer that much of an issue, and they can actually run away with this, but the Hunter's Fury and moves are the key factors to this round.
That is nasty, standing in your own Hunter's Fury, collecting all of those eco kills, moves. That is literally half his kills. Like, we needed him to be online. That is a kickstart if I've ever seen one. Especially after some of these early kills, right? With SRG getting to the punch a little bit faster with that backstab from Sarah. There was a world where that eco is like the final pin in this half where SRG get to keep it close. But no, Wu a guaranteed lead. This is where the questions of attack-sided Haven come into question of if SRG is 4 enough, or do you need that 5th, and how are you going to get there?
We haven't seen too much aggression, though, from Winthrop on the attack. It's been quite stagnant most of the rounds. Almost, yeah, trying to pick them off so early on. I mean, they know Dodonut has to almost always be so front and like out there. Yeah, just with their own play. They're playing the Neon. It's quite impossible for them to have like some sort of significant importance if they're playing so far back, but it does seem like it's not going to be the round today for them to try to take out some of these isolated fights. Instead, the C site is the place, but okay, some friendship going on there. And actually just trying to keep these players set back, and they do keep fair by themselves, but luckily enough for both of the players on Winthrop, actually everyone on Winthrop, fighting for their way onto the site, and that is what they managed to do. So it leaves Sarah and Dodonut on their lonesome, and actually very, very split apart. The whiff scared me for a second, but it seemingly works in a flick that makes its way. Sarah and Dodonut working together to get the round win.
Well, Woo, get the 7-5 half. I feel like SRG got the last laugh. I mean, the Seaside Agasek was clean, but just managing the chaos, right? Noya, Alexis, it would buy enough time for those rotates to come through. And honestly, fair as well. I think if tucking on site when you have numbers advantage should have been the answer, but that reflip through Garage when attempted gets numbers back. And I was expecting like some shock dart damage at a Sarah. No, she just pushes in off the site smoke, finds that timing, splits out the players, and then suddenly the player who's trying to plant has an operator to clutch a 1v2. So great crunch, great timing off of Dodonut there. And yeah, I mean, now you're honestly on a stronger side, you can argue, right? The 3-site map, Dodonut and the entry we wanted to see on that super aggressive play style. Feels like a perfect match.
Turret watch in mid. I like this. Okay, they've gathered enough information for what the pistol round should look like here. But this is good if Shopify can somehow run away with this pistol, right? Giving them a bit more to work with. The jump scares every day. They get me. They do. But yeah, working their way over towards the seaside. Paranoia, so perfect. And it does stop them for quite a moment. The spike hasn't been planted. They have no room to work with. Echo's actually just sitting down backside, waiting for them to slowly work them in. But SRG are better. They are finding the space and making it happen somehow, surely. But Moves is left alone now. They haven't even gotten the opportunity to join the team in these engagements. And now, whiffing the shots, it gives opportunity for SRG to bring things to 7-7.
I mean, Winthrop just got outplayed, right? They thought that was a very direct, like, yeah, maybe it won its garage, but there should be a lot of players in that C-site space, right? Robbing them of information, flooding into the backside off the double dark covers, right? That were logs, that were front sight, and they were ready to pop as soon as those dropped, but then suddenly all the walls closed in on them, right? Noya from USB, a player from Window, all springing at the same exact time. That is crazy coordination for a pistol round, mind you, and one that we mentioned and framed as so important. Now, I mean, it's just set protocol act, right, for this anti-eco. I mean, you have molly lineups, you have the fast lane in. Really, Winthrop just has to get out of the way.
Oh. You can't take out Echo just yet. I think Echo is pretty important here in this moment, but I mean, they had the paranoia that could, I mean, potentially have given a little bit more room down towards the back of sight here, but SRG are just absolutely shutting it down with a sinker and a classic. So it's done. It's pretty much just done. Ending the round as soon as possible to continue on. They knew it was going to happen. But yeah, I mean, this is where it starts to get exciting, right? Winthrop on the defense. You know, kind of, I want to see what Moves has to offer on this Killjoy here.
Can we test it as an anchor? Honestly, what I think I was most impressed by him in the Cypher meta days was his abilities to anchor.
yeah. Wait, that's so OG that you just said that.
I miss Move Cypher. I miss bring him back, guys. Bring him back. But
do we remember the Moves duelist?
Ooh, we'll forget about that one. We'll forget about
anyways,
that.
Guys.
Hey, if it ain't gonna fix it, we're going back C.
Yeah, I guess I'm the only fan of that, but that's okay. We don't need Moves Duelist because all we need in reality is Dodonut, right?
Dodonut Duelist, yeah.
Seemingly making the Neon work beyond all comparison of the Waylay, which it just feels more natural.
For her, yeah. I want to ask her, honestly, like, why she's so fluid in the Neon versus the Waylay. But you already see Winthrop have called for the save. Like, they obliterated the side anchors, collected those weapons, and you don't want to lose any more. It's a decent call. Winthrop with 2 timeouts left as well. We're probably expecting one after this, I would assume. I mean, it's so early though. What would you change? Maybe address the C hold? Like, because I mean, are SRG gonna do it again? Who knows?
Oh no, and fell for the fake. But it doesn't matter. For
nice
Winthrop. Yeah, not able to get the defusal instead. Oh my gosh. Letting Noya just obliterate them. But that's
not bad.
Yeah, how the cookie crumbles. So SRG, I mean, what, 3rd round in a row?
Mm-hmm. On the bonus. And I liked the exit pick strategy from Winthrop, right? Let the Guardian go hunting, save the 2 Phantoms, but I am more surprised that we do not have a timeout here from Winthrop, because I feel like their turning points in this series have come from timeout-fueled thrifty or eco rounds, right? And maybe they just liked the call that they heard from STG or Strong Tall Guy in terms of coming into this eco, and that's something time will tell. I mean, they put the stack on C, they expect another C hit, and suddenly SRG are running today. Oh. It moves in a good bait position.
Oh no! That is so smart. Incredibly smart from Alexis to get a read off on the positioning there. They knew. They had an inkling, and of course follows through with it. And now the util here on the A side is gone. Moves cannot do anything to assist with keeping the site. And everybody goes down. They fought 100% for it, but unfortunately it didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, they basically had 5 players there. And they looked lost. Like, they just looked overwhelmed, right? Fair second guessing his timings. No sight smoke in place either. Very, very difficult position. And you can see SRG don't want to just win these rounds. They want to win them flawlessly. No one overheating in a spawn here. Nothing. And if anybody were to go hunting, I would kind of want Donut or Noya, just because they are the closest to these ultimates, and they can use those to keep the rounds coming. But here comes the exit party. There comes the flawless. Okay. 9-7. Side swap, flawless for Shopify Rebellion Gold thus far. And we know the success that SRG has on this map, but makes me want to go see like their attack versus their defense, because right now this attack looking good, and there finally is the Winthrop timeout. They know if they lose this, it's like SRG 11, and then there's 0 room for error.
Timeout is necessary, I would say. 4 rounds in a row is pretty brutal. They just got their eco back for a very split moment, because it's not even like they can full buy shields at this point. So this if not is a good time to recollect themselves. I do like the idea of I like what they've been doing with the Hunter's Fury in regards to like both gathering information and damage and almost shutting down a lot of the angles and intercepting in that sense. I don't know, kind of hoping that for Winthrop too, they've just been getting shut down so easily by Dodonut, just executing so aggressively on site.
100%. I've not been able to stop that train. And we haven't really gotten to see them get out of the way either with a full buy to play retake. Right? So that's kind of what I think I'd like to see. Right? I think the one round they did play like a numbers equivalent retake was the pistol round. Right? But the anchors were so deep set for SRG that they kind of pieced it apart before it got going. So what I would have recommended. And they're kind of taking that approach towards the C side if they get the A-long control, the A-long space, which is why the double duelist and it is stacked towards this side. But that's going to hinge on Echo getting out and surviving, because he's been, I think, first blooded a fair bit, so you also don't have retake smokes. And moves, keeping control over Garage with this judge.
It's a firing squad. Just waiting in grass, dude. And moves with the shotgun. It's so unlucky. I'm sure moves isn't even gonna peek this, but even an inkling of curiosity will completely shut down any source of util in Garage. So here it comes. Yep. Oh, and this is beautiful. They know that they are so incredibly close. They know that the shotgun is there. Dodonut follows through with it. And that's all you need to allow Dodonut to shine is it at least 1% of information.
Pure disrespect. The new SRG. That should be their tagline. And they have kept the op in the dark, but something tells me that 5 players staring you down won't end with you on top, so they're lucky to get out with their lives for now. Echo?
30 seconds left.
This is a bold walkdown. It gets a lot of info.
Placing swarm grenade.
Is that lineup I see? Oh my goodness, Alexis looking very pleasant in this Women's History Month evening. I love it.
She's gonna get the kill on Echo too.
Oh my gosh,
Oh.
it's beautiful. Alexis is insane. It is. There's nothing about it. The lineups to make sure that the B side is completely settled, to make sure that at least they can, I mean, kind of just counter this, and the shot guards to add on to the damage to give way for something more. Alexis killing it, and some inkling of hope here for Winthrop University, but it's a 1v3 with 26
save the
health
op.
here. Yeah, they're gonna have to save it.
Wow. I mean, the one way comes down, you're playing the shocks, you're playing the mollies. It's a really, really strong post. Echo was really the only one that could dismantle it. And I honestly thought he was going to find Dodonut, not Noya, in window while Alexis gets the trade. But no matter how you get there, no matter who survives, SRG on to double digits here on map 5. Winthrop still one timeout left. More eco attempts to come with this half buy we're seeing now, and we're seeing switch ups, which is better than I think the cycle they found themselves in on Abyss when it closed out, but the fixes just aren't working, if that makes sense, because SRG are just changing it every round like clockwork.
Go, go, go! Killed my...
Oh, okay. They've actually caught out on the alarm bot with random sprays.
Toxin screen down.
Are we fighting Inda Garden? Feels like it. Paranoia, flash.
It's hard though, because the smoke is there.
I'll pop out of it, right? But now the alarm bot's in the smoke.
Oh no.
Or
No,
was.
no, no. They are waiting. This is brilliant.
Matter of timing. Echo?
Oh, that's the dangerous part about it. Oh my gosh. Spike has been given over to Sarah. They've heard the drop being made. And shock darts actually. Oh no. This is a recon dart, so scare them away. This is odd. It's timing that is so pleasant though. Noya doesn't know, but instead actually hits on it. A swing.
That second shot is criminal. And now, like, you think, oh, Noya got a kill, they're probably heading A, and now you're second guessing yourself. Well, and they actually are ending A. Or are they? And Moobs also get caught out in the open with only a sheriff. Seems to be the case. And now, Fair, the question is, do you get your shot? One way says no.
Maybe not this time, but
do you save the op again?
Just waiting on the op to. Yeah,
you
this
save
is
the op again.
unfortunate. And it sucks because it's like the op has so much. I mean, just like prevalence in making sure these rounds go like a different way. But it's weird because Bear just has not been reading into the positioning of these players. They're in the worst positions at the worst times. And I mean, luckily enough, able to protect themselves for an ideal amount of time before the round goes over.
Oh, Alexis, that would take a heck of a flick. And now, they don't even need the op. One off from map point, 2 rounds away from making it back to VCL challengers. And there it is, the second timeout for Winthrop coming into what could be their last. We can call this a full buy despite the shield situation, I guess. At this point, SRG buy an outlaw. Look at the ults. Look at the ults.
Guys, at this point, like, Zobi, what is the solution? I feel like they're just losing a lot of their fights because it's kind of crazy for, I don't know, what we've been seeing is just insane. It feels like the reaction time plus 1 million.
I know this isn't like typical Haven or typical double duelist. I kind of want to see them play light C to play full retake C. And I want to see them just hard anchor their sights, right? I know if you're playing light C, you want to play heavy down long A. But just like play the gamble stack with weapons in hand, if that makes sense, right? I feel like when you make rounds like that, just like dynamically switch up how you've been playing, that proves most successful. And also SRG, they've been starting it out slow, right? They're looking for information, they're finding the answers, and then they're calling around it, right? And that's been the issue, is once they have those answers, Winthrop splinter out and are left down numbers and usually isolated one-off fights. And that is not a late round strength by any means.
Yeah.
They have gone a complete 180 from what I suggested, it looks like, from staying quiet on their sites to pushing out mid. Which works.
Ooh. Yeah, and with this...
Anyway, it's big at this rate.
No, but it's different. It is different. And this is what we saw from Shopify, right? When Dodonut was working with Mel, but this time it doesn't work. Okay, it's SRG that are very understanding of what mid means to them, I guess. And now Dodonut doesn't know timing to catch recoil, but they still have some sort of utility that they actually can't use. It's disabled. My apologies.
They haven't planted just yet. Mel has the from the shadows. I think the idea here is to stay on C until Donut confirms that A is clear. The only concern is this gate crash. Strong, tall guy doesn't get to take it. It's about to expire, but they just plant it because there's no retaliation.
Oh my gosh. And they almost just took out Noya. They almost completely denied the Viper's pit. Oh, and now Noya's just in perfect positioning to take this one out. Yep. Okay.
Wow.
All it takes is a swing. And a 12-7 match point for Shopify against the team Winthrop that was looking very impressive yesterday.
Yeah, no, I mean, that round to me is like the culmination of like what makes SRG SRG and also improvements across the series, right? We mentioned kind of when they were losing their footing, this wish-washiness when at a crossroads, and this was their crossroads moment. Do we take the from the shadow? Do we go A to Donut? Do we let Donut go for the flank? And they decided to hunker down on their site, and they win it out flawlessly past that moment in the round, right? Not losing anybody else. And now, I mean, you've saved enough ultimates as well to bring into this round, so that forward thinking is good. 5 attempts. Put this away. 5 to get to OT. STG, you're in a good spot.
Oh, this is brilliant. No, but they always read into this. I'm surprised they have it this time. No molly from Alexis to clear out the angle, instead actually allowing STG to take advantage of this position. And the damage on Noya is extreme.
All right, SRG are out. They've lost enough. Walk away from the table. Winthrop up 1 here. With some weapons to collect down short as well. Hope to see them do so before get towards the C space. This is kind of what I asked for last round, Compers, right? They hard anchored their site, albeit with a judge in short, and they're playing weak C to retake. You can tell by how far into C link they are. I'm wondering if it's gonna work.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing the retake quite obvious at this point. They obvious they don't know where exactly they are. They're not really doing a 4-person holdover towards C. Still got moves watching on A, so they're lacking a person in that regard, and they're going to have to wait on the timing. Now 30 seconds left for them to plan. It's difficult because there's some unsurety with okay, am I clear at this moment to plant? But Mel seemingly clear enough, and now they just have to work their way. Unfortunately, Noya goes down. He's still up to this 2v2 now. And with moves having a sheriff, this is looking quite possible. Only thing that I can see is like maybe a molly to kind of isolate some of these corners, but 6 bullets left for Sarah. Last player standing here. This is the moment. Can they close it out? And they will. A round win that leads them to being promoted. Shopify Rebellion Gold. They have defeated, I mean, the champions, the Ascension players of Winthrop University.
Wow. And now those that were on the bench were waiting for their moment at redemption when they got into stage 2, have that opportunity ripped away on the Winthrop University side. Oh, I mean, that's going to be a heck of a storyline when they come back for vengeance and like win stage 3 or something. But for now, the spotlight on Shopify Rebellion Gold. Welcome back to Challengers. Sat in the darkness, bid their time, took their break, their breather, and their boot camp to victory here. I mean, happy Women's Month.
No, I'm incredibly impressed. And I mean, listen.
Honestly.
Making history at the same time for Shopify. The last time we saw them was in, they didn't win a single game in their last promotion relegation match, and now they absolutely destroyed. And all I want to say is, if you guys are watching this, you freaking killed it. Absolutely killed it. That was incredible, and it's crazy to see how much like improvement came with their performance as well. And all I'm gonna say is the coach you guys got, the coach you had previously was absolutely amazing, but the coach you have now is also adding on to your strengths. And I don't know,
Zobi, confidence.
I love it. I absolutely love it. But I think that's all from us. Thank you guys so much for having us on the casting desk. And I want to hear, though, what the interview is going to sound like. I want to know who we're going to interview. So, guys, please don't go anywhere. We're going to have a super exciting interview and some analyst desk action for you right after this break.
Well, let me start this off by saying happy Women's History Month, everyone, because Shopify Rebellion Gold promote back into the North American Challengers League for the final time. Welcome back to promo relegation for that league. I'm your host, Elizabeth, joined with Jaws and Athena. And I think that is now more history being made by the SRG team because now they are the only GC team to promote twice into Challengers. And I want the SRGC team, but above all, they are a challengers team because they are back in the league doing the dang thing, taking down the Titans of Winthrop University again, who made it to Brazil, had this kind of Cinderella run, Jaws, and now I've sent them packing.
Yeah, nail biter as well, all the way to map 5 too. It looked a bit hopeless, I think, after that first map. 13-4. It was like, wow, these guys, they're just going to run away with it. Shopify Rebellion, they're just going to dominate this whole series. And then Winthrop, they bit back for a couple of maps, and we got all the way to map number 5. But this map, oh my word, that last round should have heard the comms in the green room is all I'm saying. We were screaming.
Oh, losing it. Oh, my goodness.
One player that stood out to me the most, Neuer. Bandit Gaming. I've never seen anybody play with a bandit like that before in my life. Like, she made it look like a rifle. Like, it's so dominant.
No, the bandit was crazy. It was like a guardian almost. Just the one tap to the head almost every single time. But yeah, it was insane. I feel like this Shopify, this version of them has become 10 times more confident over the past few years. But this kind of gameplay within this kind of scene as well as fighting against Winthrop University, who had such a phenomenal showing yesterday, kind of being the underdogs in that sense. And now Shopify just proving time and time again that they can break a lot of those ceilings. But now that this is kind of where we've established that they belong and that they deserve to kind of push for more, their playstyle has been immaculate. On the maps that they did win, it was so decisive. It felt like all the macro plays were there, all the trading was there, the positioning was really good. That and all the raw mechanical skill. Oh my God, game from all these players. Yeah, not their, okay. No, their skill and their aim has been insane. Like, it's just such a pleasure to watch, and it's so refreshing to see that they're so confident, even against a team as aggressive as Winthrop.
It's so refreshing to see just kind of, no one holding back, right? And credits to Winthrop as well for, fighting back as hard as they could. And we will miss them. And hopefully later down the line, welcome them back into the league alongside SRG. But I mean, this last round too, I think, Jaws, you called it like the mind link between Mel and Sarah. It's just, I think we talked at the beginning, this is a group that's played together for so long. And you can tell the lockstep that they are in. They didn't lose a single round in the second half, Jaws.
Yeah, it was just ridiculous. Yeah, they literally like interlinked, spike, interlinked, weapons, interlinked. Like Noya 5 HP walking up, gets traded, 2v4, all good. Double swing, instantly tap either player, and then swing around to hit the garage player. Like it was ridiculous. I think that last round really proved the kind of story and the narrative we've been kind of pushing this whole time, that they have been together for such a long time and they know how each other plays, know how like every lockstep with each other. It was just a perfect round to end on, I think, and just a dominant second half. Postmans 8 for 8, 13-7 final score. I mean, just insane work, and yeah, congratulations to them too.
I think, too, the time has kind of allowed them to blossom into this team where the foundational work is so good, but also the playbooks are so set. The comps that they're running has been kind of insane for them, and I think it worked out perfectly. So much util, so ready to set up the rest of your teammates, making sure Dodonut is able to get in on a really fast tempo. And it's like they've added almost so many different pieces to the way that they play, and you can tell that depth with games like these and games like Pearl, where everything is so clean, so set. Their util usage is phenomenal, and they're so ready to follow up on any of the protocols that they have. And every single one of these players, again, doing phenomenal in each of their roles, and it just makes sense. And of course, Noya here at the top of the scoreboard. Dawes, you mentioned her being,
insane.
Your MVP. She's literally killing it. We've talked about this before, about how Noya's been insane on all these other maps within this series as well, but she's just done such a phenomenal job. The timings have been insane, lurking as well as being on the site with the team. Just super well played.
And I mean, I'm glad we highlighted her as well in the beginning, because she is someone who has just been so consistent throughout just the entire, not only this series, but the entire time she has been on this team. I said before, she is one of the most underrated, consistently most underrated players in competitive Valorant, period, point blank. And I think she has to prove again and again why she is where she is, and she is absolutely one of the best. But on Winthrop's side, we saw, really awesome moments from everyone on that team, which was super exciting to see. So while they did not win today, I hope they still don't feel too down, go home with their heads high, and study for their midterms, which I'm sure they're doing right now. Also, playing during midterms is crazy. I would not be playing during midterms back in my college days. But we are sad to see them go. But I think SRG, another thing I want to bring up with them is Googly coming in and having to fit into a whole new system, new ecosystem, new everything, new players. As far as I know, he hasn't done GC. So GC and been in this environment and playing with these folks and coming into challengers and doing all of these things, how Shopify Rebellion Gold works. And as far as I know, he did nothing for challengers in North America at all. So really good on him as well to come into this entire new sphere and say, okay, here's what we're doing, and we're going to qualify for challengers. And that is exactly what they did, which is super duper exciting to see. But folks, we are ready for the post-match interview. And I hinted a little about it in chat. It is a duo interview with Noya and Googly of Shopify Rebellion Gold. Folks, come to the front, take a seat. first off, no, get off your phone.
Nicole.
Sorry. I didn't hear the sound. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm sorry.
You're a good baby girl. Well, first off, congratulations on promoting into challengers once again, making history once again, a challenger scene that we love to see in the ecosystem. Nicole, I'm going to start with you, Madam President, which is a name I will never stop saying. I mean, this was a grueling best of 5. You have the 13-4 in the beginning, and then it started to get a little scary in the middle with, Winthrop being on series point. What was the kind of the environment within the team during this best of 5, especially when it got pretty scary?
I actually think this is our best BO5 in terms of composure. I don't think anyone ever seemed like super stressed or anything about the fact that we were 2 maps down and like it was map point. Like we just played what was in front of us, and I do think that we just had a good time. And I mean, I hope it showed.
It absolutely showed. You are a monster. You can be on -1 HP and still getting stuff done. Nicole, absolutely playing like a monster. Now, Googly, to you, welcome to Challengers North America. Always happy to have you anywhere, but especially in our ecosystem. We were kind of playing a little bit of a guessing game with what you had to do to fit in, right? The new ecosystem, new players, et cetera. Maybe talk to me about preparing for this promotion relegation with this team.
It was pretty easy. I didn't want to change too many things, so I changed mainly the things that weren't really working for them. So split and bind, which weren't great maps for them, that's what we worked on the most. And everything else, we kept a lot of what they had because the base was really good. The work that was done was really good. And then we just tried to improve on what was needed. Nothing crazy.
Nothing crazy, but you did make some composition changes that we noticed, especially for Dodo Nut. We're curious about us as in the broadcast team. We're curious about what went into those composition changes.
On Bind, we played against a lot of teams and we just suffered a lot against that comp, so we're like, we might as well try it. And on Abyss and Pearl, we changed Duelist yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Wasn't working, and we were like, okay, let's try Neon on Pearl and Euro on Abyss. And it worked, and we're like, okay, we're bringing that.
Love that. Well, obviously 3-2 today. Nicole, going back to you for this question, you're back in the Challengers League, right where you belong. And I think Challengers has changed so much since you guys were last here in this league. It's changed so much that your teammate was a 4th, 6th for core and now can't be. If I'm doing the math right.
Yes, you can.
But I mean, going into facing this, into this ecosystem now in 2026, what are your thoughts about the Challengers teams that you will be facing moving forward?
I'm not really sure. I'm just happy that we get to do it all again. I had a really good time last year doing it, even when we lost, because I think it's like such a good learning experience. And I think playing against better teams is what's going to make you play better yourself. So I'm excited to do that again.
What did you learn from last year that you're going to take into this year?
Honestly, for me personally, a lot of composure on the matches. And then, like, I do think being able to flex more comms is something that I would like to focus on this year that we didn't do as much last year. And I do think, like, for example, like when we swapped yesterday, I think that was really good that we just like were able to do that and no one freaked out and like everything was fine. And I want to be able to focus on that.
Love that. And my last question is for you, Googly. Moving forward, you will be moving into the ecosystem. Kind of the same question I asked Nicole. What are your thoughts kind of joining us here? Because as far as I know, you've never even interacted with our ecosystem in North American Challengers. So now that you are here, first of all, welcome. Second of all, what are your thoughts on the your future opponents, if you will?
I think there's a lot of good teams. Obviously, I was able to practice against them last year mainly, so I more or less know the teams and the players. But I think the main thing for us is just getting the experience and being able to play against them and just keep getting better as we play. I think that's the most important thing for us.
Well, we love to see it and hear it. A huge congratulations. I'll let you guys go celebrate because I'm pretty sure you're all at boot camp together. So go out,
Correct.
Night on the town in Toronto, behave. But again, congratulations.
Come say hi to Liz.
Hi. Hey, Liz. Hi, congratulations. Period.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let you guys go on your way.
Thank you.
Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Just Mel appearing in the background like a surprise guest star
cameo.
on a sitcom. Yeah. We love to see it. But again, I think you can tell, talking about that composure, they had it. right? You know, again, coming back into challengers, Nicole just been like, yeah, like we did it again. Like you were worried.
That's one way to test it. Going to a map 5 in an elimination game. Yeah, that's if you can get past that, you can get past pretty much everything. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing them as they've qualified now in stage 2. It's going to be exciting times.
Yeah, and of course, our other game that we have going on right now, Pulsar versus Rose, is still going on. So you guys can go to that YouTube link and check it out and see who else will be joining us in stage, the future stage of North American Challengers coming up. It's like coming up in less than 2 weeks. It's so, guys, like they qualified and they have to do so, like it's
already?
that turnaround's quick. But it's super exciting. Oh, apparently Rose is 12-10 right now. So unless we go crazy overtime, things are looking crazy. But it's super exciting. You should go check out the YouTube link as well and just watch the VOD back. But I think, you know, moving forward and how kind of the way Challengers is shaking up Jaws for the future stage is the level of competition has gotten even higher, which is impressive considering how high the level of competition was in the first stage.
Yeah, and I think, look, VCT is just around the corner as well. I can expect a lot of these young up-and-coming players going to make it all the way to VCT. And at the end of the day, too, the competition's always going to get more intense, stage after stage, year after year. It's just whether you can actually keep up with that. And back-to-back qualifying for challenges, I mean, that's pretty impressive from Shopify Rebellion. So you can see, like, their trajectory is only going up from it.
Yes, absolutely. And that is going to be it for us today. On behalf of the casters, everyone on the desk, in broadcast, in between and beyond, thank you so much for joining us. Have fun, be safe, make good decisions. Congratulations to Shopify Rebellion Gold, and most importantly, happy Women's History Month. We'll see you next time.
Crazy. Well, it seems like they've been working on something, and I mean, their new coach has been putting in the work. 2 months, I believe they had to really continue working on it, but Dodo Nuts absolutely destroying the arm, so confident with a headshot to add on, so Bear goes down. And now it's only 2 left, and this has been the back and forth that we've been seeing with Winthrop University losing out on so many of those players. I mean, when it's not a win, when it's not a win, so it could have worked out, but still potentially could, especially with the save coming through from Shopify, so the recollection here, who's having the offense is going to make it quite a bit harder, and I'm sure now they don't trust the fakes anymore because of Dodo not being kind of a troll this game, but the headshots are hitting there. There's shots, Hawkeye, and potentially another, but it seems like the jump peak does in fact work. Ace? And now it's up to them to just get one more with the off shot that misses, and Alexis trying to reconvene. It does not happen, so I mean, the real thing is trying to fight this one back, but Bear does leave fighting, cannot seem to get another one, and now they've actually diminished the number, so SRG now having this fight planet, they can play this. They have so much utility to use, especially now with Noya placing their own poison at Horror. But they don't play with it. Instead, they actually just wide swing moves. Nah, that was full distraction charades from circumstances, but it's okay. Information given away. Mel is in a bad spot with a stinger, but they know the stinger is there. They're going to be careful. And with a shotgun that is there, recoil connects. And they don't know. Not watching the flank. It's brutal. Noya has to fight this 3 left alive, but down behind them, do they know? Are they aware? A 4 kick to their name, and they still have so much to work with here. Choke open with the moon, Noya head to head, and the half is going to close the 2 in one way or another.